Chapter 920. After unsealing the unstoppable blade, he used his strength to prove how powerful his transformation was. As for the side effects, although it was a little longer than the first form, it was not a big problem with the spacetime secret realm. Moreover, compared to the universal talisman's 1 year, a month of weakness was simply too damn good. Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurried over, helped Jun Changshao up, and said, "Are you all right?" It's an old illness," Jun Changshao said weakly. "I feel uncomfortable every once in a while." Everyone understood. They had experienced the Patriarch's paralysis many times, so they were already used to it. But could it be that there was no cure for this strange illness that would paralyze every once in a while? There was a cure. As long as Jun Changshao promised that he would not die in the future, he would definitely not fall ill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have obtained 20,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 442,005,0000. Ding! Completed the side quest, triggered the hidden reward, obtained experience talisman X2, has been transferred to the space ring. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao broke down. The elite mission only gives 2 experience talisman? This guy was really arrogant. He actually started to complain that the reward was too little. The female system's voice sounded in his ears. "Dear participant, because you have obtained Guan Hai's opportunity, the falling star continent stronghold has increased by 10,000 square meters." Swish. As soon as she finished speaking, the stronghold's area expanded again. Jiang Ye and the others, who were inside, casually took a look and found that this place was much larger than before they went to snatch the opportunity. Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. At first, he thought that the stronghold was small, but after 2 large-scale expansions, he could roll up his sleeves and boldly build it. However, he did not immediately make a move. After all, the Patriarch was in a weakened state. "Return to the Sect," Jun Changshao said. Yes. Xiao Ziji carried him on his back, and everyone returned to the Sect of all times without looking back. Enough fun, they left. However, the news about the opportunity and thunder punishment spread wildly in the various strongholds. 1 person killed tens of thousands? Heavens! The falling star continent is too terrifying. I heard that even the lightning punishment from the upper realm didn't kill that guy. Jun Changshao had slaughtered tens of thousands of people and survived the thunder tribulation unscathed. It was destined that his name would resound throughout the entire planar battlefield. When the Crimson Sea continent and the other 4 realms received the news, they were instantly filled with worry. So many people were unable to do anything to the other party. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to gain any benefits. "Palace Master," a Blue Sea Palace elder said in a deep voice, "I believe that we should take our time in dealing with the falling star continent." He had followed his heart. Hong Yao said with an ugly expression, "That guy is the killing god." He was also present when the opportunity left by old man Guan Hai appeared, but he did not charge to the front. Therefore, he witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Jun Changshao holding a large sword and blocking thousands of people with an explosive aura, taking their lives as easily as cutting grass. To tell the truth, Hong Yao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Especially after he learned from the cultivators of various realms that that guy was the Patriarch of the strongest sect in history. A chill ran down his spine. He actually wanted to join forces with the other realms to become enemies with such a terrifying guy. Wasn't that suicide? "Palace Master." A subordinate rushed in from outside and said, "The sword-wielding continent sent a message, unilaterally dissolving their alliance with the Crimson Sea continent." Hong Yao's mouth twitched. This self-proclaimed noble sword Dao Plane was cowering even faster than him. Not long after, the message of dissolving the alliance between the Shengxian continent and the Lingyun continent also arrived. At this point, The 4 realms that had just been established announced their disbandment before they could even take action after Jun Changshao killed people to the point of madness. This was definitely the most cowardly alliance in the history of the planar battlefield. In the 9 Heavens continent's stronghold, when Mo Shangxing found out that the guy who killed people like flies was Jun Changshao, he sat on the chair in a daze. City Master. An elder's mouth twitched as he said, "This guy was punished by lightning and left unscathed in front of everyone." The shock in Mo Shangxing's eyes was even stronger. Although he didn't personally witness it, he could tell from the lightning that it was extremely terrifying. Even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to kill him. How could that guy be unscathed? There's only one possibility. Mo Shangxing thought for a moment and said with a serious expression, "The lightning punishment from the upper realm should be controlled by the falling star continent. It looks terrifying, but it's just for show." Hearing this, all the elders agreed. They were more willing to believe that the higher-ups were deliberately going easy on things that couldn't be explained by martial art. City Master. Another elder said, "There's news from the continent. The one in charge of the planar battlefield this time is Empress Lingyao, and she just ascended from the falling star continent." Mo Shangxing, who wasn't sure at first, slapped the armrest and said, "There really is someone above him." In a palace that seemed both real and illusory, the hunchbacked elder walked in and said, "My lord, you only gathered half of the lightning punishment's power. If this is reported to the realm hall, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Lying on the throne and surrounded by clouds, the woman said calmly, "He's just a half-saint. It's reasonable for me to use half of the lightning punishment's power. Moreover, don't the people on duty try to fight for benefits for their former mortal realm every time? What's wrong with me lowering the difficulty?" The elder fell silent. The Lord was clearly using her position on duty to side with the falling star continent. But thinking about the long-standing unspoken rules, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao walked out of the space-time pocket energetically, then spread his arms and said, "Nice." The 1-month side effect of Unstoppable Blade had been completely eliminated under the time acceleration. Moreover, after meditating inside, his understanding of the dragon elephant Prajnapam had improved significantly. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, "When are we going to the battlefield?" Jun Changshao knew that this guy was in a hurry to build, so he said, "Bring Zui Ji and the others in. Remember, don't leave the base without permission." Li Qingyang said in surprise, "Patriarch, you're not going in?" "I'm going to Wondrous Flower Palace." That day, Jun Changshao set off for this fourth-rate sect that he had established an alliance with but had never visited before. As for Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, they entered the planar battlefield. They obeyed the Patriarch's orders and were only responsible for construction inside. They wouldn't leave the safe zone easily. Actually, there was nothing to do outside. After experiencing so many fortuitous encounters and killing, everyone was afraid of the falling star continent. No one had the courage to offend them. Wondrous Flower Palace, Main Hall. Jun Patriarch, our palace lord is cultivating. I've already sent someone to inform her. Please wait for a moment, Zhang Sun Fanghua said with a smile. After the 9 Poisons Temple incident, this elder's attitude towards Jun Changshao had completely changed. It's fine, it's fine. Jun Changshao sat down and smiled at the female disciple serving tea. Jun is just here to pay a visit. It's nothing important. I'm sorry if I've disturbed Palace Lord Shi's cultivation. Zhang Sun Fanghua said, Jun Patriarch, have you heard of the altar's information on the planar battlefield? This, Jun Changshao pondered for a moment, then said, I've heard a little. Chapter 921. Sigh. Zhang Sun Fanghua sighed and said, 5 years later, we'll send 2,000 martial artists to the dimensional battlefield. I'm afraid it'll be hard to tell if they'll survive. Good. Another pessimist. Jun Changshao said, Senior Zhangsun, you don't have to worry. Besides, it'll be Wu Huang going. You're only a peak martial king now. He shut his mouth after saying that. Maybe she could break through in 5 years. This was what Zhangsun Fanghua was worried about. She had broken through to peak martial king for a long time. It was entirely possible for her to break through to martial emperor in 5 years. This was equivalent to meeting the criteria. If the first batch couldn't enter, the second and third batch would definitely be sent. Zhangsun Fanghua didn't have the resolve of City Lord Han and the other experts to sacrifice their lives for the continent. She just didn't want to leave Miaohua Palace. After all, she had to share many of the sect's responsibilities. Jun Patriarch. Zhangsun Fanghua said with a sad expression, 5 years later, if I go to the dimensional battlefield, please help my palace lord. This feeling. It was like making arrangements for her death. Jun Changshao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, there's always a way out. Senior Zhangsun, don't be so pessimistic. Speaking of which, the martial artists of the Starfall continent were too unconfident. The next time he went in to cause trouble, should he set up a projection array and broadcast it live to give them confidence? The system said, Host, you're thinking too much. The transmission of image signals between single planes is a big problem. The images in a continent could be transmitted through arrays, but the dimensional battlefield and the Starfall continent were two different planes. No one knew how far they were apart. It would be very difficult to transmit them through a projection array. I'm just thinking about it. Jun Changshao thought to himself, if this kind of thing could be transmitted through arrays, it would definitely be a little shocking. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, a light voice came from the side door of the hall. Shi Jingxian, wearing large glasses, walked in. From her attire, she didn't seem to be cultivating. She deliberately dressed up. Palace Lord. Zhangsun Fanghua said, I have something to deal with. I'll take my leave first. Only Jun Changshao and Shi Jingxian were left in the hall. Jun Patriarch. Shi Jingxian sat on the palace lord's seat and said with a smile, How come you have the time to come to my exquisite flower palace? Since our two sects have formed an alliance, it's only natural for us to interact more. As Jun Changshao spoke, he carefully looked at the woman and found that she was more energetic than before after not seeing her for a while. The great elder mentioned the planar battlefield just now. Jun Patriarch has reached the Emperor realm. Even if he's not part of the first batch, he'll be part of the second batch, Shi Jingxian said. Jun Changshao said, I don't care which batch it is. Jun Patriarch's attitude is really good. Shi Jingxian frowned and said, After my elders learned of this matter, they were so worried that they couldn't even eat. It's not a big problem. Jun Changshao said, Come to my Sect of All Times cafeteria. I guarantee that the more worried they are, the more they eat. Poochie. Shi Jingxian covered her mouth and laughed. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, Actually, the planar battlefield isn't as scary as everyone thinks. As long as you relax, it'll be fine. To him, it wasn't scary, but the cultivators of the falling star continent didn't know. Especially those big shots who were worried about whether they would be bullied by the Crimson Sea continent and Lingyun continent if they entered the planar battlefield. Shi Jingxian said seriously, I'll work hard in the next 5 years. If Jun Patriarch is chosen, She lowered her head and said in a low voice, I'm willing to enter the planar battlefield with you. Jun Changshao said with a smile, So, Palace Master, she can break through to the Emperor realm in 5 years? Big brother. Is breaking through to the Emperor realm the important thing? If Elder Wei was here, he would have covered his head and said, I can teach Su Goxing, but I can never teach Jun Goxing. Shi Jingxian smiled brightly and said, My talent isn't bad. As long as I focus on cultivation, I should be able to break through to the Wu Huang realm in 5 years. Recovering from her eye disease not only gave her light, but it also gave her absolute confidence. Okay. Jun Changshao said, "If I enter the planar battlefield in 5 years, I'll definitely bring Palace Master Shi with me." Shi Jingxian meant that she was willing to experience life and death with him, while Go Xing meant that he was willing to bring her in. Their attitudes were completely different. Oh right. Jun Changshao took out something similar to a crystal core from his interspatial ring and said, "This is the strange attribute I absorbed from Palace Master Shi's body. It's been purified, and I'm here to return it to you." Shi Jingxian was confused. Jun Changshao said, "I still have things to do at the sect. Jun will take his leave first." Shi Jingxian personally sent him to the sect gate. Looking at his departing figure, she muttered in disappointment, "So he's just here to give me something." After returning to her residence, she took out the translucent spirit core and recalled what Jun Changshao said just now. Puzzled, she asked, "It's been purified?" Shua. Shi Jingxian released her spiritual sense and fused it with the spirit core. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the strange attribute was released from it and then lingered around her body. It fused with her without permission and then gathered in her dantian. "That attribute is here again." Shi Jingxuan's face was full of surprise. The strange attribute that was absorbed by the vacuum cleaner had always existed in her dantian. Every time she was depressed, it would erupt like a flood and cause her to enter a berserk state. During the years of treating her eye disease, Shi Jingxian had thought of getting rid of the energy, but she had failed time and time again. Later, when she went berserk in the 9-poison temple, the strange attribute was taken away and never returned. It seems to be more docile than before. Shi Jingxian used her mind to communicate with the attribute that had gathered in her dantian and found that it was no longer as irritable as before. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the strange attribute seemed to be stimulated by her mind. It immediately flashed and then suddenly spread out, spreading to all the meridians in her body. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were busy, suddenly sensed a strong energy fluctuation in the Patriarch's courtyard. They exclaimed in unison, "Oh no, the Patriarch went berserk again." They were very familiar with this kind of aura. Shua! Shua! In an instant, all the elders of Miao Hua Palace rushed to Shi Jingxuan's residence. However, when they landed in the courtyard, they were all dumbfounded because the palace master had just walked out of her room. She was emitting a strong aura, and her strength had increased a lot. However, although her eyes looked a little cold, there were no signs of her going berserk. "Palace Master, are you all right?" Zhang Sun Fanghua asked softly. Shi Jingxian said, "I'm fine." Zhang Sun Fanghua, Ling Xingyue, and the others widened their eyes. The aura emitted by the Palace Master was obviously consistent with her previous berserk state, but why was she so calm and could even speak normally? Whoosh! Suddenly, the strong aura that gathered around Shi Jingxian dissipated and retracted in her dantian. The coldness in her eyes turned into gentleness as she muttered, "Is this the purification that Sect Master Jun was talking about?" Yes. This was purification. It eliminated the unclean things that originally controlled one's thoughts, leaving behind beneficial energy. Now, Shi Jingxian could enter a cultivation berserk state for a fixed period of time and did not have to worry about losing her rationality. This is amazing! She was secretly shocked. How did Jun Patriarch do it? It was not Jun Changshao who did it, but Arya, who was proficient in whips and candles, did it. At this moment, the lightning tribulation energy trapped in the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda took human forms and was painfully and happily being trained by it. Sect of all times. After returning, Jun Changshao first went to the dimensional battlefield and saw Li Qingyang leading the disciples to actively dig the foundation. Then, he placed the incubator in the study. This egg is an opportunity left behind by Venerable Guan Hai. It means that it came from the upper realm. If it hatches, it will definitely be some rare beast. Jun Changshao took out dozens of crystal cores of decent levels and transferred all the energy inside. Then, he slapped it on the incubation button, and the LED screen immediately showed the words: Incubation time, 0/30 days. Mutation rate, 0/100. As expected, Jun Changshao broke down. Hatchet, I'll have to spend money again. Brother. He turned his head and grabbed the camera, saying tearfully, recommendation tickets and monthly tickets can increase the mutation rate. I need support. Chapter 922. Back when he hatched the little dragon, in order to let it mutate, Jun Changshao had sold everything he had. Now that he had another egg from the upper realm, he was prepared to spend money. After all, what was the point of playing without spending money? At that time, he didn't have any money. Even if he spent tens of millions, his heart would ache so much that he wouldn't be able to sleep. Now that he had the support of various industries, he had sufficient funds. Come. Jun Changshao took out a large amount of crystal cores. These were all obtained from the 9-star elder. Ding. 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 The crystal core's energy was crazily poured into it. The mutation rate gradually rose from 0 to 50. As a player whose equipment would shatter even with a 95% success rate, Jun Changshao definitely pursued a 100% success rate. Hence, he continued to pour energy in. Discarded crystal cores were thrown on the ground one by one. At this time, if the martial artists of the Starfall continent saw this, their eyelids would definitely twitch, because if converted into money, it would definitely exceed tens of millions. Jun Patriarch really didn't lack money. Moreover, the crystal cores were snatched from the dimensional battlefield. Spending them didn't hurt at all. After pouring in an unknown amount of energy, the mutation rate on the LED screen finally rose to 100. Okay. Jun Changshao said very comfortably, just wait for 30 days. The little dragon's incubation time was 15 days, and this one needed 30 days. He couldn't help but guess, what kind of awesome beast would it be? Incubation was a long process. Jun Patriarch wouldn't be guarding it every day, so he focused on cultivating and managing the sect. Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported, the Taishan Xingzong found a small group of demon sect remnants at the Raging Waves Lake. They have already sent experts to encircle and eliminate them. These self-proclaimed righteous sects are really sparing no effort to eliminate the demon sect's martial artists. Jun Changshao shook his head and said. Li Luoqiu said, Little Mo said that it's a good opportunity for promotion and volunteered to go with the sect's experts. Tell him to be careful. Jun Changshao didn't plan on cooperating with Su Xiaoma's act. After all, it was enough for old man Jun Tian to appear once. If he appeared frequently, it would arouse suspicion. I have another piece of news. Li Luoqiu said, spies have reported that all the plants in a valley in the southeast province have withered. During this period of time, she had been developing her intelligence network. She had successfully covered the remote southeast first prefecture and was one step closer to covering all 9 major prefectures. Jun Changshao immediately took it to heart. After all, it might be related to the soul race that the Array Emperor had mentioned. He definitely would not forget this race that had brought disaster to the falling star continent. Therefore, he had to investigate it as soon as possible. He could not allow the tragedy of the ancient era to happen again. After learning the exact location, Jun Changshao personally went to the southeast Shu province. 2 hours later, he arrived at the valley where the vegetation had withered. Not only did he find many withered skeletons of spirit beasts, but he also found the skeletons of dozens of martial artists. There were fingerprints and claw marks on the ground. It was obvious that they had struggled before they died. They finally couldn't hold back and made a move on humans? Jun Changshao's gaze gradually turned cold. If he didn't find this guy who absorbed the energy of others to improve himself, he would become a scourge sooner or later. In a dark forest, dozens of martial artists were carefully advancing. Walking at the back was a man in a black robe. Because he kept his head down, his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Little guy. The middle-aged man walking at the front smiled and said, "When we find the opportunity, we will naturally share it with you. Many thanks." The black-robed man raised his head and smiled. From the appearance and voice, it was indeed Dai Lu, who hadn't appeared for a long time. As a little villain who had lived from the first chapter until now, there were definitely readers who cheered for him here. There were also readers who wished for him to die immediately. "Boss," a martial artist said, "found it." While speaking, everyone stopped. There was a natural cave in front of them. Waves of cold wind blew out from inside. It was obvious that a powerful spirit beast was hiding inside. "Little guy," the middle-aged man said, "there is a 1,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure in the cave. You go and lure the spirit beast out. We will take the opportunity to sneak in and take out the treasure. Then we will divide it equally." Dai Lu frowned slightly. No wonder they took the initiative to form a team and invite him. It turned out that they wanted him to be the vanguard and be the cannon fodder. If it was in the past, I might have foolishly gone to attract the spirit beast. But now, why would I do such a stupid thing? Dai Lu said, "You guys attract the spirit beast. I will go in and take the heaven and earth treasure." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Didn't we agree before joining the team that you must listen to my orders?" "Yes, we agreed," Dai Lu said coldly, "but if you want to die, I have the right to refuse." "Little guy." The surrounding martial artists immediately surrounded him and said coldly, "Boss told you to go, so you must go. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this forest alive." A threat. A blatant threat. Dai Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of grassland green. "Little guy," Soul said unhappily, "if it were me, I would have already absorbed all these evil martial artists. Why would I pretend to be polite with them?" Sigh. Dai Lu sighed and said to himself, "I just want to get the heaven and earth treasure. I don't want to absorb their energy." Soul said, "In this world of mutual deception, who would give you benefits for no reason? So just be straightforward and absorb all their energy." Okay, I will go," Dai Lu said. Soul. He had been teaching by example every day. Why was this guy still not enlightened? "Hurry up," the martial artists urged in a low voice. Dai Lu did not say anything and walked toward the cave. Since he had come to the location of the heaven and earth treasure, he could just go in and absorb the spirit beast. Then, he could take the treasure away and be done with it. "Third brother," the middle-aged man said in a low voice, "when that guy reaches the entrance of the cave, think of a way to alert the spirit beast inside." "Yes, boss." The martial artist next to him took out a longbow from behind, then took out a special arrow and knocked it on the string. Swish. When Dai Lu was about to reach the cave, the arrow suddenly broke through the wind and instantly hit the stone wall. There was a loud bang. Roar. The spirit beast that was resting heard the noise and then dragged its huge body out of the cave. Its huge eyes instantly locked on to the black-robed human. "Damn it!" Dai Lu cursed in his heart. The dozens of martial artists hiding in the dark saw the spirit beast appear and locked on to that guy. The corners of their mouths suddenly raised into a smile. Roar! The spirit beast that was infinitely close to the emperor level in strength pounced angrily. Dai Lu's eyes flashed coldly. He was about to use the energy in his body when he saw a huge fist coming from the sky and directly hitting the spirit beast's head. Boom! The powerful spirit energy spread, rolling up dust. The dozens of martial artists hiding in the dark were all stunned because a young man in white stood in the sky above the dust. He looked familiar. They seemed to have seen him somewhere before. "Big brother," the martial artist with the longbow said in shock. It's the patriarch of the Sect of all times." Swish. Jun Chongshao floated down and picked up the crystal core that had rolled on the ground. He then looked at Dai Lv, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, "We are quite fated to meet here." Dai Lu's mouth twitched slightly. The explosive power of this fellow's sudden punch made him feel extremely insignificant. Jun Changshao walked into the cave and put the treasure into his interspatial ring. He then walked out and looked at the group of martial artists in the distance and reminded, "These people are not easy to deal with. Don't get too close to them in the future." Swish. After he finished speaking, he flew away. He left quietly, just as he came quietly. He waved his hand lightly and took away the treasure. Dai Lu stood in place for a long time before he came back to his senses. He then clenched his fist and cried in pain in his heart, "Why did this guy save me?" Chapter 9:23. Killing the spirit beast with one punch and then taking away the treasure, this was in line with Jun Changxiao's style of acting cool and running away. However, Dai Lu was deeply shocked. Especially when the fist came down, the terrifying aura that exploded out made him realize that the gap between him and him was too big. The matter of revenge. There was no hope at all. What made Dai Lu even more intolerable was that he was saved by him. One must know that after the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect, the only thing that kept Greenscarf Brother growing stronger was that unforgettable hatred. Now that he was saved by the person he hated, although this saving was obviously unnecessary, it was still hard for him to accept. In other words, after Jun Changshao appeared and beat Dai Lu up, it would make him feel good, but saving him was no different from fiercely whipping his soul. Save? Greenscarf Brother was thinking too much. Jun Changshao was just passing by to investigate the withered plants and coincidentally found the treasure. It was not about saving, it was more because it was convenient. Of course, knowing Dai Lu was also one of the reasons why Jun Changshao saved him. Although the two had conflicts, it was only a few years ago. Now that he had broken through to the sage-to-be level, he had a magnanimous heart and would not fuss over the past. Qin Haoren was a classic example. After Jun Changshao had absolute power, he only arranged for the 100 Sect alliance and did not deliberately make things difficult for him and the other sect elders. When you have no money, the people around you look down on you, but when you have money and wealth that can rival a country, you have already risen to another level and naturally would not lower yourself to the same level as ordinary people. Status determines one's attitude. Why did that guy save me? Why did that guy save me? Dai Lu was still roaring in his heart, unable to let go of the fact that he was saved by Jun Changshao. Soul said indifferently, "It's very simple. He thinks that you are trash and no threat to him, so he saved you with a kind of charity attitude, making you feel grateful towards him." These words were really bad. Making Jun Changshao save him in passing, it was raised to the level of humiliation. Damn it! Dai Lu clenched his fists and said, "Sooner or later, I will make you and your sect of all times pay the price." He had said such harsh words many times. Although he had been tortured thousands of times by Night Emperor, he still persisted and never wavered. Boss. A few martial artists walked out of the cave and broke down. The treasures are gone. They must have been taken away by the patriarch of the sect of all times. AI. The middle-aged man sighed, and then he glanced at the dazed Dai Lu and said, "We worked for nothing. Let's go. What should we do with this kid?" "Kill him." "Alright." Originally, he had hoped that the other party would lure the spirit beast out and provide him with an opportunity to enter the cave to steal the heavenly treasure. Now that the item had been taken away by Jun Changshao, it naturally lost its value. Swoosh. Whoosh. Dozens of cultivators surrounded Dai Lu, their eyes flashing with cold, killing intent. Soul said, "Kid, do you see reality now? These people have been treating you like a fool." Dai Lu came back to his senses and muttered, "Aren't you the same?" Soul. "Since the entire world is bullying me, then it doesn't matter if I destroy the world," Dai Lu muttered to himself. His eyes gradually turned green, and he seemed to have entered a berserk state. Soul hurriedly dissuaded him. "Jun Changshao just left. If you erupt so recklessly, you will definitely alarm him." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, green attributes suddenly burst out and enveloped the dozens of martial artists around him. Dai Lu's killing intent surged. Die. Whoosh whoosh. The spirit energy of the spirit cores was drawn out uncontrollably. Everyone's skin quickly withered, and in the end, they turned into corpses and scattered on the ground before they could even scream. Jun Changshao, who was about to go to another withered area, suddenly stopped and frowned. This aura is a bit strange. The system said, it's different from the martial arts system of the falling star continent. Whoosh. Jun Changshao quickly turned back. When he came to the cave where he took the treasure, he saw dozens of withered corpses scattered around. He said in a low voice, Soul Race. The system said, the kid you saved just now is not among them. Jun Changshao said, he killed them? As he spoke, he had fully released his spiritual sense and instantly covered an area of 500 miles, but he did not find Dai Lu. Patriarch. At this moment, the spy's voice sounded in his ear. According to our investigation, the withered areas that have recently appeared in the southeast have one thing in common. What is it? There will always be one person who will appear at the scene of the crime in advance. Who? According to our investigation, this person was once a disciple of the Spirit Spring Sect, and later joined Dai Lu of the Sacred Spring Sect. Jun Changshao sat on a boulder next to him, lit up an electronic cigarette, took a deep breath and said, So, this guy is the target I'm looking for? The system said, I knew it. This kid's aptitude is mediocre. How could he become so strong in such a short time? When did you say that? I just said it. F*CKU. Jun Changshao stood up, spat out a circle of smoke, and sneered. Kid, you've been exposed. You can escape for a while, but how can you escape for a lifetime? Whoosh, the mechanical armed wings spread out, turned into a stream of light, and flew quickly in the southeast province. His spiritual sense spread crazily in all directions, completely carpet-searching. The soul race in Dai Lu's body surprised Jun Changshao, but since he found out, he must find him as soon as possible and eliminate the potential threat that could threaten the continent in the cradle. Save the world. He was serious. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, Dai Lu turned into a stream of green light, moving forward at an extremely fast speed that made others panic. After being tortured by the Night Emperor in the southern Baron state, only a year had passed, and he had broken through to the Emperor stage. This speed of growth was indeed astonishing. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Soul roared in his heart, that guy is about to catch up. Damn it. Dai Lu broke down. I just killed some people who wanted to kill me. Is there a need to chase me so desperately? Who told you to unleash the devouring power so recklessly? Soul roared. Any expert with a bit of strength will feel that there's a problem. These two brothers obviously did not understand that Jun Changshao appeared in the southeast province to investigate the devouring power. Now that he was targeted, it was impossible to escape. No. Soul sensed the energy fluctuations coming at him at an extremely fast speed and said, He'll catch up soon. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light flew over from behind the curve, and then directly hung on the path that he had to pass through. Screech. Dai Lu slammed on the brakes, and his face was extremely ugly. He was clearly running fast enough, but he was still easily caught up. Was this the huge gap in strength? I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Kid. Jun Changshao said, there should be something unclean in your body. I'm going to take it out today. Something unclean? Could it be soul? How did he know about this? Jun Changshao. Dai Lu said angrily, I don't understand what you're talking about. Jun Changshao carried the magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back and said, although the soul race can help you quickly improve your strength, they're just treating you like a puppet. Today, I'll help you escape from the sea of bitterness. Help me escape from the sea of bitterness? Dai Lu laughed. Then, his eyes flashed with grief and indignation as he shouted, "Isn't it because of you that I'm in this state today?" Smack! Jun Changshao appeared in front of him and slapped him hard. He said, "What does it have to do with me that the soul race is residing in your body?" Chapter 924. Brother Greenscarf's fate had nothing to do with Jun Changshao. After all, he had nothing to do with the soul race entering his body. However, for Dai Lv to bear such a grudge and not hesitate to become stronger, it was definitely related to him. To be exact, Dai Lu had worked hard to cultivate after awakening his devouring power. His current strength was partly due to Jun Changshao and partly due to Yi Xingqian. But this was a good ending. Dai Lu lay in the deep pit on the ground. His bones were about to fall apart. This man was too strong. He was not even an ant in front of him. I can't accept this. Dai Lu clenched his fist. Kid, Soul said, this person is a half-step saint. You have no chance of winning against him. If you want to live, give me your body. Can you defeat him if I give it to you? Dai Lu asked in his mind. Yes. Soul's tone was firm. Dai Lu forced a bitter smile and said, I know you've always wanted to take over my body. I also know that I have some value and can be used by you. Although he had been deceived by the old man, Brother Greenscarf was not stupid. He knew some things even if he did not say them out loud. If giving you my body can help me take revenge for the destruction of my sect, then take it. After saying this, Dai Lu completely relaxed. He allowed the devouring power to take control of his body and devour his thoughts. There was no hope of escape. There was no hope of revenge. He was willing to give his life to the Abyss Devil to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Whoosh whoosh! The powerful grassland green attribute turned into rays of light and enveloped Dai Lu like silk. Is this the power of the soul race? Jun Changshao, who was standing in the air, did not activate the vacuum because he was very curious. What was so special about this race that had caused a war between emperors in ancient times? Bang! After a while, the green energy that enveloped him suddenly exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Streams of light flew and waves of air spread. Ta! At the center of the whistling energy, the green-haired Dai Lu stood up. His originally weak face became cold, and his body was surrounded by green energy current. Crack! Dai Lu clenched his fists and said coldly, although this body is still very weak, it can still allow me to exert some of my power. Killing a half-step Wu Xing is no problem at all. Hey! Jun Changshao, who was suspended in the air, asked, What's your super number? Brat. Dai Lu raised his head and said with a sinister smile, If it weren't for your sudden appearance, that brat might not have been willing to offer up his body. So, in return, he raised his hand and green energy quickly gathered in his palm. It's better for him to die. Boom! The gathered energy turned into a beam of light and blasted down from above. Because the power was extremely terrifying, space was instantly torn apart. Boom! The green beam of light exploded in midair. Whoosh! Jun Changshao walked out from the rolling clouds. The true Yang sword in his hand shone brightly. He smiled and said, Your strength is not bad. You deserve this seat to fight seriously. Dai Lu frowned slightly. His attack was extremely powerful, but it couldn't do anything to him. This patriarch of the sect of all times, who rose in such a short time, was still quite strong. This was also good. Today, he would sacrifice him to the heavens and announce to the falling star continent that the soul race was back. Whoosh! While he was thinking, Jun Changshao had already rushed down. The true Yang sword cut through the void and immediately spread out a dense sword energy. Ling Jian's one-word sword formula had been comprehended to the extreme. The sword energy that he released was completely invisible to the naked eye. Bang! 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 Dai Lu, who was controlled by the soul race, gathered green spiritual energy in his palms and shattered all the sword energy with a domineering force. However, he was shocked in his heart. From the strength contained in the sword energy, he instantly judged that this kid's strength was definitely not an ordinary half-step wusheng. It was even possible that he had reached a level infinitely close to Wu Sheng's level. Shua! Shua! Jun Changshao attacked again. The sword energy that he released was even more powerful than before. Dai Lu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly dodged to the side, and then took the opportunity to wave his palm. Green glow formula. Whoosh whoosh. Green energy suddenly gathered in front of him. At the same time, the vitality of the plants in the area was immediately drawn and quickly withered as they lost their energy. Kid. After accumulating energy, Dai Lu pushed his palms forward and shouted coldly, "Go to hell!" Whoosh whoosh. The energy that absorbed the vitality of the surroundings and was greatly strengthened immediately rushed over like a cannonball. This force was so strong that even the space in the distance was distorted by the shock. A battle of this level was definitely rare in the Starfall continent. Unfortunately, there was no audience to be surprised. Facing the incoming green energy, Jun Changxiao's right hand, which was holding the true Yang sword, quickly turned into steel and slashed at the opponent. Whoosh! The incomparably cold sword energy, supported by the combat form of the mechanical armed wings, ruthlessly tore the green energy apart. Then, there were two boom-boom sounds, shaking the space and causing a large area to collapse. Dai Lu, whose move was broken, was dumbfounded. This green glow formula of his could kill half-step saints in the Starfall continent like cutting grass. Why was it so weak in front of this kid? Because he was a cheater. Jun Changshao stood proudly with his sword and said, "If that's all you can do, I don't mind letting you get a boxed meal now." Dai Lv's eyes were filled with anger as he said, "Kid, your strength has surprised me. But don't be arrogant. Wait until I cultivate for a while more, then I'll definitely trample you beneath my feet." From his tone, it seemed like he was going to escape. He had already analyzed that the strength of the patriarch of the sect of all times was not below him. If they really fought, he might not be at an advantage. Therefore, he might as well leave and absorb energy without restraint. When he was stronger, he would destroy this sect and then plunder the entire continent. Whoosh! He retreated as soon as he said so. However, just as he ran a few dozen meters, he heard a cold shout from behind, "Dragon Elephant Prajnapam!" Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In an instant, a desolate and heavy aura suddenly erupted in the sky. Dai Lu hurriedly looked up and saw dozens of huge dragon elephant phantoms appear and then ruthlessly suppress him. No, boom! 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 The ground in this area suddenly trembled violently, and the rising dust could be said to cover the sky and the sun. What's going on? The martial artists thousands of miles away felt the movement and all looked up. They saw a gurgling spiritual energy ripple over, causing the space to almost distort. There are top experts fighting? Heavens, this seems to be just the momentum of the aftershocks, but it can actually distort space. Could it be Wu Xing? In the center of the tremor, the dust gradually dispersed. A huge pit appeared in his field of vision, and Dai Lu was in the deepest part of it, dripping with blood. Swoosh! Jun Changshao landed, raised the vacuum cleaner, and said, "It wasn't easy for me to find you. How can I let you slip away under my nose?" Dai Lu's injuries were too serious and he could no longer speak. "Pa!" The flat vacuum mouth was pressed against his forehead. Jun Changshao imitated the tone of a man who swore to become the pirate king and said, "Third gear." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong suction force suddenly erupted, and the devouring power in his body and Dai Lu's head of green hair were all sucked in. Pa! He turned off the vacuum cleaner. Jun Changxiao's consciousness merged into the vacuum cleaner, and saw the green energy crazily crashing against the barrier. He smiled and said, "This thing is indeed effective against the soul race." What? At this moment, the seriously injured and bald Dai Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his turbid eyes gradually became clear. Kid. Jun Changshao squatted down and smiled innocently. Your bones are exquisite, and you are a one-in-a-million martial arts genius, so I've decided to give you another chance. Are you willing to join the Sect of all times and become a disciple? No, Dai Lu said. I know you want to say that you are very grateful. Jun Changshao carried him and said, Then follow me back to the Sect. What's there to be grateful for? I want to say that I'm not willing. Chapter 925. My name is Dai Lu. I'm currently in a sect that bears a grudge against me from the moment I appeared. I'm even being watched by a group of disciples like a monkey. I'm panicking right now. What should I do? Waiting online. Urgent. Li Fei stepped on a happy football and smiled. Patriarch, is this the new junior brother? To be personally brought back by the Patriarch, he definitely had real skills and could definitely take a beating. He looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I think so too. Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, and the others were discussing. Although Dai Lu's injuries were quite serious, he could still think. He could still hear everyone's discussion and almost spat out blood. In the past, he was a disciple of the Holy Spring Sect and had once fought with Yi Xingqian. Did he not have any sense of presence? Patriarch, is he a Buddhist cultivator? Lu Wanshur asked. The little girl had this judgment because Dai Lu's green hair had been sucked away by the vacuum cleaner. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first benefit from it. The current Brother Green Scarf had become Brother Bald. If he joined the Sect of all times and became a disciple, he would benefit from various martial arts facilities. Even if he became bald, he would also become stronger. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch, his injuries are very serious. Do you want to treat him first? No need. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, Lock him in the prison first. Although he forcefully brought Dai Lu back, if he was not willing to join the Sect of all times, he definitely would not force him. Go Sheng was very principled and particular about certain things. Mad Wolf is a kind of attitude. Mad Wolf is not restrained. Mad Wolf, Mad Wolf. In the prison, Zhao Daodu leisurely hummed a song. As the number one prisoner of the Sect of all times, although he rarely went out, he could hear the dynamic music from the training ground every day. Over time, he learned it. After being locked up for so long, the only thing he could use to relieve his boredom was singing. Creak. Suddenly, the prison door opened. Zhao Daoda hurriedly shut his mouth and subconsciously shrank into a corner. It was not mealtime yet. Since the door had been opened, there was only one possibility: a new cellmate was coming. As expected, Xiao Ziji grabbed Dai Lu and walked over. Then, he placed him on the wooden bed and turned around to leave. Zhao Daodu didn't go over immediately. Instead, he stayed in the corner vigilantly and thought to himself, someone who can be locked up in the Sect of all times must be a big shot. Although this brother's cultivation was ordinary, his cellmates were either demon kings or half-saints. The worst was the Nine Venoms Palace Master, who was as beautiful as a flower. After he was released from prison, he would definitely be able to brag in front of others for the rest of his life. A few minutes passed. Zhao Daodu found that the guy was still lying down. Judging from the frequency of his breathing, it seemed that he was seriously injured. So he went over and confirmed that he was really injured. He then sat on the bed and said, Friend, how did you get in? Dai Lu remained silent. His injuries were very serious. All his meridians were damaged. This wasn't important. What was important was that no matter how he tried to activate it, he couldn't activate the devouring power. That guy who called himself Soul had also disappeared. Gone. Everything was gone. Dai Lu, who was lying flat on the bed, couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. All these years, hatred had been his motivation. The devouring power was the foundation that made him infinitely stronger. Now that he had lost it, he was back to square one. God! Dai Lu screamed in his heart, "Why did you do this to me? Why are you still crying?" Zhao Daoda shook his head and comforted him. "Friend, it's normal for people to have ups and downs in life. Since you've become a prisoner, the only thing you can do is to treat it normally. Look at me. I've been locked up for a few years, but I'm still not happy. Come. Sing loudly with me. The mad wolf is an attitude. The mad wolf is rising and falling." Dai Lu thought to himself, "Is this guy crazy?" After the number 1 prisoner Zhao Daodu became the palace master of 9 Poisons Temple, he finally welcomed a new prisoner. However, it could be seen that the other party was a little pessimistic. So in order to not make him sad and give up on himself, he sat beside him and fed him chicken soup when he had time. "When I was first locked up, I had the thought of dying. But later on, I figured it out. If I die, won't I have nothing left? So I have to live, even if I have to live without dignity. There's no smooth sailing in a person's life. If you don't experience great storms, how can you become a real man? A withered flower can't make a whole spring. A setback can't make a whole life desolate. When you fall to the bottom, don't despair. Raise your head and you'll see a brilliant starry sky." Under the comforting words of chicken soup for the soul, Dai Lu's injuries were getting better every day. If there was a brick next to him, he would definitely pick it up and let him shut his noisy mouth. In the study, Jun Changshao merged into the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda. Master Arya, who was holding a small leather whip and whipping the power of the thunder calamity, stopped and smiled. "Why are you here?" "To send you a prisoner." As Jun Changshao spoke, he took out the vacuum cleaner. "Prisoner?" Arya's eyes lit up. Whoosh! The vacuum cleaner was opened. A ball of green attributes was like a devil that had been sealed for a long time, frantically fleeing outside. In the end, it slammed into the space barrier and bounced back. Arya was quite surprised. "What a violent attribute! Can it be purified?" Jun Changshao asked. "Pa!" Arya whipped the green attribute, causing it to instantly turn into a human form. She smiled sinisterly. "As long as it's taken into the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda, there's nothing I can't purify, Master." She stared with her eyes wide open. "This guy isn't an energy attribute. It's a creature with a thinking system." "That's right," Jun Changshao said. "Wow." Arya was surprised. "This is the first time I've seen a creature with such an attribute. Damn it." The soul turned into a human form, holding the arm that was whipped. He said angrily, "Jun Changshao, you'd better let me go quickly, or else—" Whoosh! Whoosh! Before he could finish, red ropes suddenly darted over, binding him from his ankles to his legs, until his whole body was tied up. He was hung in the air in a U shape. Arya walked over and said, "This is my territory. Don't be arrogant." As she spoke, she raised the sexy leather whip and was about to whip him wildly. However, Jun Changshao stopped her and said, "If you cooperate and answer some questions, I can consider letting you go." "Humph!" The soul sneered. "I don't know anything. Trying to get information? No way. You're a man." Jun Changshao gave Arya a look and said, "Treat him well." "Yes, master." Arya couldn't wait any longer. Her small face suddenly turned demonic, and then she raised the leather whip and began to whip him wildly. "Are you going to talk or not?" Smack, smack, smack. "Are you going to talk or not?" Smack, smack, smack. Under the whipping, the soul let out a heart-wrenching roar. The humanoid Thunder Punishment Force hiding in the corner trembled in fear. They had a deep understanding of the feeling of being whipped. The soul-subduing whip had the effect of whipping the depths of the soul, so no matter if it was a creature or an attribute, it couldn't withstand it at all. Still not talking? Arya took out a lit candle and directly attacked. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Are you going to talk or not? Say no. The soul finally couldn't take the torture and roared with a ferocious expression. He didn't ask, what should I say? Yeah. Arya took back the candle and said, Master, you haven't asked yet. Chapter 926. Jun Changshao had a lot of questions to ask this soul race. For example, after the Battle of the Gods, why was he still alive, and why was he residing in Dai Lu's body? Although I was severely injured by the great desolation martial emperor, my soul was not destroyed. I have always been lurking in the falling star continent, looking for a suitable body to occupy. By chance, I met Dai Lu, who was on the verge of death, and sensed his powerful resentment, so I successfully sneaked into his body. Soul explained in a trembling voice. So obedient? That's right. Arya next to him held the soul-subduing whip in her left hand and the soul-subduing candle in her right. It could be seen that after a short period of training, this guy who claimed to be the owner of this body was completely obedient. Jun Changshao said, Are the soul race shapeless? We soul race have an innate ability called soul transformation. We can release the soul form and then reside in the body of other living beings, Soul said. Seeing that this guy was so cooperative, Arya put away the tools, and a harmless smile appeared on her face. Soul heaved a sigh of relief, but there was more sadness in his heart. After all, he was a third soul overlord, and he actually ended up in such a miserable state. If the power of thunder punishment knew what he was thinking, they would definitely look at him with disdain. Was a living being from a mortal plane very powerful? We came from the upper realm, but we were still whipped and tortured. Did we ever show off? Were we ever proud? In other words, you have a physical body, and you only transformed your soul into a void to invade the falling star continent? Jun Changshao said. That's right. His soul trembled as he spoke. Jun Changshao said, Do you have any martial arts resources or martial arts manuals in your soul race plane? Or ores, crystal cores, medicinal herbs, and so on? This was a very important question. No. Soul said, The plane we live in is on the verge of being abandoned, so we keep devouring other planes to strengthen ourselves. F***CK. Jun Changshao thought, Array Emperor, you lied to me. He insisted that he save the world because he could enter the soul race continent to rob and then strengthen his sect. But there was nothing, so what was the point of entering? Forget it. It was fine not to save the falling star continent. Of course. Hun said proudly, Although the spirit continent is poor, we, the Hun race, are good at plundering. We have countless martial arts resources. In a barren plain, relying on one's innate ability to frantically plunder so that one could survive and grow stronger was definitely something to be proud of. Really? Jun Changshao's eyes blazed. As a member of the falling star continent, how could they stay out of trouble? They had to fight for their home. They had to go to the plane called the Soul Continent and cause trouble. Seeing the flickering light in that fellow's eyes, Soul shuddered and thought to himself, I have a bad feeling. The living beings of the spirit continent. Motherf **Ker, we've been tricked by you. Arya. Now that he knew everything he wanted to know, Jun Changshao instructed, I'll leave this guy to you. Purify all the unclean things on him as soon as possible. No problem. Arya summoned the soul-subduing whip again and laughed sinisterly. Little cutie, I will train you well. Hun was so shocked that his mind trembled. He hurriedly roared, Jun Changshao, you said you'd let me go. You can't keep your word. I said so. Jun Changshao said, but not now. You, smack. 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 Jun Changshao left, leaving behind a lowly holding a whip and frantically whipping a tied-up figure. The camera switched back and forth. It was very picturesque. In the cell, Dai Lu sat on the plank bed expressionlessly. Even if a beam of sunlight shone on his face through the iron window, he was still unmoved. Soul was crazily trained by Arya in the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda, and now he seemed to have lost his soul. Relying on the devouring power, Dai Lu broke through to the level of Wu Huang. But now that he had lost the former support, the future was simply dark for him. What's the value of me living in this world? He murmured, and his mood was extremely low. Zhao Daoda sat next to him and comforted him. If you're sad, try to look up at the sky. You'll forget it when you look at it. It's so big, it will definitely tolerate all your grievances. Dai Lu had no strength at all now. Otherwise, he would have knocked this guy's head against the wall so that he would not feed him any nutritious chicken soup. Creak. Suddenly, the cell door opened. 1 and 2 walked in from the outside, and then placed all the delicious dishes on the table. The aroma of the dishes immediately filled the entire cell. Zhao Daodu sniffed gently, and his saliva immediately flowed out. Dai Lu, who was depressed, was unmoved. His life was already gloomy, and he was not interested in anything. Jun Changshao walked in, sat in front of the table, and said, "Have you thought it through?" Dai Lu lowered his head and said, "I won't join the sect of all times, and I won't become your disciple." He clenched his fists and added another time limit. Forever. What a backbone! At this moment, Brother Green Scarf was a real man. The sect of all times has always been virtuous, and we will never force people to do things against their will. After eating this meal, you can leave at any time, Jun Changshao said. Jun Patriarch. Zhao Daoda raised his hand and said, "I'm willing to join the sect of all times, and I'm willing to be at your beck and call." As he spoke, he had already sat down at the table. Scram! Xiao! Zhao Daodu instantly retreated, and then curled up in a corner, feeling wronged. Why are all the new prisoners treated better than me? After eating this meal, I can leave. That's right. Jun Changshao said seriously. I'll also give you a pill to help you recover from your injuries. From now on, you can jump as high as the sea and fly as high as the sky. Dai Lu's eyes were filled with astonishment. He looked at the steaming hot food on the table and tried to move his body over. Swoosh! He sat down. Lu Wanshi made a lot of dishes, and many of them were made in the cooking competition and the God of Cookery competition, so someone who could eat them was really lucky. Dai Lu hesitated for a long time, but still picked up his chopstick. But just as he was about to eat, he raised his head with difficulty and said seriously, "Garlic." Zhao Daodu, give it to him. Yes. Erhe handed over a few cloves of garlic. Only then did Dai Lu start to eat, and the more he ate, the more tears flowed down. It was not because the food was too delicious, but because in order to survive, he had to compromise in front of his enemy. How painful was that? Gulp. Looking at that guy wolfing down the food, Zhao Daodu, who was squatting behind, drooled and said secretly, "Brother, leave a bite for me, don't eat it all." But after a while, the food on the table was all eaten by Dai Lu. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Can I leave now?" Jun Changshao's eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Wanshi's dishes were all her specialties. Was this guy not shocked? Could it be that this guy couldn't be tempted by delicious food? Looking at it now, Dai Lu was indeed not shocked by the food. He was just thinking about whether he could leave now that he was full. People with integrity would always be firm in their thoughts. People like the Purple King, Zhen Dejuan, and the others could only swallow their pride for a bowl of fried rice. Kid. Jun Changshao said, "When we went to Qingyang City, if you had agreed to be recruited, you would have been the second disciple. Now that you have rejected it again, don't regret it in the future." "I, Dai Lu, have never regretted anything in my life," Dai Lu said seriously. "All right." Jun Changshao threw over a healing pill, then pointed at the prison door and said, "Eat it, and you can leave now." Looking at the pitch-black pill, Dai Lv wondered if there was poison in it. However, if he wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Swish! Dai Lu picked up the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After the pill took effect, the damaged meridians were instantly repaired, and he became energetic. This He was stunned. Ever since he obtained the devouring power, he had been injured while cultivating, and he had also recovered quickly. However, he had never seen such a situation where he recovered so quickly from a serious injury. Did he eat a divine medicine? Jun Changshao said, "You can leave now." Swish. Dai Lu, who had recovered from his injuries, got up and walked to the prison cell. When he saw the light again after he went out, he took a deep breath. Jun Changshao, he said with his back to the prison cell, "Our enmity will not be eliminated because of this. Sooner or later, I, Dai Lu, will seek justice for the destroyed Spirit Spring Sect. You have no chance." Jun Changshao paused and added a time limit, forever. The green mountains do not change, and the clear water flows forever. Dai Lu said, "Goodbye." Swish. On this day, Dai Lu, who was caught in the sect of all times, flew out, setting a precedent for escaping unscathed. In his words, he had never regretted anything in his life. Patriarch. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Are you letting him go just like that? Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them. Jun Changshao's face was sanctimonious, but he was roaring in his heart. Delicacies can't tempt him. Healing pills can't either. Is this guy a devil? At first, this guy wanted to use delicacies to tempt Dai Lu to stay willingly. In the end, it was obvious that it had no effect, so he took out healing pills to show him how magical they were and decided to stay. However, he did not follow the script. The system complained, "Finally, someone has broken the sect of all times' law of fragrance." Dai Lu really left. He was not subdued by delicacies, nor was he subdued by healing pills. He was a real man. Although he did not follow the script, Jun Changshao did not particularly care. After all, the kid's soul had been absorbed, so the potential risk was eliminated. However, he was still a young Wu Huang. It was a pity to let him go just like that. Why don't I send Yi Xingchen over and catch that guy again? He had clearly said that he would let him go. If he went back on his word and caught him, it would be the same as confirming his shamelessness. Conflicted. The system said, "Does the host need to confirm his shamelessness? Isn't this obvious?" Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "That makes sense. Xing Chen, Pei Aniu, go catch that guy who just flew away. If he resists, then cripple him first." Whoosh! Yi Xingchen turned into a streak of light and headed west at an extremely fast speed. The system, "Sorry, it's my fault." Back to Dai Lu. This man who broke the sect of all times' law, after confirming that he really came out, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Jun Changshao. Dai Lu clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "Don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you let me go. I will take revenge for the destruction of the Spirit Spring Sect sooner or later." His voice rippled through the sky. How heart-wrenching! Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xingchen caught up and stopped not far away from him. He said indifferently, "Trash." Yi Xingchen. Seeing this man who made him lose his appetite for food and drink, Dai Lu's eyes suddenly erupted with intense anger. The humiliation that Jun Changshao brought to him was nothing more than being trampled in the beginning of the game. The damage to his dignity that Pei Ania brought to him was unforgettable. Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, Dai Lu's first stage Wu Huang cultivation fully erupted. Although he did not have the support of the devouring power, he still seemed very imposing. Yi Xingchen said in surprise, "He actually broke through Wu Huang." Dai Lu angrily rushed over. Monstrous anger spread all over his body, making him seem like an enraged lion. Then, Yi Xingchen dodged and directly hit him with a swipe. Bang! The ground cracked and dust flew. Yi Xingchen slowly landed and hung 6 feet away from Dai Lu, who was trapped in the pit. He said coldly, "Even if you have broken through Wu Huang, you will always be trash in front of me." "You..." Dai Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and clenched the soil tightly with both hands. During this period, He had been absorbing flowers and trees in the southeast province to cultivate. He thought that after breaking through Wu Huang, he would be able to trample this guy under his feet. In the end, he was completely defeated, even more so than in the southern Baron province. I've been working very hard. Why can't I beat him? Why am I always being abused? Could it be that this was his fate? Recalling the past and the scenes of being humiliated by Yi Xingqian on various occasions, Dai Lu suddenly burst into tears. He cried like a child. He also had the life of a protagonist. In the novel, he worked the hardest to cultivate and was the best at explaining the spirit of martial arts. However, he was always defeated by the reincarnated Great Emperor style. It was really sad and wronged. Plop. On the martial arts field, Dai Lu was thrown down. Jun Changshao walked over and said with a smile, "We meet again." Dai Lu roared angrily, "You said you would let me go. Why did you send him to catch me?" Jun Changshao said, "I did let you go, but you didn't take care of yourself and were caught by my Sect's disciples. Who can you blame for this?" Dai Lv lay paralyzed on the ground, his body spread out, and he said resolutely, "If you want to kill or torture me, do as you please." He could see that this guy had no intention of preventing him from leaving, so he could only give up. At most, he would be a good man again after 18 years. "Kid, I'll give you two choices. Either you join the Sect of all times and become a disciple, or you stay in the dungeon with Daodu as your companion," Jun Changshao said. Dai Lu said firmly, "I won't join my enemy's sect. Never." Creak. Plop. Creak. Zhao Daodu, who was licking the empty plate, saw Dai Lu being thrown in again. He broke down and said, "Brother, you ate too cleanly. You didn't even leave any oil for me. Whenever you think it through, the Sect of all times will welcome you at any time." Jun Changshao's voice came from outside. Zhao Daodu shouted, "Jun Patriarch, I've thought it through. I'm willing to join the Sect of all times and work for you." Jun Changshao ignored him and returned to Dragon Head Peak. On the way, the system said, "This Dai Lu is very unyielding. It will probably be difficult to make him submit. Host, you can either kill him or release him. Why keep him locked up? There must be something different about the soul race residing in this child. I can't kill him. I can only lock him up and find a chance to tame him," Jun Changshao said. Phew! Returning to the study, he glanced at the egg that had been incubated for 5 days and muttered to himself, "I'm a bit worried right now. Is there still a soul race residing in a martial artist's body on the falling star continent?" Patriarch. Li Luocha walked over and said, "I just received news that 4 sixth-rate sects and 1 fifth-rate sect in the eastern boundless state were all wiped out overnight." "Who did it?" Jun Changshao said. It was very rare for several sects or even sects to be wiped out at the same time. Naturally, it would attract his attention. Li Luocha said, "There were scouts from the sect near the location of the incident. They discovered a group of masked men in black robes in the forest." Masked men in black robes? Jun Changshao immediately thought of the mysterious organization that had repeatedly caused trouble for the sect. It might be the Darkness Sect. Ever since I went to Maple Valley, this mysterious organization hasn't appeared again. Could it be that they've thought it through and don't want to be enemies with me anymore? Xiaomu also sent news that the Taishan Xingzong has already started fighting with the Demon Gate's remnants at Raging Waves Lake, Li Luocha said. Jun Changshao didn't care about this. Instead, he asked, "Can we use all of our intelligence network to find the mysterious organization hiding in the dark?" "This," Li Luocha said, "it's a bit difficult. Those masked men in black robes were too hidden. Even with their current intelligence network, they had only encountered them once by accident." Patriarch. At this time, Jiang Yu walked into the study and said, "I want to take a few days off to go out." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. This elder had inherited the Yuan spirit body and could easily spy on the high-level formations in the planar battlefield. It shouldn't be a problem for him to investigate the masked men in black robes. Moreover, he was quite strong. It was much safer and more professional than the scouts. Elder Jiang wants to go out to look for your family? Yes. Approved. Jun Changshao said, however, while you're looking for your family, pay attention to the masked men in black robes. It would be best if you can find their base. Yes. Jiang Ye accepted the patriarch's arrangement. Now, he had enough understanding of the Yuan spirit body and had long planned to go out to look for his sister. The Starfall continent was so big and had 9 provinces, so it was destined to take some time. It wasn't a bad idea to investigate the Darkness Sect. The next day, Jiang Ye was ready. Just as he was about to leave, Li Qingyang came to his residence and said, Elder Jiang, can you help me find someone while you're at it? Who? Li Qingyang handed over a piece of paper and said, her name and the place where she used to live are written on it. So thorough? Jiang Ye glanced at the name written on the paper and said, you're looking for a woman? Yes. Leave it to me. That, Li Qingyang said, you just need to find where she lives now. Jiang Ye nodded and then flew out of the sect of all times. Only when the other party disappeared did Li Qingyang retract his gaze. Then, he turned and saw a large face appear in his field of vision. He hurriedly took a few steps back and said, Patriarch, why are you here? Jun Changshao put his hands in his sleeves and said, if you miss her, go find her. It's boring to dilly-dally. Li Qingyang said bitterly, she's deliberately avoiding me. If I go find her, she'll only go further away. Sigh. Jun Changshao said, I really don't understand the love of you young people. P.S. 5100 plus Chapter 2 in 1. Chapter 927. Li Qingyang had a lover. This was mentioned when he became a disciple of the Iron Bone sect. A few years had passed, but he did not look for her because she thought that her status was not worthy of the number 1 genius of Qingyang City, so she deliberately avoided him. This was probably the furthest distance in the world. Not looking for her did not mean that he had forgotten her. Li Qingyang only hoped to appear in front of her after he had absolute strength, to tell this world that only he was worthy of her, and not her. Although after becoming a disciple of the sect of all times, he gradually became the head chief, and even became passionate about civil engineering, his heart to become a powerhouse had never wavered. Work hard. Jun Changshao patted his disciple's shoulder and said, until one day you step on 7 colored clouds and marry her in front of everyone. 7 colored clouds? Li Qingyang was confused. Jun Changshao did not explain. He returned to Dragon Head Peak and entered the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda again. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of a leather whip was heard rhythmically. The soul that was bound by the rope let out a heart-wrenching scream. This kind of whipping that came from the soul was simply too painful, and the unclean things in its body were also purified bit by bit. It was hard to imagine that one of the 9 soul clans that caused chaos in the ancient times 10,000 years ago would be treated so inhumanely. Master, Arius said as she whipped it, there are a lot of unclean things in this fellow's body. I'm afraid I'll have to purify it for a few months. Take your time, there's no rush. Since the target had been caught, Jun Changshao did not care about the purification time. The soul had completely collapsed. If this kind of torture from the soul continued for a few months, it would definitely be worse than death. Don't forget to train those with thunder attribute, Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang had the body of thunder punishment. Since the thunder energy came from the upper realm, it must be powerful. If he absorbed it, there would definitely be a qualitative improvement. Okay. Arya looked over and hooked her finger like a queen. Get over here. The humanoid thunder punishment elemental monsters trembled as they walked over. Then, they stood in a row and miserably allowed the soul-suppressing whip to whip them. Although it was painful, after a long time they actually felt a bit happy. After observing the soul being trained, Jun Changshao returned to the outside world and continued to cultivate in the spirit-gathering formation as usual. Then, he quietly waited for the incubation date to arrive. After Li Qingyang adjusted his mentality, he led Xiao Ziji, Long Xiang, and the others into the stronghold for construction. Without Page to act as the excavator, the efficiency was not particularly high. Jun Changshao didn't personally supervise the construction, so he started his daily life of eating, sleeping, and cultivating. Time passed. When he walked out of the spirit-gathering formation and confirmed that his understanding of the 5 elements had improved again, he went to the study. The incubator had entered the last 10 minutes of its successful incubation. With so many crystallic nuclei, there must be an awesome contract beast. Jun Changshao prayed. Ding! 10 minutes later, the incubation time ended. Huff huff! The cloud-like attributes that existed inside the incubator gradually converged. Suddenly, a water-blue pattern appeared on the white egg, as if it was some kind of ancient restriction. Jun Changshao said, "It's the same structure as the Mystic 32 formations." Previously, on the round stone platform in the dimensional battlefield, a similar restriction appeared. Was there a certain connection between the two? Crack! Suddenly, there was the sound of the egg cracking. The egg in the incubator began to crack according to the water-blue pattern. As more and more cracks appeared, beams of blue light spurted out. "It's coming out!" Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Bang! Suddenly, the steamed egg exploded. The blue light was as dazzling as the sun. He hurriedly blocked his vision with his wrist and said in shock, "This formation must be awesome." After flickering for a while, the light began to weaken. Goshing pressed his arm down and looked at the incubator. His expression instantly stiffened. A little fellow the size of an adult's fist appeared in his field of vision. It had 2 chicken-like claws, a pair of chicken-like wings, and a chicken-like tail feathers. It had a pointy mouth and a big red crown on its head. That's right. It didn't look like a chicken, it was a chicken, and it was a rooster. If there was a difference, it would be that, other than the red crown, its feathers were water blue. It looked like a ghost in the shape of a chicken. This is the opportunity left behind by Venerable Guan Hai? This is a beast from the upper realm? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched violently. The system said, "The color is very strange. It might be related to the mutation." Big brother! Jun Changshao's expression collapsed as he roared. Is this a problem with the color? This is a problem with the breed. I spent so many resources in 30 days, and I hatched a chicken. Don't panic. The system said, maybe it's just the appearance, but in fact, oh! At this moment the pocket-sized little fellow raised its head and cried out. Its tone and voice were clearly that of a rooster. System. Ah ah ah. Jun Changshao hugged his head and said, "It's really a rooster." At this moment, the water-blue rooster stood in a posture that didn't recognize anyone. It spread its wings and hugged them together. It said proudly, "Do you dislike this young master?" F***CK. Jun Changshao's eyes widened. He was already used to seeing beasts speak human language. But a rooster actually hugged its hands with its wings. This was too cartoonish. Also, this young master called himself. This fellow was a little arrogant. Jun Changshao opened the incubator and directly grabbed it in his hand. He said coldly, "Remember, call me master." Humph. The little rooster said coldly, "To be able to become my master, you can be considered lucky." Damn. This little fellow was not just a little arrogant, it was super arrogant. A rooster actually dares to be so arrogant. "Do you believe that I won't fry you right now?" Jun Changshao said fiercely. "Impudent." The rooster said angrily, "This young master is a descendant of the vermilion bird. You call me a rooster. You are insulting my bloodline and trampling on my dignity." Jun Changshao, "You look like this, you are insulting yourself." Wait a minute. Descendant of the vermilion bird? In Jun Changshao's understanding, The vermilion bird of the four spirits was called the vermilion bird. Could it be that this little fellow was a descendant of a divine beast? That couldn't be right. Even if it was a descendant, it couldn't have genetically mutated to look like a chicken. Jun Changshao said, "Little fellow, you really know how to gild yourself. Why don't you say that azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise are your uncles?" The little rooster said with a surprised look, "How did you know? Damn. Not only was this fellow a little arrogant, he also knew how to brag. The four spirit beasts were all his relative." Shua. Jun Changshao grabbed it and brought it to the cafeteria. He placed it on the chopping board and shouted, Do, hurry up and see if there is a way to stir-fry a rooster in the Chinese cookbook." Chapter 928. Go Xing couldn't stand the fact that a rooster hatched from an egg from the upper realm was so cocky and boastful. As the saying goes, a mountain can't accommodate two tigers. If a contract beast is so cocky, how am I, the main character and master, going to survive? Wow! So cute. Lu Wanshi, who was busy, walked out and saw the little guy with blue feathers. She happily walked up and was about to lift it up. "Woman," the little rooster said, "don't touch me." Lu Wanshi stopped and said, "Patriarch, such a cute little rooster, are you really going to stir-fry it? Look, it's so cocky it has to be stir-fried. But it's too small, it won't be enough for Patriarch alone." What she meant was that stir-frying it wasn't impossible, but there had to be enough for the disciples to taste it. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "Let's keep it for a while, then stir-fry it after it's fattened up." "Humph." The little rooster said proudly, "I'm the descendant of a divine beast that's immune to fire and water." Jun Changshao, who had just retracted his thoughts, saw its arrogant and annoying eyes, and his temper rose again. "Beep beep, bring the pot of oil over, I want to see how it's immune to fire and water." That's not good, right? Although Lu Wanshi said that, her body was very honest. She placed the big pot on the stove and poured the peanut oil that was still lacking an exclusive title for the time being. TSK. The little rooster hugged its wings together and stood there like it didn't recognize anyone. "Girl, start the fire." "Wait." Jun Changshao changed his words and said, "I'll do it myself." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all kinds of divine and saint-tier flames poured into the stove, burning the cauldron wildly. The little rooster said in surprise, "This should be a special fire-type body, no wonder it's qualified to be my master." When Jun Changshao heard this, his anger flared up even more. "So I have to see if I'm qualified to be your master. Fine. Wait. Gudu. After a while, the oil in the pot started to boil. Shwa. Jun Changshao grabbed the little rooster and hung it above the pot. "Fried chicken is not bad. What flavor does Patriarch like?" "Cumin." "Yes." Lu Wanshi put the cumin powder on the chopping board. "Chili powder." "Yes." "Two demons." Little Rooster, who was originally quite arrogant, felt the heat rising from the oil pot below and immediately became a little timid. He said, "This young master is invulnerable to fire and water, not an ocean of oil. Stop talking nonsense. Get down." Shwa. Jun Changshao waved his hand and threw the little rooster down. Zizizi. The sound of frying oil could be heard. Woo-woo-woo. The little rooster, which had fallen into the oil pan, seemed to have burned calories as it jumped up and down with its wings and claws. "God! Lu Wanshi, that's not it. Lose to the agad to since he used the holy fire to heat it, the oil in the pot would definitely be boiling. Not to mention a newly hatched rooster, even the purple craggy demon king's hand would be fried to a crisp by the explosion. This guy is quite capable." Whoa! The little rooster was still jumping up and down in the frying pan. It was still crying out, "Master, I was wrong, Master, save me." Shwa. Jun Changshao waved his hand and removed the pressure on the pot. He didn't plan to fry the newly hatched contract beast. He just wanted to see if this guy was bragging. Now that it was dancing in the pot, it proved that it had some ability. Poochie. Without the pressure, the rooster jumped out of the pot and stood on the chopping board. Its claws were swollen and almost cooked. Jun Changshao sat down and said, "Tell me, what else do you have?" Since it was an opportunity left by Guan Hai and mutated under his efforts, even if it was just a rooster, there should be something special. Otherwise, he could only fry it. "Master," the little guy wailed, "I really am a descendant of the vermilion bird." "A rooster can be related to the vermilion bird? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Jun Changshao said. Sigh. The rooster sighed, "I don't know why I'm like this. It's completely different from the inherited memories." Inherited memories? Jun Changshao was confused. The system said, some mutated beasts gain inherited memories after birth. So you're saying that you're not a rooster? Jun Chang laughed. Yes. The rooster collapsed. I should be in a peacock form. Oh, is that so? Jun Changshao looked at it suspiciously. The system said, Host, I think there might be a problem with the incubator. If the mutation is successful, it might change form. There's such a thing? Jun Changshao was shocked. The system continued. The Purple King once said that the baby dragon was stolen from the dragon's territory, and it was an extremely rare 5-clawed divine dragon. It hatched into a lizard-like form. Jun Changshao frowned. So you're saying that if it hatches normally, it might hatch into a 5-clawed divine dragon, but if it mutates in the incubator, its form will change? Correct, the system answered. The reason it came to this conclusion was because of the second incubation. The opportunity left by a powerful being from the upper realm was a rooster. This was definitely illogical and embarrassing. Combined with the incubation process of the baby dragon, he couldn't help but guess that the incubator not only had a mutation mechanism, but also a transformation mechanism. If that's the case, then it's a bit of a scam. Jun Changshao didn't care about its form and said, I don't care if you're a rooster or a descendant of the vermilion bird. You must prove your worth with your strength, otherwise. He pointed at the pot of oil and said, Get in. I have strength, I have strength. The little rooster said, I can crow every day at a fixed time to wake up the sleeping humans and let them get up to work. Jun Changshao broke down, with your strength, even the most ordinary rooster can do it. Ordinary roosters can't do it. If you don't believe me, please listen carefully, master. The little rooster supported itself with one leg and then took a deep breath before raising its head and crowing, woo woo woo, woo, woo. The space trembled and turned into ripples that spread outward, instantly enveloping the entire sect of all times, causing the disciples who were cultivating to be shocked. What's that sound? A rooster crowing. Oh my God, isn't it too loud? I feel like even Qingyang City can hear this shout, right? That's right. The residents of Green Sun City, who were hundreds of miles away, heard the roosters crowing, so they all looked in the direction of Mount Ironbone, their eyes filled with surprise. Swoosh! Peppa Wild Boar, who had been busy for half a day, just happened to have time to rest. When it heard the crowing, it immediately stood up and rushed to the wasteland, releasing its earth element to explore. The most amazing thing was that it didn't feel tired at all, even though it was originally very tired. It was the same for the disciples of the sect of all times. Some of the disciples who were trying to break through a small stage or a big stage, and were having trouble stabilizing their state of mind, heard the crowing and immediately entered the state of breakthrough. Jun Changshao also felt that the sound had the effect of refreshing and calming the mind, so he said in surprise, Is it really that amazing? Master, the little rooster said proudly, can an ordinary rooster do that? Interesting. Jun Changshao touched his chin and smiled. I can make it crow every morning to wake the disciples up, then let them cultivate for the whole day. Chapter 929. The disciples of the sect of all times were very disciplined. Every morning, they would wake up on time, go to the gym, eat breakfast, and then start the day's training. There was no need to let the rooster crow. However, the voice of the hatchlings had the effect of refreshing and calming the mind, so it was actually quite good to shout at the top of his lungs every day. Ooh ooh ooh! The next day, when the first glimmer of dawn had just appeared, the little rooster was already at his post. Standing alone in the main hall, he raised his head and squawked. His voice reverberated throughout the entire sect. The disciples who were sleeping soundly got up and washed up when they heard the sound of fighting. Then, they gathered at the training field, each of them full of energy. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the main hall, saw that they were full of energy and a smile appeared on his face. There were many martial arts facilities in the sect. Although they could help the disciples break through faster, they could only become stronger if they put all their energy into cultivation. Ah! Master, save me! At this moment, a cry for help came from above the main hall. Where did this wild chicken come from? How dare you disturb this great ant's sleep? The barefooted Xiao Maxian, who was wearing loose pajamas, grabbed the rooster and began to crazily grind it against the tiles. For a time, chicken feathers flew everywhere. Scram! Little Long Long jumped up and said coldly, "Let me teach him a lesson." Tsk. Xiao Maxian rolled her eyes at him and then casually tossed the little rooster aside. She took a deep breath and said, "Master said that I had to be reserved, that I had to be a lady." Schwa. Little Long Long waved his hand and grabbed the guy who had disturbed his sleep. Flames immediately erupted from his palm. After the sun rose, the little rooster curled up in a corner and wiped away his tears with his charred wings. He lamented in his heart, "I'm a descendant of the vermilion bird. How could I be bullied like this?" Swish! Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. The weeping rooster immediately sensed that something was wrong. It hurriedly spread its wings and jumped up. However, just as it rose half a meter, it was instantly hit by the happy football. Then, with a bang, it sank into the wall. Strange. Li Fei, who was on the training grounds, was puzzled. Why is it jumping? Elder Wei. Jun Changshao stood outside the main hall and said, "This little guy will stay with Peppa in the herb garden for the time being." Yes. As a result, the herb garden gained another member. Peppa the wild boar was in charge of exploring while Little Rooster was in charge of crowing. By the way, how's the new medicine coming along? Jun Changshao asked. Elder Wei said, "It's all thanks to Pei Chi's hard work in reclaiming the land every day. Now the initial stage has been completed. The scale is also larger than before, so we can plant more medicinal herbs in batches. Medicinal herbs are very important to our sect. Elder Wei, you have to worry about them," Jun Changshao exhorted. Although he had the system and had set up many martial arts facilities, the number of disciples was increasing. In order for them to improve steadily, the most important thing was to refine all kinds of medicinal herbs. Elder Wei said, "In the past few years, Sun Bukong and the others have also grown up. They will only grow faster and faster in terms of planting." Yes. Jun Changshao chatted with him for a while longer before using the teleportation portal to enter the planar battlefield. During this period of time, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had been building in the stronghold that was about a few dozen acres in size. Now they had begun to take shape. Whether it was a village or a town, the most important thing was the road. Therefore, there was a road in the central area that could allow 4 carriages to pass side by side. It was paved with limestone. Due to the limited area, there were very few buildings. If one wanted to get rich, they had to open the road first. In Li Qingyang's construction, this limestone road was the main street of the Starfall Continent stronghold. In the future, when the area expanded, it would be expanded with the main hall as the center. Not bad, not bad. After inspecting it, Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction. He then flew out of the stronghold and headed toward the endless sky. The few times he came to the planar battlefield, he was either fighting or on the way to battle. He had not properly inspected this place, so he decided to go out and take a look today. Jun Changshao would not have dared to go out alone before he was sure of the power of the modified, unstoppable blade. Now, he was completely fearless. Look, it's that crazy guy who killed so many people. The Starfall Continent's god of slaughter has come out. Everyone, run! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a certain area of the battlefield, dozens of martial artists from the two existential planes were staring at each other. When they saw Jun Changshao fly over, they fled in panic like frightened rabbits. If it had been before the opportunity, they might have joined forces to fight the Starfall Continent. However, after learning that tens of thousands of existential planes martial artists had been killed, they could not summon any courage. Palace Master. In the main hall of the Scarlet Sea Continent stronghold, an elder hurriedly walked in and said with a serious expression, Jun Changshao has come out again. What? Hong Yao stood up in shock and said, Quick, quick, quick. Inform everyone that they are not allowed to leave the stronghold. The elder said, I've already given the order. Hong Yao sat down and recalled the scene of that guy wearing a mask and killing thousands of people. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. After the Lingyun continent learned that Jun Changshao had appeared on the battlefield, they quickly ordered their martial artists to hide in the stronghold and not go out without permission. To be able to scare the two existential planes to this extent. After the Battle of the Opportunity, Go Xing had really transformed into a great demon king on the battlefield that made martial artists tremble in fear. However, he was very annoyed now. As long as he flew to an area, all the martial artists would instantly disappear. How would he expand the stronghold in the future? Right now, we haven't even reached the village scale. It will definitely take longer to develop to the scale of a town, Jun Changshao murmured. To be honest, not counting that period of time and the epic mission, this guy had only been on the battlefield for a few days. To be able to develop the stronghold to such a scale was already very fast. Sister, Jun Changshao asked, is there a faster way to increase the size of the stronghold? Yes. The female system's sweet voice came. There are many opportunities hidden in the battlefield. Dear participant, you can find them in advance and take them for yourself before the seal is unlocked. The area will automatically increase. How do I find them? Find them with your heart. Jun Changshao suddenly stopped. At the end of his vision, there was a tall mountain that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. At the top was a flag with the words, Vast Continent written on it. Without a doubt, when he was flying around in boredom, he came to the vicinity of the stronghold of the vast continent. Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and found that there were not only buildings comparable to cities on the mountain, but also layers of walls built on the mountain path. It was like a military fortress with mountains and rivers on one side, so he was quite shocked. This stronghold is amazing. Dear participant, the vast continent belongs to the first tier of existential planes and is also the first batch of existential planes to enter. It's normal for it to have such a scale today, the female system said. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, When can my falling star continent develop to such a scale? Wait, this area was clearly a plain area. Why was there a tall mountain all of a sudden? The female system said, They piled it up themselves. The terrain of the battlefield can be modified? As long as the participant has the means to modify the terrain, even if the stronghold is built high up in the sky, it won't be a problem. Built high up in the sky? Lord Changshao's eyes immediately lit up. That's pretty awesome. Swish. He gave up on visiting the battlefield and returned to the stronghold. After entering, he took out the terrain modification device and said, Although this thing can't make the ground float, it can be propped up with formations. Chapter 930. Jun Changshao hurriedly returned to the stronghold after learning that the terrain of the planar battlefield could be changed. He prepared to use the terrain modification device to raise the safety zone, similar to the one on the vast continent. It couldn't be copied. It had to be innovated. As long as the participants have the means to modify the terrain, it won't be a problem to build the stronghold high up in the sky. The female system's words gave Jun Changshao a bold idea. He wanted to build the stronghold on the Starfall continent into a floating city. Huh! Li Qingyang was dumbfounded when he heard this. Building the stronghold in the sky with a formation? The Patriarch's idea was too ridiculous. Whoosh! The terrain modification device flew out quickly and extended its mechanical claws like a spider. It attached itself to the ground and began modifying the terrain. Because it was inconvenient for construction, the disciples all stopped. However, they were a little surprised when they learned that the Patriarch wanted to build a floating city. They were also a little expectant. Let's go back to the sect. Jun Changshao led the disciples back to the sect of all times. He then went to the formation peak to find Elder Zhen and told him his bold idea. This. Zhen Dejuan was silent for a moment. If we use a concealment formation and a defensive formation, we should be able to support the heavy ground. Not the ground. Jun Changshao said. It's the mountains. Zhen Dejuan's mouth twitched. A mountain is very heavy. Although the formation can support it, it will consume energy every second. Therefore, we will have to send people to maintain it at fixed times. Nothing permanent? Jun Changshao asked. No, Patriarch, Hall Master Zhen. Shangguan Xinyao said, we can set up the 5 elements formation in the Mystic 32 formations. This formation uses the power of the 5 elements to complement each other and can operate continuously. Zhen Dejuan was enlightened. That's right. There was a formation in the Mystic 32 formations called the 5 elements formation. Not only could it be used for defense, but it could also be used for attack. It could be said to be both offensive and defensive, because it used the power of the 5 elements. As long as it was set up, it would exist continuously. But, Zhen Dejuan said, without enough power of the 5 elements, it is very difficult to set up such a formation. Some of the formations in the Mystic 32 formations required a specific type of energy to maintain. It wasn't something that could be operated just by knowing the formations and formations. I do, Jun Changshao said. During this period of time, he had been cultivating quite hard, especially activating the 5 elements body at all times to cultivate the power of the 5 elements in the spirit nucleus. Now it had already reached a small scale. The next day, Li Qingyang and the others once more entered the planar battlefield, but found themselves high up in the air. After a night of modification, the falling star continent stronghold had protruded to a height of at least 10,000 feet. In just a few days, the mountain peak in the sect had appeared, so everyone could face it calmly. Yi Xingchen and He Wudi were shocked. The Patriarch's topographical modification treasure could even modify a plane created by a mighty being from the upper realm. Its quality must be extraordinary. I have sinned. Jun Changshao said, go down and lift the mountain. Yes. Xiao Ziji flew down and landed at the foot of the mountain. Whoosh whoosh. The earth element was released and seeped into the bottom of the mountain. The veins on his arms bulged as he lifted it up with a loud rumble. Truly, the strength to lift a mountain and the aura to conquer the world. Raise it a little higher. Jun Changshao flew down and said, whoosh. Xiao Ziji lifted the mountain with both hands and flew up. Higher. Whoosh. Higher. Whoosh. Kill. Kill. 1,000 miles away, dozens of martial artists from 2 planes met at a corner. Because of the enmity between them, they started killing each other without saying a word. Energy and light flashed recklessly. It was gorgeous and colorful. However, in the midst of the battle, one of the martial artists pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked over and they were all dumbstruck. In the distant sky that he could see, there was an object slowly flying up into the sky. He squinted his eyes and observed carefully. He was sure that it was a mountain that wasn't too big. What's going on? That seems to be the stronghold of the falling star continent. Why is there a mountain flying up? Could this mountain be a supreme treasure? The two sides stopped fighting as their gazes locked onto the mountain that was slowly rising into the sky. Their gazes were filled with extreme confusion. What's that? The martial artists from further planes also noticed the abnormality in the sky. Just as they were extremely puzzled, the mountain flew to a sufficient height and stopped as if it had been frozen in time. Patriarch, is it done? It's done. Shwa! Shwa! On the ground of the stronghold, Jun Changshao waved his hands. Array flags flew out quickly and were inserted in fixed positions. After the array was set, he began to draw the lines. When everything was done, he released the 5 elements force in his body and quickly poured it into 5 fixed points. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth fused together. Suddenly, 5 different lights flashed and quickly spread to the various lines and connected, forming an endless cycle. 1, 1, 1. The array light curtain rushed to the sky and then supported the floating mountain. Come down. Yes. Xiao Ziji removed the power and then landed on the ground. He looked up at the mountain that had been stable all along and the corner of his mouth twitched. The Patriarch's method was really unconventional. The mountain modified by the modification device was supported by the 5 elements great array. As long as it wasn't seriously damaged, it would definitely be stable in the sky. Shwa! Shwa! Once again, Jun Changshao began to set up isolation arrays in the surroundings. Then, he concealed all the array barriers formed by the 5 elements grand array. At this point, a mountain that looked like it was suspended in the sky appeared from the outside. The system broke down. Host is so boring. In its opinion, it was better to refresh the store and buy items. Jun Changshao stood on the floating mountain and said, "This is called ostentatious." It was really ostentatious. When the martial artists of various planes found that the floating mountain didn't rise or fall for several days in a row, they began to talk about it. Someone boldly flew over and stopped 100 miles away. When he found that the falling star continent's martial artists were busy building on the floating mountain, his eyes widened. Could this be a floating mountain? For a time, the news about the floating mountain in the sky of the falling star continent spread wildly on the battlefield. Some high-level planes didn't believe it at first. When they sent people to investigate and confirmed that there was indeed a floating mountain, they were deeply shocked. Awesome! How did they do it? Maybe there's an array supporting it below. Although an array can support a mountain, it is still heavy. If they don't find a large number of array masters to reinforce it, it won't last long. The martial artists of various planes were discussing the principle of the floating mountain. Some guessed that it was because of the array. They all agreed that the falling star continent was just wasting manpower and resources to attract attention. It was true that they wanted to attract attention. As for the manpower and resources, except for the trouble at the beginning, when the power of the 5 elements in the 5 elements great array complemented each other, they didn't have to worry about oil leakage at all. They didn't need to maintain it on a daily basis. The area is still too small. Jun Changshao sat on a huge rock at the top of the mountain and said, "Why don't we hold up a few more mountains?" In his idea, a floating mountain was just the beginning. If the conditions allowed, he would build a floating mountain range. Even if it was the kind that could shock people from afar. So, the area of the stronghold also needed to be expanded as soon as possible. How to expand it? Only the female system said to look for opportunities that hadn't been unsealed in the plain battlefield. Chapter 931. There were many opportunities in the dimensional battlefield. Only those that reached the time limit and were unsealed would be announced. As for those that were sealed, it would depend on who could find them. Many dimensions that met the requirements would continue to send mainland forces to guard them because they wanted to look for opportunities. For example, Mo Shangxing had mobilized a lot of forces from the city. He would send martial artists to wander around the battlefield every day. If they were lucky, they might find something by accident and obtain the good stuff left behind by the upper realm powerhouses. Jun Changshao did not care about opportunities. After all, could they be stronger than the items in the store? However, he had to be careful when he expanded the area of the stronghold after he found it. A few years later, martial artists from the Falling Star continent would come in. If he expanded the stronghold in advance and charged for it, he would definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, after seeing the stronghold of the Boundless Continent, Go Xing was stimulated. He had to build his own territory to be more magnificent and luxurious than theirs. You guys build mountains? I'll do it too. It'll be dangerous. You build walls? I'll do it too. I'll use mountains as fences. Jun Changxiao's idea was simple. Since he came to the dimensional battlefield, he could not slack off. He had to be the most pretentious, and the stronghold had to be the most awesome. The system said, "There are treasure hunting devices in the store that can help the host achieve his goals." High-level store? Middle-level store. Swoosh. Jun Changxiao opened the system store without hesitation and said, "For the stronghold, let's go all out." It would take too long to increase the area by killing people. The best way was to look for opportunities in the battlefield. Therefore, he was willing to spend contribution points to expand the stronghold. Ding, ding, ding. The system refreshed again and again, and the items changed again and again. The system said, "Host, you've become too wild now." The dimensional battlefield was like a huge world. Not only were there plains, but there were also many towering mountains and dark forests. This was not. To the west, there was a primeval forest that stretched for thousands of miles. There were no birds or beasts here, but there were many hidden traps. If martial artists were to enter, they would lose their lives if they were not careful. Logically speaking, no one should enter such a dangerous place. However, today there were dozens of martial artists in black robes walking carefully. In the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged man with a goatee and dressed in Taoist robes was holding a compass with his eyes closed. Buzz. Suddenly, the compass started to spin. The strange words engraved on it began to glow faintly. After a while, the light dimmed and the needle pointed in a certain direction. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and said, "Elder son, according to my deduction, there must be an unsealed opportunity hidden here." "Are you sure?" the white-haired old man at the front said. "Elder Sunday," the Taoist priest said seriously, "I'm a professional when it comes to deduction. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been invited by the patriarch of your sect." Elder Sun realized that his tone of questioning was a little impudent, so he cupped his hands and apologized. Hiro Michinaga's deduction technique is famous throughout the universe. This son spoke incorrectly just now. Hiro Michinaga raised his eyebrows and looked towards the southwest. "The opportunity is in this area, but there are many traps. Leave it to us." Elder Sun led the group forward cautiously. Because they had entered this place before, they quickly dispelled many of the traps. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest. A few hundred feet in front of them, flames shot into the sky as if there was a huge explosion. Someone triggered the explosion array? Elder Sun and the others' expressions changed slightly. They had not only encountered this kind of explosion when they first came here, but they had also personally experienced it. The result was disastrous, so it left a deep impression on them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew out from the explosion and landed lightly on the ground, not far away. A young man in red and white battle robes and a mask appeared. Elder Sun and the others were stunned. This guy had obviously triggered the explosion array, but he had flown out unscathed. It was a little unbelievable. "Damn it!" The masked young man cursed and said, There are so many traps. After saying this, he didn't even look at the nearby cultivators and flew away. Boom. Boom. In just a few hundred feet, he triggered another 2 explosion arrays, but he still flew out safely. Oh my God! He rushed out so recklessly. Is this guy a heaven-level cultivator? The appearance of the masked man in battle robes was nothing more than a small interlude. It did not disrupt Elder Sun and the others' search for the existence in the southwest direction. No. Not long after they left, Hiro Michanaga's expression changed drastically. He said, "The aura of the opportunity one locked onto is gone." Gone? Elder Sun was stunned. What do you mean? Hiro Michinaga said in a low voice, "It should be taken away by someone." Elder Sun and the others widened their eyes. When they continued forward and safely passed through the hidden traps, they arrived at the location of the compass deduction. There was only a huge pit left. "It's gone. Hiro Michinaga broke down. "It was really taken away by someone," Elder Sun said angrily. "There was still an aura just now. How could it be taken away in the blink of an eye?" "It's him." Hiro Michinaga suddenly thought of something and said with certainty, "It's that masked man in battle robes." Elder Sun and the others also unanimously believed that the opportunity was taken away by that guy. After all, there were no other martial artists in this area. Who is it that stole the opportunity found by our jingling continent? Elder Sun, judging from that guy's clothes, he seems to be the martial artist from the Falling Star continent who killed so many people that he went crazy. Yes, that's him. I remember now. Whoosh. In the floating stronghold of the Falling Star continent, Jun Changshao quickly entered and took off his mask. He took out an item that looked like a tortoise shell and said, "Is this a defensive artifact?" Dear participant, this is the 6-word tortoise seal left by a mighty figure from the upper realm. According to the quality of the battlefield, it belongs to the earth level. The female system's sweet voice sounded. There are heaven-level treasures above it? Yes. Then it's a bit ordinary. The system broke down. The earth-level treasures in the battlefield are comparable to the saint-level treasures of the Falling Star continent. The host actually thinks it's ordinary. F***CK. Jun Changshao roared. I spent 20,000 contribution points to get a treasure explorer, and I only got a saint-level treasure in exchange. It's a huge loss. There's more than one opportunity in the battlefield. The host can continue to search with the treasure explorer. The system roared. That's true. Jun Changshao calmed down. The treasure explorer was not a one-time consumable item. It could be used again. If he could find 700 to 800 of such treasures, he would definitely make a profit. 700 to 800 of them? Why didn't he want to find 70,000 to 80,000 and have one for each of his disciples? Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurried over and said excitedly, "The stronghold's area has expanded by a lot." After Jun Changshao obtained the 6-word tortoise seal and successfully returned to the stronghold, his territory had expanded by another 10,000 square meters. Not a loss. The system roared. Jun Changshao said, "Not a loss." Spending 20,000 contribution points in exchange for a high-grade saint-grade defensive artifact, and the expansion of his stronghold was definitely worth it. Continue. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the treasure explorer from his spatial ring. This item was similar to Hiro Michinaga's compass. However, in terms of form and precision, it was more professional than Hiro Michinaga's item. Buzz. Spiritual thoughts entered and the item was activated. Swish. The device inside, which looked like a minute hand, spun wildly until it stopped. 3 or 4 light spots appeared in a certain direction. Damn! Jun Changshao said in surprise. There are actually 3 opportunities hidden in that area. Chapter 932. The martial artists on the battlefield had been very irritated recently because they had used various means to determine some possible opportunities. However, when they tried their best to break it open, they found that there was nothing inside. This is not right. On a certain hill, seeing that there was nothing in the broken space, an old man in green clothes pulled his hair and shouted, "There is an opportunity hidden here. Why is it gone?" This kind of situation that made people collapse happened one after another in other places. The martial artists who had come here with confidence all left in disappointment. Second's senior brother, Xiao Ziji, who was standing at the edge of the mountain, looked at the stronghold that had expanded several times and said in disbelief, "How did the patriarch do it?" 3 days ago, when Jun Changshao returned to the stronghold, the area would expand by 10,000 square meters. Now it had happened 4 or 5 times. At this speed, it would not be a problem to expand into a city, let alone a town. Li Qingyang, who was next to him, closed his eyes. His soul seemed to have flown out of his body. He looked down at the 70 to 80,000 square meters stronghold from the perspective of the Jade Emperor. Swoosh! His sea of consciousness evolved a 3D terrain model. First, there must be well-developed roads. Whoosh! Whoosh! Horizontal and vertical bluestone roads were laid out on the model in the shape of the Chinese character Tian. The drainage system also needs to be equipped. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrain model changed again. The main hall, buildings, and sentry towers also need to be equipped. As Li Qingyang was thinking, buildings appeared in his sea of consciousness one after another and then sat on the terrain model out of thin air. In a short time, a small town with complete facilities was being built as more and more buildings were being built. Whoosh! Li Qingyang opened his eyes, took out a piece of paper, and drew the pattern that he had conceived in his sea of consciousness. He did not neglect any detail. This kind of construction talent was really super strong. Whoosh! In the swamp with a strong stench, Jun Changshao flew over while dragging a stream of light. The light on the treasure detector in his hand became brighter, which meant that there was an opportunity. Suddenly, he found that in the sky far away, there were dozens of martial artists in uniform. Below them, there were complicated lines of formations. Was it discovered in advance by others? Forget it, forget it. I'll look for it somewhere else. There were many light spots on the treasure finder, which meant that there was more than one place nearby. In the dimensional battlefield, it was very normal to snatch the fortuitous encounters that others discovered in advance. There was no need to feel guilty about it. However, there were so many people on the other side, and there was even an Earth-ranked author among them. Thus, Jun Changshao did not want to waste time. At this moment, the cultivator who was cracking the seal on the fortuitous opportunity also discovered him. An old man with a cold gaze said, "Why is there someone here? You guys continue to decipher. This old man will go and get rid of this brat to prevent any news from leaking out." Schwa! After saying that, he flew over and stopped Jun Changshao, who was about to leave. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. These people came from the second-tier Rudra continent. They had long since discovered the fortune hidden in the swamp. After making their preparations, they came here today to solve it. Naturally, they didn't want to be discovered by outsiders. Jun Goxing said indifferently, silencing them? Not bad. Ho-ho-ho, the Earth-ranked powerhouse didn't say another word. He erupted with vigorous attributes, forming dense palm prints that pressed forward. Judging from the intensity of the attacks, it was obvious that he wanted to quickly finish off his opponent. Boom! Boom! Scorching flames rose, instantly breaking all the palm prints that pressed down. The surrounding air instantly became hot and dry. The Earth-ranked powerhouse's expression changed. The killing move that he had condensed was actually broken so easily. Ho-ho-ho! The blazing flames gradually dissipated, revealing Jun Changshao, who was wearing a scarlet armor with a lotus pattern engraved on it. He held a strange shield in his left hand and a pitch-black spear in his right hand. He stood proudly in the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Scarlet lotus armor. Desolate spirit shield. Black dragon fatal spear. These 3 pieces of equipment were recently found by fortuitous opportunities. Any one of them would be enough to fill the author with several chapters of awesome equipment. Finding them in just a few days showed how awesome the treasure finder was. Seeing this, the Earth-ranked powerhouse's eyes almost popped out. This guy who was suddenly fully armed was wearing Earth-ranked equipment from head to toe. At that moment, he subconsciously used his sleeve to cover the Xian-ranked treasure on his wrist. After all, compared to this guy, it was simply too embarrassing. Sorry. The Earth-ranked powerhouse cupped his hands and said, "This old man mistook you for an enemy. Instant cowardice. Facing this kind of martial artist. A martial artist who had cultivated for thousands of years was definitely not to be trifled with. No." Jun Changshao, who was fully equipped, said expressionlessly, "You didn't recognize the wrong person. We are now enemies, so, Xiao." Exploding down, flames were released all over the sky. "You should just die." Boom. Boom. The Tua Luo continent's martial artists, who were deciphering the fortuitous opportunities in the swamp, heard a loud noise coming from afar, as well as bursts of scorching heat. They all turned their heads to look. Flames were erupting from there like a burning furnace. Shwa! Suddenly, a man wearing scarlet armor walked out from the flames in the sky, holding a pitch-black spear in his hand, and a person was hanging on the spearhead. "Old he!" everyone exclaimed. That Earth-ranked powerhouse could no longer hear them, because his heart had been pierced by the black dragon fatal spear. His soul had already flown to the 9th heaven. Shwa! Jun Changshao threw out the corpse hanging on the spear, and flames appeared all over his body. His voice was cold as he said, "This lord wants the fortuitous opportunities here." At that moment, he was like an emotionless killing god who walked out of the volcanic hell. Huff huff, under the eruption of scorching flames, the temperature around the swamp rose sharply. The Tua Luo continent's martial artists were covered in sweat, and the shock in their eyes became more and more intense. Even the Earth-ranked old he was killed. They didn't think they had the ability to contend with the other party, so they made the right choice in the shortest time, giving up on the fortuitous opportunities, and fled into the distance together. If it was at the beginning, Jun Changshao might have killed them to expand the stronghold. Now that finding a fortuitous opportunity would give him tens of thousands of square meters, so he was too lazy to kill a group of yellow-ranked powerhouses at the cost of a red name. Xiao! Flying over, he landed in front of the formation. With this level of formation, it's simply a waste of time to break the seal. Jun Changshao waved his hand, and his spiritual energy spread around, instantly crushing all kinds of formations and lines. Then, he released his spiritual thoughts and communicated with the restriction in the dark. The fortuitous opportunities left in the battlefield by the upper realm were sealed with fixed concealment formations. If they weren't discovered and broken within a certain time, they would be automatically unsealed, and then the various realms would fight over them. Jun Changshao slightly connected with the concealment formation and said in surprise, "This formation seems to be more complicated than the ones that were broken before. Could it be that it hides an extraordinary fortuitous opportunity?" 10 minutes later, he found a flaw in the formless formation and slightly modified the internal structure. Space distorted, and the formation suddenly collapsed, gradually revealing an arched door. Jun Changshao walked in as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. He walked along the tunnel for about 100 steps, and came to a spacious stone room. 8 large pillars were arranged in different positions, and lifelike birds and beasts were carved on them. A stone platform protruded from the center area. Thud! Jun Changshao walked over. On the stone surface that was as smooth as a mirror, there was a sailboat about the size of a palm, and the words archaic warship were carved near it. What's this? Jun Changshao asked in surprise. The system said, obviously, it's a treasure that can be used to sail. It doesn't seem to be of much use. If the host doesn't plan to go to the 3 large regions overseas, it definitely won't be of much use. Aren't you telling the reader a spoiler by saying that? As Jun Changshao spoke, he released his will into the archaic warship, instantly establishing a connection with it and forcibly obtaining a memory inheritance. Then, he said in surprise, this ship is used to fly. Chapter 933. The treasures sealed in the planar battlefield belonged to the category of equipment and treasures. They would transmit a memory that taught the holder how to use them and what effects they had. Jun Changshao also received the memory when he controlled the ancient warship. From it, he learned that it wasn't used to cross the sea but to fly. It wasn't a spaceship. How could it fly? The world of martial arts is full of wonders, the system said. The host should treat it with a normal heart. That's true. Jun Changshao wandered around a few more times. After confirming that there were no more treasures, he took away the stone platform that seemed to be made of some kind of special mineral. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed to support the 8 pillars, he might have taken it with him. After taking away the treasures in the stone room, Jun Changshao didn't linger and left. His soul form was playing with the pocket-sized ancient warship in his spatial ring. From its appearance, it looked like an ancient ship. It was made of wood and had 2 masts, 1 main and 1 auxiliary. There were sails of different sizes and ropes for retracting. There was also a very inconspicuous diagram in the cabin that looked like a formation. Jun Changshao asked in surprise, could it be that it's driven by a spirit array? If that was the case, it made sense. Without the support of formations in the world of martial arts, he found it hard to believe that a normal ship could fly in the sky. For example, the various firearms that could be bought from the shop wouldn't be a threat in the falling star continent where any martial master could catch bullets with their bare hands. If they weren't modified and made of crystal cores, they wouldn't be a threat. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky above the swamp, streaks of light came from afar. There were about 20 of them, 15 of which were Xian and 5 of which were Earth. These people were from the Tualuo continent. After learning that Elder he had been killed and that the treasures might have been stolen, they hurried over. As a second-tier plane, their overall strength wasn't as strong as the 9 Heavens continent, but they were still a force to be reckoned with in the planar battlefield. Soon, they stopped at the burning area and saw Elder He's corpse lying in the swamp. Their eyes were filled with anger. You killed someone from the Tualuo continent. Even if you're the king of heaven, you must die today, the leading old man said coldly. Cui Lao. Someone next to him said solemnly, I'm afraid only the first-tier planes would dare to kill our people in the planar battlefield. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. If it was really killed by a first-tier plane, then it would be a little tricky. The corner of Cui Lao's mouth twitched slightly as he said, even if you're in the first echelon, you still have to seek an explanation. Although his voice was as angry as ever, it was clear from his tone that he was a little scared. For a second-tier plane like the Tualuo continent, bullying a third-tier plane or lower was no problem at all. However, they were powerless against a first-tier plane. TSK. A middle-aged man sneered, the first echelon is nothing special. For example, the 9 Heavens continent was defeated by a newly ascended plane some time ago. Elder Song, are you talking about the falling star continent? Not bad. This old man has also heard of this plane. Don't judge it by its low level. There are quite a few experts there. The 9 Heavens continents Ci Mei, Furious Eyes, and 9 Stars Elder have all been captured. The one overseeing the falling star continent is a sect called the strongest sect of all ages. The patriarch is Jun Changshao, and he's only in his early 20s. It's strange. It's clearly not the time for the planes to enter the battlefield. How did this plane come in? Also, I heard that there aren't many of them, only about 10 to 20. The Nine Heavens continent is a first-tier plane after all. Yet, it was defeated by a newly ascended plane. In this old man's opinion, our Tualuo continent can definitely replace it. A chef who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good tailor. As a second-tier plane, they naturally wanted to be in the first echelon. Elderly. Chui Lao said, "You were there when the opportunity appeared. Did you see the Falling Star Continent's martial artists?" "I did." Elderly, who had been silent all this while, had a hint of fear in his eyes. Among the 20 people, he was the only one who had personally experienced the Falling Star Continent's martial artists' frenzied massacre. Although many days had passed, he still shuddered every time he thought about it. Fortunately, he saw that the situation wasn't good and retreated early. Otherwise, he would have been dead. This kind of expert, who was comparable to Wu Xing in the Falling Star Continent, was traumatized by Jun Changxiao's unstoppable massacre. Chui Lao said. He killed tens of thousands of people in a short time and was punished by the upper realm's lightning punishment. This Falling Star Continent isn't simple. We can't let our guard down. Elder Song, who was still a little smug, shut his mouth. He could brag as much as he wanted. However, the Falling Star Continent's Jun Changxiao, who held a huge sword and went on a frenzied massacre, was definitely capable. He had to be taken seriously. Fortunately, we didn't provoke this plane. The Nine Heavens continent suffered a great loss, but they didn't do anything. Perhaps they also realized that the Falling Star continent isn't simple. I knew it. The first-tier plane can't be so cowardly. It turns out that they already knew something was wrong. Swish. Just as everyone was discussing, a stream of light flew out at extreme speed. Jun Changxiao stopped in midair and saw a group of people outside. He smiled and said, "Are you here for revenge?" The Tualuo continent's martial artists also noticed him. Chui Lao. Elder Song said angrily, "Judging from his attire and age, he must be the one who killed Elder He. Is he the Elder He you're talking about?" Jun Changxiao pointed at the corpse below and said, "If so, then yes, I killed him." The Tualuo continent's martial artists were furious. This kind of killing and admitting it with a face full of pride, he didn't take them seriously at all. The Earth powerhouse called Elderly frowned and said to himself. His voice is a little familiar. Could it be, I'm in a hurry? Jun Changxiao took out a mask and put it on his face. He said, "If you want to fight, then hurry up and kill me." Last time, he killed many people for the opportunity, but it was all because of the blade that was difficult to withdraw. Today, since there were so many Earth and Mystic powerhouses, he naturally wanted to see if he could compete with them with the various equipment he found on the battlefield. It's him. It's him. Elderly, who was still thinking, saw the mask that had been imprinted in his heart, and his expression changed greatly. His whole body suddenly trembled violently. Chui Lao and the others were confused. Who? Say it. Elderly was so scared that he almost couldn't float in the air, and the fear in his eyes was abnormally strong. He stammered, "Star. Falling Star Continents. Jun Changxiao." The Tualuo continent's martial artists all widened their eyes. The guy they were talking about just now had actually appeared in front of them, and he was the murderer of Elder He. Jun Changxiao's gaze locked on Elderly. He said with a smile, "I remember now. You're the martial artist who retreated in the opposite direction when the group of people were attacking me." Elder Li's expression was very ugly. At that time, he had followed more than 10 Earth powerhouses to attack, but he smelled danger in advance, so he hurriedly retreated. That was how he survived. "I accidentally passed by this place, and that guy attacked first with killing intent, so I killed him instead. You guys are with him. It's reasonable for you to seek revenge." Jun Changxiao summoned all his equipment and held the Black Dragon suicidal spear in his hand. He said, Then I'll have a good fight with you guys today. The Tualuo continent's powerhouses were all dumbfounded. This guy's equipment was obviously Earth-grade. June Patriarch. Chui Lao hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "We just happened to pass by and have no intention of fighting. Goodbye." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 22 Aluo continent's powerhouses who came menacingly all slipped away at lightning speed. Jun Changshao shook his head. Are they that afraid of me? Chapter 934. The 20 experts from the Tualuo continent had been scared away. Part of it was because Jun Changshao had gone on a killing spree, and part of it was because he was wearing Earth-ranked equipment. In a battlefield where having a single piece of equipment was enough to make one feel like they were flying to the heavens, a single person wearing a 6-piece divine equipment set would definitely be terrifying. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. I really want to fight with them. He had found so many pieces of equipment on the battlefield to show off, but he didn't even get a chance to fight. Seeing him so smug, the host felt uncomfortable. Host, take off your equipment. Do you believe that they will drown you with their saliva? I believe, Jun Changshao said. With his current strength, if he didn't have any equipment, he would be thankful if he could fight an Earth-ranked expert to a standstill. It's rare for the host to have such self-awareness, the system said. But, Jun Changshao said seriously, if I don't use my equipment and fight them barehanded, my brain must have been kicked by a donkey. No one else could be so righteous when using cheats. Let's try this ancient warship. Jun Changshao didn't chase after the fleeing Tualuo continent experts. Instead, he landed outside the swamp and summoned the ancient warship, sending his thoughts into it. Pung! There was a loud explosion and white mist rose. When the cold wind blew, a wooden boat appeared. The boat was about 200 zhang long, and it gave off a desolate aura, as if it had been here for a long time. Domineering! Jun Changshao looked up, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Shwa! With a leap, he landed on the deck, and a creaking sound could be heard. Jun Changshao had already inspected the outer structure of the boat, so he didn't look at it carefully. He walked directly into the cabin and saw the strange pentagonal formation. In its pocket-sized form, the pattern wasn't very clear. Now that it was enlarged, he saw that there were 5 diagonal areas with 2 grooves, which seemed to be used to embed some kind of energy. Understood. Jun Changshao said, this is a driving formation. It needs to be loaded with energy to operate. The reason why he was able to confirm it so quickly was because the guns, cannons, and all kinds of equipment he bought in the shop had similar notches that were charged with the energy of crystal cores. The crystal cores should be able to be used as fuel. Jun Changshao took out 10 crystal nuclei and embedded them in the knot. Sure enough, after the crystal cores were all in place, the strange and ancient spell formation suddenly flickered with light. Swish! A gentle stream of light spread out. Jun Changshao's will came into contact with the ancient warship as his body trembled slightly. He instantly felt as though he had gained complete control over this ancient warship. Rise. Issue orders. Ho-ho-ho! The array formation in the cabin glowed brightly, and the ancient warship slowly rose into the air, hovering 1,000 feet above the ground. A ship used for navigation was suspended in the air. It was a very strange scene. Unbelievable! Jun Changshao exclaimed as he carefully inspected the interior of the ancient warship. In the end, he came to the conclusion that there was no problem in accommodating 100 people. Not only was there a cabin for people to rest in, there was also a kitchen, a hall, a training room, and other facilities. It was obvious that the person who built the warship knew how to enjoy life. After the tour, Jun Changshao came to the bow of the warship and stood with his hands behind his back. From now on, the battlefield will be under my control. Under the control of his will, the floating ancient warship flew into the distance with a swish. Ho ho ho! Jun Changshao, who was standing at the bow of the warship and acting coquettishly, was blown by the wind. Not bad. The speed of the ancient warship was not as fast as the combination of his mechanical wings and flying ability. However, it was still much faster than an ordinary Earth-class expert. In other words, this warship was not one of those treasures that were so fast that it defied the heavens. However, it was still a vehicle that could accommodate many people. Its value was reflected. What was its value? It could bring disciples along to act cool and fly together. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! A few hundred miles away, the 20 martial artists from the Tuo Luo continent slowed down. Their faces were red as they breathed heavily. We escaped. Elderly was still in a state of shock. At that time, with the distance between them and Jun Changshao, if they had been in a frenzied state like before, they would have long since fallen under Jun Changshao's control. They could only watch helplessly as they were killed. Cui Lao said with lingering fear, "I didn't expect to meet the killing god of the falling star continent in the swamps." Elder Song, who was very arrogant just a moment ago, became mute. Initially, he looked down on the 9 Heavens continent. However, when he saw Jun Changshao's Earth-class equipment, he finally understood why the first echelon had suffered such a huge loss. "This kid is extraordinary." Cui Lao, who had gradually calmed down, said seriously, "When we return to the stronghold, we must tell the Patriarch not to provoke him." After pausing for a while, he added, "Not to provoke the falling star continent." "That's right." Everyone agreed. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It felt as though there were dark clouds passing by. The martial artists from the Tuo Luo continent looked up instinctively and were dumbfounded. This was because they saw something with an ancient aura flying slowly in their field of vision. "This is a ship?" Cui Lao and the rest opened their mouths in shock. At this moment, the 20 martial artists from the Tuo Luo continent clearly saw a young man with black hair standing on the bow of the ship. They exclaimed, "It's him!" Jun Changshao looked at the shocked crowd below and smiled. "Hi, we meet again." The corners of Cui Lao and the rest's mouths twitched. This guy's supreme-class equipment was already scary enough. Now that he was on a ship that could fly, the shock was even more intense. Moreover, there was something more important. Everyone was a Xian and Earth-class expert, and they had released their spiritual senses. Why did they only realize it when the shadow of the ship descended? Oh! The ancient warship was still emitting a desolate aura. Then, it slowly flew away under the watchful eyes of the martial artists from the Tuo Luo continent. Cui Lao, Elder Song was dumbfounded. The ship can actually fly." Cui Lao said, "This is the first time I've seen it. If I'm not wrong, this item must be from the upper world." It was definitely not a wild imagination. It was indeed from the upper world. Moreover, if Elder He hadn't wanted to silence them, this treasure should have been from the Tuo Luo continent. The ancient warship was still flying above the battlefield. However, from the slow speed, it was obviously very different from when it took off. Jun Changshao came to the control room, puzzled. Of the 10 crystal cores placed in the pentagonal formation, 5 had dimmed, and the other 5 were in a state of exhaustion. "It can't be?" Jun Changshao was stunned. The 10 high-grade crystal cores were used up so quickly? The system said, "A warship that can fly is of extraordinary quality. It's normal for it to consume a lot of fuel." Jun Changshao understood this point. However, the 10 crystal cores he embedded in the formation were comparable to the Martial King level. It was too expensive to use them up after flying for less than 500 miles. If he really wanted to go to the 3 provinces overseas in the future, the journey would be extremely long. It would definitely be a huge expense to take the disciples on a self-driving trip. Forget it. Jun Changshao shook his head. "Let's take the high-speed rail." The system said, "The host can use spirit stones as fuel." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Do you think I have so many spirit stones that I can use them as fuel? Try it. The system said, perhaps different levels of energy will allow the warship to fly faster and longer. That makes sense. Jun Changshao took out 10 artificial spirit stones. No. Not exciting enough. He put away the artificial spirit stones and took out the natural spirit stones. However, he still felt that it was not exciting enough, so he took out 10 six-pointed star stones and placed them in the groove. Ta! Standing on the bow again, Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and said, "Let's fly." Whoosh! The ancient warship received its master's order and instantly flashed. Then, it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Coincidentally, Cui Lao and the rest flew over. When they saw the huge ship suddenly vanish into thin air, all of them were dumbfounded. Half a day later, Elder Song said in horror, "It's so fast that we can't even see the tail of the ship." Chapter 935. How fast would the ancient warship be after it was boosted by 10 hexagonal stones? Jun Changshao, who had originally been standing at the bow of the ship, was now tightly hugging the mast like a flag swaying in the wind. "Slow down! Slow down!" Whoosh! Under the control of its master, the ancient warship gradually slowed down and entered a slow flight mode. Heavens! Using hexagonal stones as fuel was like changing the engine. The system said, "My guess is correct." Jun Changshao ignored it and went to the cabin. The 10 hexagonal stones were shining brightly. He smiled and said, "We've flown at least 500 miles, and it's still full of energy. Crystal cores can't compare to its speed and endurance." It was decided. If he went to the 3 provinces overseas, he would travel by ship. The reason why Jun Patriarch was so confident was because he had extorted a lot of hexagonal stones from the 9 Heavens continent. Oh right! What good stuff did that guy have in his ring? Jun Changshao casually took out Elder He's spatial ring and started reading through it. An Earth-ranked expert from the Tualuo continent had quite a lot of things in his ring, especially a few martial arts manuals. I can use them to make up the numbers. Jun Changshao kept the manuals in his spatial ring and continued reading. He found 10 glowing ores and guessed, these should be martial arts resources like spirit stones and star stones. That was right. They had the same function, but different names. The author was too lazy to name them. So, from today onwards, all resources with the same function as spirit stones would be replaced by spirit stones. The energy contained in spirit stones from the Tualuo continent was much stronger than those from the Falling Star continent, but it was still inferior to hexagonal stones. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have killed that guy and let his plane use this martial arts resource as a ransom, Jun Changshao said. Let's go! Whoosh! The ancient warship traveled at full speed, shuttling through the endless battlefield. Did something fly over there just now? I felt it too. Strange, I didn't catch it with my spiritual sense. Could it be that I've been cultivating too much recently and am hallucinating? All the martial artists were surprised. They didn't know that a large ship had just flown by. At the Starfall Continent stronghold, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were busy with construction. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Everyone raised their heads and saw a large ship hovering above them at some point in time. Ship? Long Xiang's eyes widened. The Patriarch is up there. Li Fei's eyes were sharp, and he discovered Jun Changshao standing at the bow of the ship. He Wudi and Yi Xingchen's expressions froze when they saw the huge warship floating in the air. Then, they started imagining things. The ancient warship remained suspended in the air above the stronghold. This was the standby mode. Although it would consume energy in front of the powerful hexagram, it was almost negligible. At this moment, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already flown up. They stood on the deck and looked around, like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Patriarch, Li Fei said in disbelief, is this ship a supreme treasure? Not only is it a supreme treasure, but it's also a flying supreme treasure. Jun Changshao said. Amazing! Li Fei and the others' eyes were filled with worship. They went out and brought back a flying warship. It was completely beyond their imagination. I have sinned. Jun Changshao took out the desolate spirit shield and threw it over, saying, "Take this shield and use it." Xiao Ziji took the shield. Just by touching it, he could tell that it was definitely much stronger than the black iron shield. He said excitedly, "Thank you, Patriarch, for your reward." Jun Changshao took out the Black Dragon's suicide spear and threw it to Long Xiang after some consideration, saying, "This is yours." "Thank you, Patriarch, for your reward." Long Xiang took the Black Dragon's suicide spear and fondled it. "I also have a Scarlet Lotus battle armor. Who wants it?" Jun Changshao said. "Me." Yi Xingchen hurriedly said. Brother Anyo had changed. He wasn't like this in the past. Jun Changshao threw the Scarlet Lotus battle armor over, saying, "I hope you can spread the might of the falling star continent in the planar battlefield." Because he had to manage and develop the sect, he couldn't stay in the planar battlefield forever. He gave the equipment to the disciples in the hope that they would inherit his will and turn the world upside down. "Yes," the disciples said in unison. After bringing the ancient warship to the stronghold, it met the requirements of obtaining fortuitous opportunities and expanded by 10,000 square meters. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy Jun Changshao. In the next few days, he went out one after another to search for fortuitous opportunities on the battlefield. As long as he set his eyes on something, he would definitely sweep it clean. There were many types of fortuitous opportunities on the battlefield. There were martial arts, equipment, treasures, and many natural treasures. After Jun Changshao returned, as long as it was suitable for the disciples, he would give it to them. In a short 10 days, the falling star continent's stronghold expanded a lot. After reaching a certain size, Jun Changshao used the terrain remodeling tool to build a mountain and then used the 5 elements formation to prop it up. One day, when Jun Changshao returned and gave a pair of speed-increasing boots to Li Fei, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The falling star continent's stronghold has the basic size of a town. The battlefield merit store is officially activated. Whoosh! As soon as the voice finished, the empty space near the main hall flashed with light. A building surrounded by clouds and mist appeared out of thin air. There was a plaque with the words "Battlefield Merit Store" engraved on it. "It's finally here." Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and walked into the majestic merit store. There were no decorations inside. There were wooden signs on the east wall with many small words written on them. Spirit Origin Sword, 100 merit points required. Origin Condensing Pill, 100 merit points required. Cloud Sail Sword Art, 100 merit points required. At the bottom of the wooden sign, there was a line of words. The content was, when the merit points meet the requirements, you only need to take off the wooden sign to obtain the corresponding item. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, "It's a bit similar to the system store." It was only similar, but its functions were definitely not comparable to the system store. After all, there was no introduction. Who knew if the Spirit Origin Sword and Origin Condensing Pill were strong or not? "I have a lot of merit points. I can buy it and try it." Jun Changshao walked over and took off the wooden sign with the Spirit Origin Sword and Origin Condensing Pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright sword and 10 pills appeared in his hand. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "It's a bit magical." Clang! He unsheathed the sword. The sword flashed. After examining it, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's far from the true Yang sword." Gulp! He ate a Origin Condensing Pill. The effect of the pill is about the same as the Qi Gathering Pill, but it only increases the absorption speed by 20 times. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "The battlefield merit store is too disappointing." If the martial artists who fought for merit points heard this, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot. It was not that Jun Changshao was showing off, but after exchanging several items in succession, he concluded that weapons, pills, and even martial arts manuals could not be compared to the system store. Martial artists could treat them as treasures, but in front of him and his disciples, they were not of any substantial help. No. They were helpful. At least he could exchange for secret manuals and use them to make up the numbers in the technique pavilion. Origin condensing pill and chi gathering pill did not conflict, so taking them together to increase the absorption speed was not bad. As for equipment and treasures, they were not worth exchanging because Jun Changshao had found a lot of opportunities recently. Several core disciples had already gathered 6 Set junior brothers. At the edge of the stronghold, Li Qingyang glanced at Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and the other disciples and said with a solemn expression, "The Patriarch has found so many pieces of equipment for us. Don't let him down. We must live up to the prestige of the fallen star continent on the battlefield." Okay. Everyone's eyes flickered. Let's go. Li Qingyang was the first to fly out. Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, and the others followed one after another. On this day, the sect of all times' disciples flew out of the stronghold. The hard-working martial artists in the dimensional battlefield were probably trembling. Sitting in the main hall, Jun Changshao looked at his treasures flying away and said with a smile, "Although the overall strength of the fallen star continent is not as good as other dimensions, we can crush them with equipment." Chapter 936. Boom! Boom! In a certain area of the dimensional battlefield, 2 yellow-class martial artists, who were as strong as rank 7 or rank 8 Wu Huang, were condensing all kinds of moves and bombarding the dusty area below. A moment later, the 2 stopped. "Big brother," the shorter martial artist said, "that arrogant guy probably didn't even have a hair left after being bombarded." The martial artist called Big Brother sneered, "Isn't it good to be alive? Why did he have to come here to die?" The 2 brothers were originally looking for opportunities in the dimensional battlefield. Suddenly, someone flew over and then provoked them in all kinds of ways, resulting in the bombardment just now. "Hey!" Suddenly, a voice came from the dusty area, "Don't be happy too early." Hearing this, the smiles on the 2 martial artists' faces froze. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew, and the dust dissipated. Xiao Ziji, who was wearing the true Yang set, stood proudly in place, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He thought that these 2 martial artists would be very strong, but he just stood there and let them bombard him. They didn't even bring him any substantial threat, and he didn't even bother to use the desolate spirit shield. "Big brother, he's actually fine. How is that possible?" Bang! Xiao Ziji stomped his foot, and the ground cracked as he rushed up like a cannonball. Whoosh whoosh! The desolate physique erupted, and an aura as heavy as a mountain instantly spread out. Boom! 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 Plop! Plop! After omitting a few hundred words of battle, the 2 martial artists from the Chi Mei continent had their mouths crooked and their eyes sunken in a deep pit. Xiao Ziji floated in the air and said with disappointment, "I still have to find a higher-level martial artist to fight. Junior brother Yi." He looked back into the distance. "Let's go." Yi Xingchen, who was standing in the sky with his hands crossed, said lightly, "It took dozens of moves to deal with this kind of trash." Xiao Ziji could actually deal with his opponent faster, but this time, he came out of the stronghold to gain experience, so he hoped to fight for a while longer. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them left the area and continued to search for their target. Before long, they encountered a team of 5. Xiao Ziji was about to continue provoking them when he heard Yi Xingchen say, "Leave it to me." "All right." Swish! Yi Xingchen flew over and stood in front of the 5 of them. He said calmly, "A bunch of trash." If it was Xiao Ziji, he might have to use a lot of words to provoke the target. However, The proud and aloof Knight Emperor only used 4 words and his arrogant appearance to instantly fill up the taunt value. "You're courting death. Chop him up! Hoo hoo hoo!" In an instant, the entire region erupted with energy, but it was just as brief as the blooming fireworks. This was because when Yi Xingqian appeared behind them and sheathed the true Yang sword, the 5 yellow-titled martial artists fell to the ground one after another. Sword scars of the same size and depth appeared on their neck. "Junior brother Yi is so strong." Xiao Ziji gave a thumbs up. Yi Xingqian said, "If you can't kill your enemy in one hit, then there's no point in cultivating martial arts." This sentence, coupled with his proud and aloof figure, made him look unprecedentedly pretentious. However, in just a few minutes, more than 30 martial artists chased after them. Pei Aenius saw that the situation was bad and ran faster than anyone else. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian were in the same group to train in the planar battlefield. Li Qingyang, Li Fei, and the others were also training in group. Although they had just entered Wu Huang, they had top-tier equipment on them. They didn't fear any yellow-titled martial artists at all. For high-level continents, the planar battlefield was used to earn merit points, exchange them for martial arts resources, and find opportunities. Although it was possible to die at any time, it constantly attracted martial artists. For the core disciples of the sect of all times, the planar battlefield was a dungeon for leveling up. They didn't even need to farm for equipment because they already had 6 pieces. A few hours later, Li Qingyang and the others returned to the stronghold with excitement on their faces. They had all experienced real combat this time and had benefited a lot from fighting. Li Fei said, "Why aren't senior brother Xiao and junior brother Yi back yet?" Li Qingyang frowned and said, "Did they run into trouble?" Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingqian flew over from afar and landed on the floating stronghold in a rather sorry state. "Junior brother Xiao, what happened?" Li Qingyang asked. Xiao Ziji panted for a moment and said, "Junior brother Yi insisted on fighting with Xian-titled martial artists. In the end, he was chased by 10 Xian-titled martial artists for 2 hours." Yi Xingqian said indifferently, "If it wasn't for their numbers, I would definitely be able to finish them off one by one." Li Qingyang said, "Junior brother Yi, although the Patriarch gave us a set of equipment, our strength is still limited. We must be careful when we go out to train." Yi Xingqian didn't say anything and walked towards the teleportation gate. "Let's go." Li Qingyang said, "Let's go back too." Everyone returned to the sect and began to digest the benefits of the real combat. In the next half a month, Li Qingyang and the others either built in the stronghold or went out to train together. Because they had a set of top-grade equipment and ran fast, the martial artists of the various continents had a headache. Dragon Head Peak. Jun Changshao sat in the study and took out 2 experience talismans, saying, "Half-step Wuxing doesn't have subrealms. Is this thing still useful?" "Pa!" He crushed one of them. Whoosh whoosh. The psionic energy in the 2 spirit cores changed slightly. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "The higher the realm, the less obvious the effect of the experience talisman." As he spoke, he crushed the other experience talisman. Although his psionic energy was strengthened, the increase in strength was not very significant. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu hurried in and said, "The Taishan Xingzong was besieging the Demon Gate at the Raging Waves Lake when they were suddenly ambushed by a large number of masked men in black. They suffered heavy casualties." Jun Changxiao's expression suddenly became solemn and said, "Is Xiao Mu okay?" Although he was separated from the higher-ups of the Taishan Xingzong, the news said that he is fine. Li Luoqiu said, "That's good." Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Are these masked men in black the same group that I investigated?" "Yes," Li Luoqiu said. Jun Changxiao sat down and supported his right cheek with his fist. He said, "The Taishan Xingzong was exterminating the remnants of the Demon Gate. This organization's sneak attack should be related to the group of disciples that was separated from the Demon Emperor sect. Li Luochio was about to speak when the latest information came to her ears. She hurriedly said, "Patriarch, there is news from the West Cloud State. A force that calls itself the Demon Emperor's Gate announced to the public that they will fight to the death with the righteous sects." Demon Emperor's Gate? Jun Changshao was stunned. Li Luochio said again, "They also announced that the sneak attack on the Taishan Xingzong was their doing. Fighting to the death with the righteous sects, and then attacking the first-class sections." Jun Changshao said, "This Demon Emperor's Gate is going to cause trouble." Sure enough, for the next few days, the falling star continent was bustling with activity. The Demon Emperor's Gate that appeared out of nowhere launched a fierce attack on the righteous sects and exterminated several fifth-class sects one after another. Jun Changshao learned from the information that the sects that were exterminated had a characteristic, which was that they had followed the major sects to exterminate the remnants of the Demon Gate. "Patriarch," Li Luochio said, "the fourth-class Azure Water sect was exterminated by the Demon Emperor's Gate. The upper echelons and tens of thousands of disciples were all killed." "The righteous sects didn't make a move?" "Yes, 2 first-class sects joined forces with the second and third-class sects and are rushing towards the West Cloud State. I'm afraid a fierce battle will break out soon." Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on the back of his hand. He said, "The falling star continent is about to enter the planar battlefield. The Demon Emperor's Gate is a little interesting for them to stir up trouble at this time." "Patriarch," Li Luochio said again, "the Demon Emperor's Gate announced to the public that the Gate Master has the innate demon physique and obtained the Demon Emperor's inheritance. They also issued the Demon Emperor's order to recruit all the demon cultivators hidden in the falling star continent." "Innate demon physique?" Jun Changshao said in surprise. "Isn't it on Mengying? Could it be that this physique is not unique?" Chapter 937. The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate had destroyed several sects in just a few days. The righteous sects would definitely not tolerate this. Thus, 2 first-rate sects took the lead and joined forces with more than a dozen second-rate and third-rate sects to launch an attack. For a moment, all the martial artists and forces focused their attention on the West Fate province. The Drizzle Hall's intelligence network also began to operate. Dozens of intelligence reports were sent to them every day. Li Luochio filtered through them and reported the important information to the Patriarch. Tisk tisk. Jun Changshao, who was fishing by the pond, heard the latest news and said in surprise, "This Demon Emperor's Gate actually has 4 wuxing. Their strength can't be underestimated." Li Luochio said, "The 2 first-rate sects suffered many casualties." "Experts?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Just a bunch of small fries." The corner of Li Luochio's mouth twitched. The 2 first-rate sects that attacked the Demon Emperor's Gate had sent 4 half-saints, 10 Wu Huang, and dozens of martial kings. This lineup could be said to be luxurious, but the Patriarch actually described it as a bunch of small fries. If Hall Master Li went to the planar battlefield and saw Jun Changshao's crazy slaughter with hard-to-retract blade, he would understand why he described it this way. Jun Patriarch was now someone who had experienced big scenes. Not to mention half-saints and Wu Huang, even if dozens of Wu Xing appeared in front of him, he would not be surprised. This Demon Emperor's Gate is the dark sect force that once ambushed me. If they don't have some strength, they definitely won't openly make an enemy of the righteous sects, Jun Changshao muttered. According to the information he had determined that the masked man in black who had repeatedly attacked him was a remnant of the demon sect that had been separated from the Demon Emperor sect. The guy who had previously invited him in Maple Valley might be one of the leaders. West Fate Province. On a tall mountain, spiritual energy was rampant, and space was distorted to the extreme. This was the place where the martial artists of the Demon Emperor's Gate fought with the righteous sections. Although the battle had already ended, The chilling atmosphere was still strong. Even a first-rate sect is only SOSO. A burly man in black armor stood on the battlefield, gnawing on the bloody thigh of a dire beast. A slender man stood next to him. He flicked the hair on his forehead and said indifferently, "Vice Sect Master shouldn't have sent us to deal with this kind of trash." Ghost. A hunchbacked old man walked over and said in a deep voice, "You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to question the Vice Sect Master's orders." The man named Ghost smiled and said, "I'm just saying it casually. Don't accuse me so casually. Let's go." A woman with a graceful figure withdrew her dagger and said indifferently, "Return to the sect." Although the four of them had different appearances, a chilling demonic aura gathered around them. Their cultivation was also at the Emperor's stage. These were the four great protectors of the Demon Emperor's Gate who had appeared out of thin air. The burly man was called a boorish man, the slender man was called Ghost, the hunchbacked old man was called Dove, and the graceful woman was called Shadow. In the fierce battle just now, at least 500 to 600 martial artists of the righteous sects had died at the hands of these four people. They were definitely the main force. The sect forces in West Fate Province are almost cleaned up. When will we go to the other provinces to have fun? For example, Ghost smiled and said, the nearby Yangzhou in the southwest. Shadow, who was walking in front, said indifferently, "This province is overseen by the Sect of All Times. The Vice Sect Master has ordered us not to provoke them for the time being." "I'm curious," Ghost said, "the Sect of All Times killed many of our people. Why doesn't the Vice Sect Master let us deal with them?" Dove suddenly opened his mouth and said, "You're doubting the Vice Sect Master again." No, don't talk nonsense," Ghost said. A boorish man looked toward the southwest and grinned. "I heard that the disciples of the Sect of All Times are very strong. I really want to meet them." "Forget it." Ghost rolled his eyes and said, "With your brute strength, you can destroy the entire sect with one punch. The Vice Sect Master has his own ideas. As his subordinates, we only need to follow," Shadow said. Ghost shrugged and said, "I'm just saying. Sect of All Times, Dragon Head Peak." Liluaccio came to report again. According to the statistics, in the Battle of Mt. Ching Ling in West Fate Province, the righteous sects led by two first-rate sects lost more than 1,000 people. What about the Demon Emperor's Gate? 100 people were injured. Only injured but not dead. Yes. Jun Changshao retracted his fishing rod and said, "That's a bit powerful." Liluaccio said, "According to the information sent by the spies, the disciples of the Demon Emperor's Gate are all Devil Cultivator-s, and they can forcefully activate their strength. Although there are many people from the righteous sects, they are completely crushed. After hiding in the dark for so long, they suddenly came out in the open. Naturally, they came prepared. If the righteous sects do not treat them seriously, they will suffer a great loss." Jun Changshao said. Liluaccio then said, "Many of the first-rate sects have already made their move. In my opinion, the show has just begun." Jun Changshao hung the bait, swung the rod out and laughed. "So we are in charge of watching the show." He needed to grasp the world's situation, but he was not interested in participating in this kind of battle between the righteous and the demonic. After all, it was not against him. Moreover, Jun Changshao was very curious. Just how capable was this Demon Emperor's Gate to dare to challenge the entire continent's righteous sects? The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate had broken the peace that had existed for a long time. It also made many martial artists realize that the world was about to become unstable. Sure enough, a few days later, a few top sects led by Taishen Xingzong sent out invitations, inviting the upper echelons of the various sects to discuss how to suppress the Demon Emperor's Gate. The Sect of All Times also received an invitation, but Jun Changshao only took a glance before crushing the invitation, and said, "I am not interested in participating in the matters between you righteous and demonic, I just want to be a leisurely spectator." Patriarch. Elder Ma of the Tsongshan sect has come to see you. In the main hall, Ma Yunting sat at the head of the table, his expression a little ugly. Yesterday, the sect received an invitation to head to the Huiying Mountain to discuss the matter of suppressing the Demon Emperor's Gate. Tsongshan sect had heard about the Demon Emperor's Gate. They definitely couldn't afford to offend this kind of power that could easily destroy fourth-rate sections. But it would be embarrassing if they didn't go, so the upper echelons were very conflicted. In the end, they sent Ma Yunting to the Sect of all times to ask for Jun Patriarch's opinion. I won't go. Jun Changshao gave his opinion. Ma Yunting said bitterly. This way it's the same as offending a few top sections. Jun Changshao said, Elder Ma, the reason why these sects invited your sect is to act as cannon fodder when dealing with the Demon Emperor's Gate. That's why the sect master sent this old man to ask for Jun Patriarch's opinion. Ma Yunting said. Jun Changshao said in a profound tone, the Demon Emperor's Gate has come out this time to target those large sections. Small sects like us don't have the strength to contend against it, so we can only watch from the sidelines. Ma Yunting. Tsongshan sect really doesn't have the strength to contend against it, but it's hard to say for the sect of all times. Understood. Ma Yunting stood up and cupped his hands. Tsongshan sect will follow Jun Patriarch and watch from the sidelines. After giving his opinion to this ally, Jun Changshao thought of another ally, so he whispered, that woman won't foolishly go to the appointment, right? Patriarch. Li Luoqiu reported. Miaohua Palace received the invitation, and Palace Master she brought the elders to Yinghui Mountain. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, I won't participate, but I can go and be a bystander. Thinking of this, he settled the sect's matters, then flew out and headed to Yinghui Mountain at an extremely fast speed. All the sects had gathered to discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor's Gate. As the patriarch of the sect of all times and a member of the circle, there was nothing wrong with Go Xing going to take a look. Li Luoqiu, who was standing on Drizzle Peak, shook her head. With Patriarch's personality, something will definitely happen if he goes and takes a look. Chapter 938. There was a very special mountain in the falling star continent called Reflection Mountain. There was no abundant spirit chi on the mountain, and the scenery was ordinary, but it was worshipped by the world. Every year there were countless martial artists who came here to play. Why? Because back then, the demon slaughtering order had been issued from here. From that day on, the famous righteous sects and the Demon Emperor sect fought to the death, leaving behind battles that were enough to be praised by future generations. Today, thousands of years later, under the operation of several first-rate sects, the upper echelons of the sects from all over the world once again rushed to Reflection Mountain. Of course, the Demon Emperor's Gate could not be compared to the Demon Emperor sect. The scale of the righteous sects this time was far less than 1/10 of that time. Patriarch He. Sect Master Gong. At the foot of Reflection Mountain, the two sect elders met and exchanged polite words. Then, they walked together on the historic stone stairs, their eyes full of awe. Back then, the ancestors negotiated on this mountain to suppress the Demon Emperor sect and exchanged thousands of years of peace for the falling star continent. The future generations would naturally remember it in their hearts. Today, they were invited by the first-rate sects to once again discuss how to suppress the Demon Emperor's Gate that had suddenly appeared. It gave them a sense of mission that they had never had before. The upper echelons of the sects who came later would be in awe every time they stopped at the foot of Reflection Mountain. In order to show their respect for the ancestors, even if they could fly up, they would choose to climb the mountain. Patriarch. A disciple stood at the foot of the mountain and said with admiration, although this Reflection Mountain looks very ordinary, this disciple feels a very familiar aura. The old man in embroidered clothes stood in front with his hands behind his back and said proudly, back then, when we suppressed the Demon Emperor sect, our Bamboo Spirit sect also sent people here. I see. The disciple said in realization, No wonder there is a familiar feeling. It turns out that the aura of the ancestors is still here. Let's go. The patriarch said, let's go up. Yes. Dozens of disciples followed him up the stairs, their hearts full of awe. Just as the martial artists of the various sects rushed over from all over the world and walked along the long mountain path, a stream of light flew toward the top of the mountain at an untimely time. This action instantly angered everyone. Who dares to fly on Reflection Mountain? In an instant, countless spiritual senses were released, enveloping the stream of light that was flying upwards. After seeing the other party's appearance, they exclaimed in unison, "The patriarch of the sect of all times. Why is he here?" Could it be that the first-rate sects also sent invitations to this shameless fellow? Jun Changshao, who was continuously ascending, suddenly stopped. His hair was not messy at all as he pointed at the sect leader halfway up the mountain and said, "You're spouting nonsense. I'll sue you for slander." The system said, "I think he's right." Jun Changshao ignored it and flew up the mountain again, leaving behind a group of angry senior members of the various sections. Damn it! This Jun Changshao is too arrogant. One of the sect elders said angrily. I haven't heard any news about the sect of all times recently. I thought they had changed their way of keeping a low profile. I didn't expect them to come to Reflection Mountain. Someone said in surprise. Needless to say, ever since the end of the culinary god competition, the sect of all times had not caused any trouble in the martial arts world for a long time, so much so that everyone almost had nothing to talk about. It was mainly because of the appearance of the plain battlefield teleportation gate, which distracted Jun Changshao a lot of his attention. The disciples also had new dungeons, so they naturally wouldn't go out to play. In short, how could they be in the mood to play with the martial artists of the Falling Star continent when they could compete with the experts of all realms? Shwa! Jun Changshao landed on the top of the mountain. After ascending the mountain in advance, the senior members of the various sects who were bragging all turned their heads to look over, a trace of surprise appearing on their faces. Why is this guy here? Moreover, from the looks of it, he flew up directly. Humph! A middle-aged man in brocade clothes flashed with anger when he saw Jun Changshao. This person was the patriarch of the world-defying sacred sect, Ao Huanyu. His son, Ao Wushuang, participated in the Dragon-Tiger battle for hegemony and was still lying in bed after being abused by Yi Xingchen. TSK, Jun Changshao said, there are quite a few people. There were already 400 to 500 martial artists gathered at the top of the mountain. Among them were the patriarch of a second-rate sect, as well as the upper echelons of a second-rate and third-rate sect. Of course, there were also quite a few sects who had grudges with the sect of all times. For example, the world-defying sacred sect, or the bright light sacred sect, who had fought for the mine, as well as the Great Development Sacred Sect and the Heavenly Dipper Sacred Sect. Every year, there would be a martial arts competition in Hua Mountain, and those who participated were only third-rate and fourth-rate sections. Today, it was very common for first-rate and second-rate sects to gather at Reflection Mountain. Everyone. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Don't misunderstand, I am only here to watch the show." The faces of the elders of the various sects darkened. So many sects of the Falling Star continent had gathered together to discuss how to eradicate the sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate. It was an incomparably serious matter, and he actually came to watch the show. Wasn't that the same as watching the joke of the entire continent? Jun Patriarch. Ao Huanyu said with a cold face, "Since your sect of all times is not participating, please go back." "What's wrong?" Jun Changshao sat in front of a huge rock and said with a sloppy look, "Is Reflection Mountain your home? No one is allowed to come up?" Seeing his arrogant appearance, the elders of the various sects wanted to walk up and rub their faces against the ground. If it was really implemented, the result would be that the mountain would be flattened and their faces would be fine. After all, they had received the power from the upper realm, so the quality was guaranteed. Jun Changxiao's words made Ao Huanyu speechless. Jun Patriarch. A kind-looking old man walked out and said with a serious expression, "The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's Gate is no small matter. Since we are righteous sects, how can we stay out of this? I'm sorry." Jun Changxiao interrupted. "My sect of all times has never claimed to be a righteous sect. You want to pull me into a pit? There's no door or window." However, this sentence brought harm to the various sections. After all, they claimed to be righteous sections. Wasn't this guy trying to find a way to say that they were sanctimonious? Besides, Jun Changxiao continued, there are several wuxing overseeing the Demon Emperor's Gate. My sect of all times' strength is limited. Even if we wallow in the mire with you, we won't be of much help. Speaking was an art. Goxing was interpreting another art, so he didn't know how to speak. He was sanctimonious and wallowing in the mire. The various sects couldn't bear to look at him directly. Jun Changxiao. Ao Huanyu said angrily, "I think you're here to pick a fight." Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "You're not a ripe melon. I have nothing better to do, so I came all the way here to pick a fight." The leaders of the various sects glared at each other, and the originally amiable atmosphere was replaced by solemnity. Hall Masterly guessed right. With Goxing's character, coming to take a look was definitely not a good thing. Jun Patriarch. At this moment, a light voice came from behind. "You're really here?" Shi Jingxian walked over, her face full of joy. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were following behind, looked at each other and finally understood why the palace master came to Yinghui Mountain. It turned out that she wanted to see this kid. No. Why did the leaders of the various sects look so ugly? Why did they look at Jun Changxiao with unfriendly eyes? Did this guy offend all of them? Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said, "It's better to leave dealing with the Demon Emperor's Gate to the various sects present. Fourth and fifth-rate sects like us shouldn't blindly get involved." When the leaders of the various sects heard this, they became even angrier. It's fine if your sect of all times doesn't participate in the crusade against the Demon Emperor's Gate, but you even instigated the other sects not to participate. You're just AF King SH T-stirrer. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Jun Patriarch, I came to Yinghui Mountain just to see the scenery." "I see." Jun Changxiao jumped down from the boulder, pointed to the sea of clouds in the distance, and said with a smile, "Come, let's go over there to enjoy the scenery. Let's not disturb the leaders of the various sects discussing important matters." Shi Jingxian was stunned and followed with a red face. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were tactful and didn't follow. Especially when they looked at the backs of the palace master and Jun Changxiao, they suddenly felt that the two were a match made in heaven. The leaders of the various sects forcefully suppressed their anger and continued to wait for the arrival of the other sections. However, when they occasionally saw Jun Changxiao and Shi Jingxian chatting and laughing in the distance, they couldn't help but feel angry. In such a sacred place, that guy was actually openly flirting. Chapter 939. In the Sea of Clouds, Jun Changxiao sat on a rock, vividly telling Shi Jingxian a story. As for the content of the story, there was no need to mention it. Seeing him flirt in front of them, the leaders of the various sects were extremely angry, but they could only suppress their anger and begin to communicate with each other. This time, they gathered at Yinghui Mountain not to be angry, but to discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor's Gate. As for Jun Changxiao, this shit-stirrer, if he didn't participate, then so be it. There were countless sects in the world anyway, so one more wouldn't make a difference. The actions of the leaders of the various sects were correct. The best way to deal with this kind of shameless person was to tolerate him, let him go, and ignore him. Half an hour later, 1,000 people gathered at the top of Yinghui Mountain. There were at least 100 sects from all over the world. 5 first-rate sects, 20 second-rate sects, and the rest were all third, fourth, and fifth-rate sections. The leaders of the various sects gathered together and began to discuss how to deal with the Demon Emperor's gate quickly and efficiently. Palace Master Shi Goshing said with a smile, "What do you think they will do to deal with the Demon Emperor's gate?" Shi Jingxian adjusted her glasses and said, "Unite all the sects together and have them send their own people to attack the Demon Emperor's gate." Jun Changshao was stunned, because this woman was thinking the same thing as him. Shi Jingxian had guessed correctly. After a careful discussion, the sects reached a consensus and decided to form an alliance to deal with the remnants of the demon sect. This consensus was made by the first and second-rate sects, and the third, fourth, and fifth-rate sects just went through the motions and nodded their head. In fact, before they came to Yinghui Mountain, they had already expected this result. Because their levels weren't high enough and they didn't have enough authority, they could only cooperate with the large sections. To put it bluntly, the sects that weren't high level all had the awareness of being cannon fodder. Since that was the case, why did they still have to be silly? Because since they were in the circle, since they were invited, they had to brace themselves and come if they wanted to stay in the circle. For example, after receiving the invitation, wasn't Songshan sect also very conflicted about whether to participate or not? If it weren't for Jun Changxiao's suggestion, and because they didn't want to offend the large sects, they would have already come. In Jianghu, one had no choice. Although Jun Changxiao was in the pugilistic world, he was an exception because with the current strength of the sect of all times, he dared to reject the invitation and dared to argue with the major sects on the mountaintop. To be able to ignore or break the rules, one must first have sufficient strength. Those fourth and fifth-rate sects could not do it, and could only follow behind the big sects as cannon fodder. The originally clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds from afar, and a drizzle began to fall. The cultivation levels of the various sects and clans at Reflection Mountain were not low, so the rain couldn't fall on them. They were still discussing seriously. Now that the alliance had been decided, they would definitely discuss how to attack the Demon Emperor's gate. However, when it came to confidential matters, they all communicated via voice transmission. Occasionally, they would look at Jun Changxiao warily, seemingly worried that he would eavesdrop on them. He was worrying too much. Jun Changxiao had really come to Reflection Mountain to watch the show. He didn't care at all about how the various sects were targeting the Demon Emperor's gate. The dark clouds that had gathered in the sky were pushed away by the wind. After the sun came out, a rainbow gradually appeared. "So beautiful!" Shi Jingxian exclaimed. Jun Changxiao said, "After the rain, there are water droplets in the air. When the sun shines at a low angle, it will produce such a natural wonder." "Jun Patriarch knows a lot," Shi Jingxian said. Jun Changxiao said modestly, "I only know a little about a lot of things." Everyone. At this moment, the kind-looking old man said, "It's decided. Please make more preparations when you go back." The big shots of the various sects cupped their hands. Obviously, when Jun Changxiao accompanied Shi Jingxian to see the rainbow, they had already discussed everything. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Just as the big shots of the various sects were about to leave, another dark cloud came from afar, and it emitted an extremely gloomy aura. Jun Changxiao said to himself, "Demonic cultivator?" Because Yao Menjing walked the path of a demonic cultivator, he was very familiar with this kind of aura. The big shots of the various sects also noticed it, and their expressions suddenly became serious. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several black streams of light flew over with a sky full of demonic aura, and then hung on the peak of Reflection Mountain. There were a total of 5 people. 4 of them were old men in black robes, standing on the left and right respectively. In the middle was a handsome young man. That's right. It was the person Jun Changxiao saw in Maple Valley, the person who might be a woman disguised as a man. Although the 4 old men in black robes had different appearances, they were all covered with a chilling demonic aura. "Wu Sheng?" Jun Changshao used the voice transmission technique without changing his expression. Inform the sect and ask Hall Master Z and Old Ding to rush over as soon as possible. Yes. The members of the Drizzle Hall at the foot of the mountain received the Patriarch's order and hurriedly sent the message further away. In a short time, Li Luochio, who was in the Sect of all times, had already received the message. Swish. Swish. The Purple King and Old Ding didn't finish their meal and flew to Reflection Mountain at full speed. This kind of information transmission and movement was really super fast, and no sect in the Falling Star continent could compare to it. As expected, Li Luochio shook her head and said, something really happened. Using two of the sect's top forces made her guess that the situation might not be small. Back at Reflection Mountain, when a young man and 4 wuxing appeared in the sky, the atmosphere suddenly became very serious. The kind-looking old man was someone who had been through a lot. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Let me introduce myself." The young man, who was even more handsome than Jun Changshao, smiled gently and said, "My surname is Yuan. You can call me Yuan Gongzi, or you can call me the Demon Emperor's Gate Deputy Sect Master." Demon Emperor's Gate? The faces of the big shots of the various sects changed. This time, they gathered at Reflection Mountain to discuss how to eradicate this demon sect. Now, the main character was here. "So this guy is the Deputy Sect Master," Jun Changshao said secretly. Thinking that this person once said that he wanted to break the current rules and establish a new one, it seemed normal that he dared to become enemies with the famous righteous sections. Shi Jingxian transmitted her voice. "Jun Patriarch, the situation is not good. Let's leave quickly." "Everyone." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "You guys chat, we'll leave first." He had no interest in participating in the matter between the Demon Emperor's Gate and the famous righteous sections. He just wanted to be a quiet spectator. "Jun Patriarch." Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, "We're old friends. Are you leaving without chatting for a while?" Jun Changshao's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. When this guy said "old friends," he deliberately emphasized his tone, making it clear that he wanted the sects to have wild thoughts. Sure enough, when the big shots of the various sects heard this, their imaginations went wild. They even suspected that the Sect of all times and the Demon Emperor's Gate were in cahoots. The other party's sudden attack might have been him who leaked the secret. "Yuan Gongzi," Jun Changshao said lightly, "you and I have only met once. We can't be considered friends. When we met in the purple bamboo forest in Maple Valley, Jun Patriarch and I had a good chat. How can we not be friends?" Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, "Damn you. Do you have to drag me down?" "Humph." Ao Huanyu sneered and said, "So Jun Patriarch and the Demon Emperor's Gate's Deputy Sect Master are old friends. No wonder they came uninvited." The big shots of the various sects glared at Jun Changshao. In the beginning, this guy's arrogance made them very angry, but they just didn't like his arrogant attitude. Now, under the instigation of the Demon Emperor's Gate's Deputy Sect Master, they realized that this guy might be an enemy. So, their angry eyes were filled with strong hostility. "Kid!" Jun Changshao looked at Yuan Gongzi and said coldly, "I said in the purple bamboo forest, don't try to threaten me, and don't repeatedly challenge my bottom line. You seem to have forgotten?" Chapter 940. Yuan Gongzi, who had suddenly appeared, kept emphasizing that he was friends with Jun Changshao. His goal was to pit him against the righteous sects. The effect was good. The leaders of the various sects were already suspicious. Jun Changshao could naturally see through Yuan Gongzi's intentions, so he was very angry now. His sect of all times really didn't want to get involved in the matter between the Demon Emperor's Gate and the righteous sects, but this kind of behavior of forcefully dragging people into the water was really too annoying. Yuan Gongzi obviously didn't realize that his thoughts had angered Jun Changshao. He smiled and said, "I've always remembered what Jun Patriarch said. I've never forgotten it." "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao's face was gloomy. Back then in the purple bamboo forest, because there were hidden experts, he suppressed himself and didn't make a move. Although there were 4 Wu Xing here today, the urge to beat the other party up was even stronger. The main thing was that those words were too annoying. Yuan Gongzi, Jun Changxiao said coldly, I'm just here to be a bystander, but you insist on dragging me into the water. Fine, from now on we're enemies. TSK. Ao Huanyu and the others sneered. In their opinion, Jun Changxiao was very likely to have colluded with the Demon Emperor Sect. Now, every word he said and every expression on his face was an act. Jun Patriarch. Yuan Gongzi said seriously, since we can't be friends, we can't be enemies. Then why are you King tricking me? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a heavy aura appeared in the sky. The power of dragons and elephants gathered, and then brazenly pressed down on Yuan Gongzi. When the dragon-elephant Prajnapam was used, dozens of dragons and elephants shone brightly, instantly making the world lose its color. The leaders of the various sects were all shocked. They had never seen such a desolate aura that seemed to come from the endless starry sky. Arrogant. Wu Xing, who was standing in front of Yuan Gongzi, waved his hand coldly. Vast and mighty demonic energy whizzed out and gathered in the air, forming a fist that soared into the sky and blasted towards the dragon-elephant force that was pressing down. Ka. The condensed power of a demonic cultivator at the level of Wu Xing mercilessly tore the space apart. That terrifying evil qi crazily spread out, causing the martial artists of the various sects to turn pale with fright. Boom! At this moment there was a deafening explosion. The demonic cultivator at Wu Xing's level fell down the mountain like a cannonball. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Before the other 3 Wu Xing came to their senses, they felt the overwhelming demon aura pressing down on them, forcing them to retreat in different directions subconsciously. As such, Yuan Gongzi no longer had any protection. He could only look on helplessly as the dracophant force pressed down. In the end, he said in horror, "No!" Boom! The terrifying force pressed down on the top of Mount Inghui. The entire mountain shook violently and showed varying degrees of cracks. The martial artists of the various sects gradually stabilized their bodies. Their expressions changed again and again, and they exclaimed in their hearts, "What kind of martial arts is this? Its power is so terrifying." Without time to think, they all looked up. Higher up, a naked purple-haired man wearing only red underwear was floating proudly. That's right. It was the Purple King. When Jun Changxiao made his move, he had already rushed over. After receiving the order, he quickly exploded his clothes and forced the 4 Wu Xing who were blocking the dracophant force to retreat. The elders of the various sects were collectively dumbfounded. The aura of this purple-haired man was even stranger than that of the 4 demonic cultivators just now. Moreover, after appearing, he scared them all away. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 Wu Xing demonic cultivators stabilized their bodies and looked at the Purple King with deep fear in their eyes. As for the Wu Xing who tried to break the dracophant Prajnapam, he was sent flying by the palm. His entire body seemed to have fallen apart as he lay in the deep pit at the foot of the mountain. Even the Earth-level experts of the dimensional battlefield couldn't withstand the Purple King's attack, let alone him. It had to be said. Jun Patriarch had foresight. When he saw Yuan Gongzi appear with 4 powerful fighters, he realized that there would be an unforeseen event. Thus, he contacted the sect's experts in advance to rush over. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to act so smoothly. Walking to the edge of the deep pit caused by the dracophant force, Jun Changxiao's psionic power turned into a large hand and grabbed Yuan Gongzi, who was lying inside, then pulled him in front of himself. Vice Sect Leader. The 3 Wu Xing were about to rush over. The Purple King landed and blocked their path. He said, "Whoever moves will die." 5 simple words vividly displayed his arrogance, and dominance. As expected of a Kuan from the upper realm, as expected of the hall master of the sect of all times' spiritual hall. Although the 3 Wu Xing wanted to save their vice-sect leader, they could feel that the Purple King was releasing a demonic aura that was stronger than their own. They could only stand there with difficulty. Kid. Jun Changshao restrained Yuan Gongzi with his psionic power hand and said in a cold voice, "When we were in the purple bamboo forest, you challenged my bottom line. Since it was the first time we met, I didn't lower myself to your level. I didn't expect that when we meet again, you've become even worse. If I don't beat you up, how can I face the heavens and earth?" What? Yuan Gongzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He, whose cultivation had reached the peak of Wu Huang's level, was already covered in bruises after receiving the dragon and elephant prajna palm. This was after Jun Changshao showed mercy. Otherwise, if the dragon and elephant force was fully unleashed, even 10 Yuan Gongzi wouldn't be enough to kill him. Of course, judging from Yuan Gongzi's current sorry state, he was indeed a man. This was probably one of the reasons why Jun Changshao attacked. After all, how could there be someone more handsome than himself in this world? Seeing that the self-proclaimed vice-sect leader of the Demon Emperor's Gate, Yuan Gongzi, was severely injured in one move, the elders of the sect of all times muttered in their hearts. Could it be that the patriarch of the sect of all times was not in cahoots with him? Did we misunderstand? Listen up, all of you. At this moment, Jun Changshao turned around and looked at the martial artists of the various sects present. He said angrily, "The sect of all times is not interested in the matters between you all." This sentence contained the sword Dao, martial Dao, and the power of the 5 elements. It directly penetrated the hearts of the crowd, causing them to tremble in fear. Jun Patriarch is so scary. Looking at Jun Changshao's angry back, Shi Jingxuan's bright eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but she also secretly said, "But he's also very mighty." One sentence was enough to intimidate everyone present. He was indeed mighty and domineering. Plop! Jun Changshao casually threw Yuan Gongzi to the ground, then sat on a huge rock and said indifferently, "I'm just here to watch the show. Please continue." Although beating up the vice-sect leader of the Demon Emperor's Gate was partly to vent his anger, it was more to express to the elders of the various sects that he had nothing to do with him. Now, he had made his stance clear. Naturally, he could continue to be a spectator. Vice-sect leader. 3 Wu Xing quickly flew over. One of them carried Yuan Gongzi, then looked at each other and flew into the distance with tacit understanding. They came quietly and left quietly, only taking the injured with them. As for Wu Xing, who was blasted to the foot of the mountain, he had disappeared, leaving only a deep pit and a swastika shape. After the experts of the Demon Emperor's Gate left, the demonic aura that gathered at the top of the mountain gradually dissipated. The elders of the various sects breathed a sigh of relief. According to the normal plot, Yuan Gongzi would definitely teach the righteous sects a lesson when he brought 4 Wu Xing here. In the end, he had to provoke Jun Changshao, who remained neutral. Not only was he beaten up, but he was also beaten to the point that he couldn't stand up. The show couldn't continue, so it could only end abruptly. It was a classic example of not playing by the rules. Jun Patriarch. The kind-looking old man cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Many elders of the various sects also cupped their hands and bowed, their eyes shining with gratitude. Although the top sects had also sent many experts, they were still far from being able to compete with the 4 Wu Xing. If the other side really attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. They ran away just like that? Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I thought they would teach these sanctimonious righteous sects a lesson." The elders of the various sects twitched their mouths. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, "We've seen the scenery. Why don't we go back first?" "Okay." Shi Jingxian nodded. Jun Changshao led the people of Miaohua Palace down Yinghui Mountain. The Purple King, who had been hovering in the air, coldly glanced at the elders of the various sects at the top of the mountain and said, "Trash." He had a grudge against these righteous sects. After all, he was sealed by Wu Xing, a top sect. If it weren't for the Patriarch, he definitely wouldn't have helped them resolve the crisis. Jun Patriarch. After walking down the mountain, Shi Jingxian was puzzled and asked, "Why didn't you kill the vice-sect master of the Demon Emperor's Gate and get rid of the evil for the Falling Star continent?" In the situation just now, Yuan Gongzi was seriously injured. Even a martial disciple could easily kill him. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "He's targeting the righteous sects, not the sect of all times. Naturally, there's no need to kill him." Shi Jingxian said, "Jun Patriarch wants to see the Demon Emperor's Gate and the various sects fight?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said frankly. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were following behind, heard this and frowned slightly. They could understand why the sect of all times didn't participate. However, the Demon Emperor's Gate was threatening the continent and the living beings. Wasn't it a bit too much for them to just watch from the sidelines? The two of them had such thoughts because they prided themselves as righteous sects and had a sense of justice in their bones. A sense of justice. Jun Changshao had it too. However, he didn't have a good impression of the Demon Emperor's Gate and the righteous sects. Naturally, he wouldn't care. Shi Jingxian said, "If the two sides fight, will it benefit Jun Patriarch?" "No." Jun Changshao was just watching the show. As for sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits, he didn't care at all. This was what a qualified onlooker should be like. Shi Jingxian said, "Jun Patriarch is different from others." "You're different too," Goshing said with a smile. Shi Jingxian was stunned. Jun Changshao said telepathically, "Palace Master Shi's appearance gives people a very weak feeling. However, to be able to become the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace and be called a Wonder Woman, you're definitely not an ordinary person. I just happened to take over a fourth-rate sect. I'm not like Jun Patriarch, who developed the ninth-rate Iron Bone sect into the fourth-rate sect of all times." Shi Jingxian said with a smile. "The system couldn't help but ridicule. What's the point of flattering each other?" "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said, "I still have matters to attend to in the sect. Jun will take his leave first." Mn. Shi Jingxian had just finished speaking when Jun Changshao flew away, leaving behind the beauty looking at him with disappointment. Whoosh whoosh. In the dark and damp cave, firewood was lit. Not only did it dispel the cold air, but it also gradually emitted the fragrance of roasted meat. "Sister Xia." Su Xiaoma handed over the roasted pheasant and said, "Eat until you're full. Your injuries will heal faster." Xia Shuiyun, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes and calmly took the roasted pheasant. Then, she turned around and ate. "Sister Xia, you eat first." Su Xiaoma stood up and said, "I'll go get some spring water for you." "Wait." Xia Shuiyun turned her back to him and said, "You're also heavily injured. Why don't you rest?" "If we all rest, who will protect Sister Xia?" Su Xiaoma said with a smile. Then, he left the cave to look for water. Xia Shuiyun fell silent. She recalled the scene a few days ago when she was ambushed by the masked man in black and used his back to block a palm strike for her. The layer of ice covering her heart slowly melted. Chapter 941. Back to Forget It. Let's put it in a nutshell. Taishen Xingzong went to the Raging Waves Lake to eradicate a small group of demon sect members, but he was ambushed. The two sides fought fiercely, and the disciples were separated from the higher-ups in the end. Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun were together when a masked man, whose strength was at the peak of Wuzong's level, suddenly attacked them. He hurriedly blocked a palm for her with his back, and then the two of them staggered into the depths of the forest. If he blocked a bullet for a girl in a critical moment, her favorability would definitely increase. Sister Xia. After a while, Su Xiaoma came in with a spring water and said with a smile, "The spring water here is very sweet." Xia Shuiyun took the water and drank it. Then she tried to stand up, but because her injuries had not completely healed, she was on the verge of collapsing. Su Xiaoma hurriedly reached out to support her and said, "You're so badly injured, don't force yourself to stand up." Xia Shuiyun's expression changed slightly. She wanted to push this guy away, but she was afraid of aggravating her injuries, so she sat down again and said, "Let go of me." Su Xiaoma let go of her and then retreated to the entrance of the cave, saying, "You recover, I'll protect you. Remember, you have to find the emotional point at all times to move the other party." Elder Wei's words rang in her ears. Swoosh! Su Xiaoma sat down with his back facing Xia Shuiyun. There was a dark palm print on his back, which was left behind by the masked man's attack. Seeing this, Xia Shuiyun remembered that he had sacrificed himself to save her, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. The coldness on her face dissipated. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I'm sorry I dragged you into this." Su Xiaoma said with a smile, "I'm honored to be able to block a palm for Sister Xia. Elder Wei. I think I'm about to succeed." If Elder Wei was here, he would definitely smile with relief. Glib tongue. Xia Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him and tried to stand up again. She leaned against the stone wall and said, "My injuries will take some time to recover. You should rest first." Su Xiaoma had just said one word when he saw the woman glaring at him, so he walked in and said, "All right." Hoo-hoo! His heart sutra was activated, and spiritual energy enveloped him. Xia Shuiyun, who was struggling to move to the front of the cave, saw this and her bright eyes were filled with surprise. He has actually comprehended the heart approaching technique to the level of materializing spiritual energy. Lin Xianju was the highest level mental cultivation method in the outer sect of Taixien Xingzong. Only those who were recognized by the higher-ups would be able to practice it. Su Xiaoma, who had been listed as one of the next batch of inner sect disciples, used only 1 month to comprehend it to the great accomplishment stage. It would be very easy for an expert with a saint-grade spiritual root to practice the mental cultivation technique of an outer court disciple. Of course, Su Xiaoma was just pretending. In fact, he was not injured at all. 4 hours later, the dark palm print on his back weakened a lot. He pretended to be energetic and stood up, saying, "Sister Xia." Because of her injuries, Xia Shuiyun fell asleep leaning against the stone wall at the entrance of the cave. Looking at her pale face, Su Xiaoma could not help but think, if not for my protection, this woman would have died in Nuteo Lake. He walked over. He took out a blanket from his space ring and covered Xia Shuiyun with it. Although he was very careful, he still woke her up. She suddenly opened her eyes and a trace of coldness flashed through them. After confirming who it was, she became gentle. "Your injuries have healed?" "Yes, almost." That masked man's strength was at the peak of Wuzong, and his martial arts were very strange. "How did you recover so quickly?" Faced with Xia Shuiyun's doubts, Su Xiaoma took out a broken tile and said, "This is a treasure that Master left for me to protect myself. It dissipated most of the power." "I see." Xia Shuiyun suddenly understood. "It's a pity." Su Xiaoma said bitterly, "It's broken now. When we return to the sect, I will ask my grandfather to give you another defensive treasure," Xia Shuiyun said. Su Xiaoma said with a smile, "Senior sister has already given me a bottle of tranquil heart and icy skin pills. How can I take your things?" As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his waist and said in surprise, "Where's the bottle? Where's my bottle? It's over, it's over. It must have fallen outside. I'll go look for it." Xia Shuiyun said, "It's just an empty bottle. Do you need to care so much?" Su Xiaoma stopped at the entrance of the cave and said, "For many people, it's just an ordinary bottle. But for me, it's more precious than my life." Because it was given to me by Sister Xia. Idiot. Xia Shuiyun said lightly. Then she waved her hand and took out the bottle of tranquil heart and icy skin pills. She said, "You fell into the cave when you were looking for water." Su Xiaoma happily picked it up and wiped it with his sleeve. When he was about to put it on his waist, he felt that it was not safe, so he directly stuffed it into his clothes. Xia Shuiyun saw this and muttered in her heart, "Since you like bottles so much, I'll give you a bunch when we go back." Give me the broken treasure. I'll see if there's any possibility of repairing it. It's already broken. I don't think it can be repaired. Su Xiaoma handed over the tile and said to himself, "This is just a random tile I found. Don't let her see through it." Xia Shuiyun examined it and then put it into her sleeve. She said, "It's already broken. Even the aura of the treasure is gone. It's impossible to repair it." Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. "Big sister, if you can't fix it, then give it to me." "What do you mean by taking it away?" Xia Shuiyun saw that he was a little reluctant and said lightly, "I gave you a bottle, and you gave me a tile. We're even." You don't want to?" "I do." Xia Shuiyun's injuries were very serious, and there were no special healing pills. So Su Xiaoma was not in a hurry to take her away. Instead, he was responsible for taking care of her carefully. Occasionally, he would go out to collect herbs and brew a soup for her to recover her meridian. "You've learned medicine?" "Master is very proficient in the art of medicine. I learned a little bit when I was cultivating with him." Xia Shuiyun said, "Your master, Old Man Jun Tian, is very powerful. He can scare off a herd of beasts with just one look." Su Xiaoma said as he brewed the herbs, "I'm not bragging. My master is erudite and knowledgeable. He's definitely one of the best in the world." "Knowledgeable?" Xia Shuiyun was interested. She asked, "What does he know?" "He knows martial arts, sword arts, alchemy, formations," and Su Xiaoma mumbled a lot, directly molding Jun Changshao into a super omnipotent existence. Fortunately, Go Xing was not present. Otherwise, he would definitely kick him and roar, "You made me sound so awesome. How can I act in the future?" Xia Shuiyun said, "I'm really envious of your master. He can live a carefree life, unlike me who has to do everything according to a set schedule every day." Su Xiaoma said with a bitter smile, "Sister Xia has a special ice-type physique. She has an elder who's her grandfather, and is highly valued by the sect. Her future is bright. Is she still not satisfied?" Xia Shuiyun said, "There are too many rules in the sect. Don't you find it oppressive?" Su Xiaoma said with a self-deprecating smile, "To a genius like Sister Xia, it might be oppressive. But to an ordinary person like me, if I don't work hard, I'll lose everything. I'll become an existence that everyone laughs at." What a painful realization. "Have you heard of Lu Qianshan?" Xia Shuiyun suddenly asked. "Lu Qianshan?" Su Xiaoma said, "I heard Senior Brother Sun mention her. It seems that she was once one of the top geniuses in Taishan Xingzong. Later, she was expelled for breaking the rules." "Yes." Xia Shuiyun shook her head and said, "She was expelled just because she entered the ice spring to cultivate without the permission of the higher-ups. Senior Sister Lu's talent is higher than mine, but she can't break the restrictions set by the sect. How sad is that?" "Senior Sister was expelled for this reason?" Su Xiaoma was secretly shocked. This was the most crucial information he got when he came to Taishan Xingzong as a spy. A top genius was expelled because she went to the ice spring to cultivate without permission. Wasn't it too careless? "Impossible, impossible," Su Xiaoma said secretly. "This is probably the excuse of the higher-ups. Maybe there's another reason." Xia Shuiyun adjusted her slightly depressed state of mind and said with a cold face, "Don't tell anyone about this. Keep it to yourself forever." "Okay." Su Xiaoma nodded and then asked, "Sister Xia, I heard that this Lu Qianshan later joined the Sect of All Times and even participated in the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony. That's right, Xia Shuiyun said. I also didn't expect that after being crippled by the higher-ups and deprived of all the martial arts memories of the Taishin Xingzong, she would still have a chance to make a comeback. Damn. Su Xiaoma was secretly shocked. Senior sister was actually crippled by the Taishin Xingzong. If the patriarch knew about this, he would definitely explode on the spot. The disciples of the Sect of All Times are very strong. I don't know what elixirs they took, Xia Shuiyun said. She had seen the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony on the screen and also witnessed the strength of this new sect's disciples. Su Xiaoma said to himself, "You guys only saw how strong we were, but you didn't see how we cultivated. The molding room, the training tower, and the life and death secret realm. These kinds of martial arts facilities could increase one's strength, but the effort and sweat required were also dozens of times more than ordinary people." Gurgle, gurgle. The medicine soup began to boil. Su Xiaoma collected his thoughts. After boiling for more than 10 minutes, he carefully poured it into a bowl. Splash. The calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled with water. Caught it, caught it. After a while, Su Xiaoma's head popped out of the water. He grabbed a big fish and said with a smile, "Senior sister, we have fish to eat tonight." It had to be said that the magic-modified facial mask was really awesome. It didn't even show its face when soaked in water. Pa! The big fish swung its tail and slapped Su Xiaoma's face. Then, it dived into the water. No way! This fish is so strong. Pfft! Seeing that his left face was red, Xia Shuiyun covered her mouth and laughed. Then she said, "You caught a strength fish. Its explosive power is not inferior to that of a peak martial disciple." No wonder. Su Xiaoma rubbed his face and said angrily, "Today we must catch it and roast it." Gurgle. He dived into the water and quickly caught the escaping strength fish. Late at night, Su Xiaomo removed the fish's scales and internal organs. Then, he skewered the face-slapping fish and roasted it over the fire. Xia Shuiyun sat cross-legged and cultivated as usual. During this time, with the help of the medicine soup and mental cultivation method, her meridians had almost recovered. "Senior sister, the fish is ready." "Okay." Xia Shuiyun opened her bright eyes and took the roasted fish. Then, she said, "My injuries are almost healed. We will return to the sect tomorrow." "Okay." Su Xiaoma said dejectedly in a low voice, "Good times are always short. What are you mumbling about?" Xia Shuiyun asked. Su Xiaoma said, "I have been very happy these few days with Sister Xia." Xia Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him and said, "Don't talk about me being injured and recuperating here." "Okay. The fish is well roasted. Thank you." The next day, Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun returned to Taishin Xingzong. "What? Sect of All Times." After receiving the latest report, Jun Changshao said with a stunned face, "Xiao Mu and Xia Shuiyun were alone in a cave for 5 or 6 days?" "Yes." Li Luoqiu said. "This kid is not bad," Jun Changshao said. Coincidentally, Elder Wei was also in the study. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Xiao Mu's comprehension is still not bad." At this point, he subconsciously looked at the patriarch and muttered in his heart, "The difference is like heaven and earth." "Oh right," Li Luoqiu said again. "Xiao Mu said that the reason Lu Qianshan was expelled was because she entered the ice spring to cultivate without the approval of the higher-ups." "It's that simple?" Jun Changshao said. Li Luoqiu said, "Xiao Mu guessed that it might be the Taishin Xingzong's explanation. There might be more to it. Tell him to pay more attention and not just flirt with girls." "Okay." After returning from Yinghui Mountain, Jun Changshao continued to focus on managing the sect and decided to personally participate in the disciple recruitment next month. This was because the current number of members had reached more than 48,000, and it was very close to breaking through 50,000. However, the outside world was a little chaotic. To be exact, the sect of all times, which had not shocked the world for a long time, once again swept the entire falling star continent with an explosive topic. All the sects are discussing important matters at Inghui Mountain. The patriarch of the sect of all times is also there. I heard that he is arguing with the big shot. He almost rolled up his sleeves and took action. The deputy sect master of the Demon Emperor's Gate rushed over with 4 wusheng to cause trouble. In the end, he was beaten by Jun Patriarch until he couldn't stand up. According to the witnesses, Jun Patriarch used a strange martial skill at that time. He directly condensed some kind of illusion in midair. The power was quite explosive. There was also a guy with purple hair. Just by being naked, he intimidated 4 wusheng, making them not dare to move at all. Oh my God! This sect of all times hasn't made any movements recently. I thought that they had disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect that when the news came, it would still be so explosive. The matter of Jun Changshao acting pretentious at Inghui Mountain was destined to become the topic of conversation after meals among the martial artists of the Falling Star continent. Of course, they were more concerned about when would the alliance of the major sects launch an attack on the Demon Emperor's Gate. Just as the martial artists of the entire continent were anxiously waiting, another piece of news came from the West Cloud State. The Demon Emperor's Gate had suddenly disappeared into thin air. The previous base was also empty. It can't be. After Jun Changshao received the news, he was speechless. I was still counting on you to fight against the famous righteous sections. In the end, after being beaten up by me, you directly retreated into the shadows? Although the Demon Emperor's Gate had disappeared, the masked men in black were still moving in the Jianghu. In just a few days, a few more sects had been destroyed. It was very obvious. This force had changed its strategy, from openly to secretly targeting the famous righteous sections. Bang! In a dark cave, an explosive sound could be heard, and a fist mark could be seen on the wall. Damn it! A boorish man clenched his fists in anger and said, "Vice sect leader has been beaten to such a state, why are you still stopping us from finding trouble with the sect of all times?" That's right. Ghost, who was leaning against a pillar at the side, said unhappily. Shadow said, "Vice sect leader has his own plans, we just need to listen to his orders." A boorish man's eyes were about to split open. "I can't take this lying down, I have to find trouble with this sect." Shadow frowned slightly and was about to dissuade him. Injiu spoke first. Vice sect leader was seriously injured by Jun Changshao's palm strike. "Are you sure you are looking for trouble and not courting death?" A boorish man paused and said, "I can't beat the patriarch of the sect of all times, but I can beat the disciples of the sect of all times." That's right. Ghost's eyes lit up and said, "We can bully the disciples of the sect of all times. Without vice sect leader's orders, don't act recklessly." Shadow said, "Sigh." Ghost shrugged and said, "I'm just saying." That night, Shadow discovered that Ghost and a boorish man had disappeared, so she frowned and said, "Those two fellows must have gone to find trouble with the sect of all times. I wish everyone a happy May Day." Looking for monthly votes and recommendation tickets at the end of the month. Chapter 942. Outside Ironbone Town, thousands of young boys and girls gathered and looked up at the Ironbone Mountain that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. Their eyes were shining with excitement. Today was the day the sect of all times recruited disciples. They came from afar in hopes of passing the test and becoming a member of the sect. Taiju, a middle-aged man with wrinkles all over his face, said, "Father believes that you will succeed." Judging from his appearance, he was not from a rich family. A 17 or 18-year-old boy standing in the group took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. He said to himself, "Father, your son will not let you down." Zhou Taiju. People from the eastern Haozhou. They were all ordinary people for generations. This time, accompanied by his father, He came to the sect of all times from afar in hopes of passing the test and becoming a disciple to bring honor to his ancestors. There were many ordinary young men like him. They did not have any cultivation path. If they wanted to stand out in a world where martial arts were respected, they could only choose to enter a sect. However, for many people, a sect was too high to reach. They could only enter if they were extremely talented. However, the sect of all times was different. As long as you had a skill, as long as you had some achievements in a certain area, you would have a chance to become a disciple. Therefore, on the day of recruitment, many young men gathered in Ironbone Town. Even if they might not pass the test, they were willing to give it a try. Tisk. A young man in embroidered clothes said lightly, "These poor people dare to sign up. Who gave them the courage?" As a direct descendant of a large family, he felt very embarrassed to participate in the test with a group of country bumpkins. Another direct descendant of a family standing next to him said in annoyance, "The sect of all times should have divided the test in advance. Those with status and those with status will be tested, and those without status and those without status will be tested." That's right. Someone agreed. Those young men who were born poor could only pretend that they did not hear what the young masters said, even though they were very angry. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flew down from Ironbone Mountain and stopped at the foot of the mountain. "He can fly. This is Wu Huang." The young men's eyes were filled with strong admiration. However, when the light dissipated, a handsome young man in white clothes was revealed. They exclaimed in unison, "Jun Patriarch." That's right. It was Jun Goshing. Perhaps it was because he had too much free time, but the disciple recruitment that the Ning brothers were supposed to be in charge of was personally overseen by him today. Shua. Jun Changshao pointed at the brocade-clothed youngster and the other family members, beckoning them over. "You guys come out." The 4 examinees were stunned, but they still walked out from the group. "Where are you from?" "The He clan of the Southeast. The Ling family of the Southeastern Province. Southeast First State." The 4 of them reported their identities. When the youths who also came from the Southeast heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They thought to themselves, "They're all direct descendants of big clans." Jun Changshao said, "Your identities are not simple. In order to distinguish you from the ordinary contestants, I have decided to give you a separate assessment." Individual assessment? The 4 of them were startled at first, but then their eyebrows danced in delight. "That's right. We are all direct descendants of influential clans. Coming to the sect of all times to register for the assessment, we have to be different from a bunch of country bumpkins. Turn around." Shua. The 4 of them turned around at the same time. Jun Changshao pointed in the direction of Strongbone Town and said, "Follow this road. The assessment point is at the end." Yes. The 4 of them started walking. The brocade-clothed youngster came back to his senses and said with a puzzled face, "Jun Patriarch, the end of this road is outside the borders of southwest Yangzhou." "That's right." Jun Changshao said, "It's outside the borders." The other 3 martial artists were dumbfounded. The assessment point was too far away. The brocade-clothed youngster's mouth twitched and said, "Jun Patriarch, don't talk nonsense." Jun Changshao interrupted forcefully and said with a sullen face, "Let's go quickly. We'll miss it if we're late." Shua! Shua! The 4 of them hurriedly moved. Jun Changshao shouted, "Run as fast as you can." Yes. The 4 of them took big strides and ran wildly on the wide road that extended beyond the borders. Jun Changshao retracted his gaze and looked at the examinees present. He said seriously, "The sect of all times doesn't care about your identity or status. Since you're here to participate in the assessment, we'll treat you all equally." Some of the smarter examinees heard this and immediately understood that the direct descendants of the clans who were running along the road were not going to take the assessment individually. They were directly disqualified. The assessment begins. Jun Changshao said loudly. Only those who reach the top of the mountain within the stipulated time will pass the first round of the assessment. The examinees' eyes burned with passion. They had prepared for a long time for this day. Only by reaching the top of the mountain could they prove themselves. Jun Patriarch. Just as the examinees were eager to give it a try, a voice suddenly came from the back of the group. I heard that the disciples of your sect are very strong. I'd like to experience it for myself. Oh! Jun Changshao looked over and saw that the speaker was a muscular man. He frowned and said, So you're not here to participate in the assessment, but to challenge the sect of all times? You can say that. That person walked forward from the back of the group. Every step he took would cause the surrounding dust to fly up. It was obvious that he was a hidden expert. Interesting. Go Xing smiled. Thinking about it, it seemed that no one had dared to challenge them for a long time. The muscular man smiled and said, Today is the day that your sect is recruiting disciples. I'm here to challenge you. Jun Patriarch won't refuse, right? Why would he? Suddenly, another voice came from the side. The sect of all times is one of the top 3 factions. Furthermore, you won the championship in the Dragon-Tiger battle. If you refuse in front of everyone, it will definitely damage your reputation. The person who spoke was a tall and slender man. That's right. These two were one of the 4 great protectors of the Demon Emperor's Gate, a boorish man and ghost. They couldn't stand the fact that their vice-sect master was beaten up, so they secretly came to the sect of all times. Coincidentally, they were recruiting disciples, so they decided to openly challenge them. If they beat up the disciples of the sect of all times in front of everyone, it would definitely be very interesting when the news spread throughout the Starfall continent. That's right. Jun Changshao smiled and said, The sect of all times warmly welcomes everyone to challenge us. A boorish man stopped in front of everyone and grinned. If that's the case, Jun Patriarch, please call your disciples out. I'll be waiting for them there. He pointed to the arena in the distance and said. Jun Changshao said, This is the arena of life and death set up by the sect of all times. As long as you walk up there, your life and death will be up to fate. That's even better. You can fight to your heart's content, Ghost said. Jun Changshao immediately understood that these 2 guys weren't here to challenge him. They were here to cause trouble. TSK. Were their brains kicked by a donkey? How dare they come looking for a beating? Please wait a moment. Since there were people coming to challenge him on the day of recruitment, Jun Changshao definitely wouldn't refuse. A boorish man added, Jun Patriarch, it's best if you call a few more disciples. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight to my heart's content. Alright. Jun Changshao said, I'll satisfy you. Voice transmission at everyone. Qingyang, Sinful Self, Xingchen, Wudi, Ziyang, go down the mountain to receive the guests. Chapter 943. Back then, when the God-slaughtering palace brought a large number of evil sects to fight, Jun Changshao built a life and death arena at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, at the edge of the arena stood thousands of youths, their eyes shining with anticipation. They were originally here to participate in the entrance examination, but they didn't expect someone to come and challenge them. They could use this opportunity to see how strong the disciples of the sect of all times were. Buzz! Streams of light appeared around the arena and then gradually disappeared. Patriarch Zhen Dijuan said, It has already been reinforced. Even if a semi-sage attacks it, it will not collapse. Yes. Jun Changshao looked at a boorish man and ghost and laughed. Are you guys prepared to fight 2 against 2 or 1 against 1? Is it okay to fight 1 against many? A boorish man grinned. Damn it. This guy was very arrogant. Jun Changshao said, If you think that you can beat my sect of all times by yourself, then it doesn't matter. A boorish man said, After all, this is your sect's territory, and there are so many people watching, so I naturally have to give Jun Patriarch face. Let's fight 1-on-1, But first, you must send your strongest disciple. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight to my heart's content. Don't worry, Jun Changshao said seriously. I will definitely let you fight to your heart's content. Shua. Shua. At this moment, the core disciples of the sect of all times led by Li Qingyang all flew down from the mountain. They're all disciples participating in the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony. And Yi Xingchen. He's much more handsome than on the screen. When many girls saw the cold and arrogant Yi Xingchen, they were so excited that they almost screamed. From this, it could be seen that the youths who came to the sect of all times to participate in the examination really wanted to stand out. A portion of the girls were probably just trying to be in the same sect as their idol. This also meant that after experiencing the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony and the Shifang suicide tower, Pei Aniu had become the sect of all times postcard. A boorish man and ghost were also sizing up the disciples of the sect of all times. Although their auras were not bad, their cultivation levels seemed to have just reached the king level. Disdain immediately appeared in their eyes. Patriarch. Li Qingyang asked in a low voice, "What's the situation?" These two. Jun Changshao pointed at a boorish man and ghost and said, "Come challenge the sect of all times." Challenge? Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others were stunned. Especially when he looked at a boorish man and ghost, it was as if he was looking at idiot. Judging from their auras, these two people should be emperor-level martial artists. However, their strength was definitely not on par with the profound-level martial artists of the planar battlefield. Wasn't taking the initiative to challenge just asking for a beating? Jun Patriarch. A boorish man crossed his arms and said with a look of disdain, "Sending only these few people is not enough." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were speechless. It was probably because of the hidden cultivation technique that he thought they were weak. Whether it's enough or not, we'll only know after we fight, Jun Changshao said. You two, please choose your opponents. A boorish man began to look carefully. Suddenly, he realized that one of the disciples of the sect of all times was staring coldly at him. There was obvious contempt in his eyes. He pointed and said, "It's him." Who? Stars and clouds scatter, sun and moon take place. Sigh. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji both sighed. First, they were depressed because they were not chosen. Second, they were mourning for that guy. If you challenged us, you'd just be beaten up. If you challenged junior brother Yi, you'd better be prepared to have your dignity trampled on. Jun Changshao looked at Ghost and said, "What about you?" Ghost rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Ziji and said, "It's him." "Let's go to the arena," Jun Changshao said. Jun Patriarch. A boorish man said, "I didn't come here to challenge you to a fight and then leave. So, please call for more disciples who can take a beating." Ta. Yi Xingchen stepped onto the arena first and said calmly, "You chose me. You're destined to fight only one battle." "Is that so?" A boorish man grinned. Then, he leaped onto the arena, which was reinforced by a formation. A thick aura immediately erupted. It was obvious that this person was very good at shaping his body. "Xingchen, today is the day of disciple recruitment. Don't waste too much time. Make it quick," Jun Changshao said. Understood. Yi Xingchen stared at a boorish man from beginning to end. He judged what kind of martial artist he was from his aura and body. In his mind, he instantly came up with a method to beat him up 1,000 times. Director Li could use his mind to create a 3D building model. Yian Yo could simulate all kinds of torture method. The disciples of the sect of all times were all geniuses. "Let's begin," Jun Changshao announced. Bang! As soon as he said that, a boorish man clenched his fist. His shirt suddenly exploded, revealing his solid muscles. The youths were stunned. Not only were his muscles well developed, but he also had many scars. In particular, there were dozens of scars on his back. It was obvious that he had gone through unimaginable trials of life and death. A boorish man said proudly, "To be able to achieve what I have today, I've gone through countless trials of life and death. Have you guys with soft skin and tender flesh experienced it before?" Martial artists who had reached the level of emperor could rely on spiritual energy to heal the scars on their body. A boorish man had never done so. He mainly used it to show off. The effect was very good. The youths who had not experienced much were deeply shocked by the scars on his body. "Children, I'll tell you today that a true martial artist can only become strong after going through trials of life and death," a boorish man said loudly. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand formed by spiritual energy pressed down from above. The force it carried was like a tsunami. Not good! Boom! An explosive sound came from the arena, and the spiritual energy spread out in all directions. Fortunately, Zhen Dejuan had used the array in advance. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been reduced to nothingness by this palm. The youths were standing far away, but they felt the remaining power sweeping over. They retreated dozens of steps in horror and then looked at the arena together. They saw that the guy who was covered in scars, as if he was in a class with them, was lying on the ground with a ferocious expression. Ghost, who had been smiling all the time, saw his companion being beaten down by a palm. His smile froze. Impossible! A boorish man was a fourth-class Wu Huang, and his body was very strong. Even if he was facing a fifth-class or sixth-class emperor, it was impossible for him to be beaten down directly. Shua! Yi Xingqian strode over. Dense spiritual energy condensed in his fist. He said coldly, "Have you ever died?" A boorish man had never died. Because if he had died, he would not have appeared here. However, the Night Tharch had died once, and he had truly experienced death. Therefore, what right did he have to talk about experiencing life and death in front of him? What right did he have to show off in front of him? Boom! 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 Violent power spread crazily in the arena. Waves of water rippled crazily. The corners of the youths' mouths twitched. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji could not bear to look and turned their faces away. After 10 minutes of crazy violence, Yi Xingqian finally stopped. The arrogant, boorish man was lying on the arena. There were many fractures all over his body. His face was deformed. He had completely fainted. Of course, there were also benefits. There were many more scars on his body. He could show off in front of others better. Bang! After kicking the half-dead boorish man down, Yi Xingqian looked at Ghost, who was in a daze, and said coldly, "Get up here." Chapter 944. It was Ghost who instigated him to come to the Sect of all times. It was also Ghost's idea to use the recruitment day to issue a challenge. In his opinion, the Sect of all times would definitely accept the challenge. After all, they had a lot of prestige in the pugilistic world. That's right. Jun Changshao would not reject any challenge. As long as they dared to come, he would accompany them. Everything was under Ghost's control. He was also happily thinking that once he beat up the Sect of all times disciple and spread the news, it would definitely embarrass the Sect. This guy also knew that Jun Changshao was very strong. If he challenged him, it would definitely be a tragedy. Since he couldn't directly help the Vice Sect Master take revenge, he could only start with the disciple and cause the Sect of all times' reputation to fall. But when a boorish man was beaten down and then ravaged crazily, the plan and plot that was under his control suddenly went awry. "Get up here," Yi Xingqian said coldly. "God, so handsome! I really hope to become a Sect of all times disciple immediately." Many girls clasped their hands together and looked at Yi Xingqian, who was acting like a domineering CEO. Ghost, who was standing below the stage, was already drenched in cold sweat. A boorish man was being beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. Although he was stronger than him, he was only slightly stronger. If he went up, he would definitely be beaten up. This guy finally understood that coming to the Sect of all times was to be beaten up. Ghost really wanted to leave now, but it was already too late. The other party had come out to receive the guest. Calm down, calm down. Ghost took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Ziji. I didn't choose you. I chose him. Yi Xingqian couldn't be provoked, but this guy could. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji said, he's mine. Trash. Yi Xingqian said coldly and then walked down the stage. Please. Xiao Ziji cupped his hands and said. Seeing Yi Xingqian walk down, Ghost completely relaxed. He then jumped into the arena and thought to himself, the opponent I chose has the same heavy aura as a boorish man. He should be a cultivator of the physical body. As long as I'm fast enough, I should be able to finish him off easily. He was smart enough to choose his opponent after careful consideration. Unlike a boorish man, when he saw Yi Xingqian looking down on him, he chose him without hesitation. Shua. Xiao Ziji jumped up. Let's begin, Jun Changshao said impatiently. Originally, he thought that a boorish man had some strength, but in the end, he was easily defeated by his disciple. Therefore, he was not interested in the following battle. It was better to end it early and continue with the business of recruiting disciples. Shua, shua, shua. On the stage, Ghost displayed his movement technique and instantly transformed into a dense mass of black shadows. Xiao Ziji stood in place, unmoving like a mountain. Whoosh! At this moment, Ghost seized the opportunity and suddenly jumped behind Yi Xingqian. A gloomy aura appeared in his right palm and he suddenly attacked. Bang! Xiao Ziji did not dodge and let the opponent hit his back. He then stood there motionlessly. This Ghost's eyes were filled with astonishment. Your strength is too weak. Be stronger, Xiao Ziji said. Damn it! Ghost displayed his movement technique and retreated several steps. Then, his right hand quickly formed a seal and condensed an even stronger energy to attack. Bang! 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 The three powerful palms all hit Xiao Ziji's back, but the opponent was still as steady as Mount Tai. He said with dissatisfaction, Can you be a bit stronger? Ghost's mouth twitched. This palm technique was definitely his killer move. Moreover, after 3 consecutive attacks, Yi Xingqian did not retreat at all. This hurt his pride a bit. This person can't dodge. This means that his physical body is strong but his speed is weak. Even if he can withstand it, he will be nothing more than a punching bag. Ghost analyzed the situation and came up with a plan. If 1 or 2 attacks were not enough, then he would do it a few more times. Shwa, shwa. Displaying his movement technique, black shadows crisscrossed. At that moment, Ghost perfectly displayed his advantage of being fast. Sometimes he would dodge left and right. Sometimes he would jump up and down. The boy and girl were so shocked that their mouths gradually opened. They even wondered if they had seen a ghost. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions could be heard frequently. In a short period of time, Ghost relied on his movement technique to find Xiao Ziji's flaws and constantly attacked him. After dozens of attacks, he stood at the edge of the stage, panting. He held his head and roared, Why is he not affected at all? After attacking so many times, he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. However, the opponent was still standing there like a mountain. That feeling was really despairing. Sigh. Xiao Ziji turned around and said, Your strength is only so high. I stood there and let you hit me for so long. Bullshit. Ghost roared, You obviously can't dodge. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, a strong spiritual energy suddenly exploded in front of him. He saw Xiao Ziji appear in front of him in a stride. His right hand condensed a strong earth element power and suddenly blasted it. Ghost's pupils suddenly shrank. It's over, bang. Xiao Ziji's punch came. The speed and strength of the punch were like a cannon, and it directly hit Ghost's chest. The camera slowed down infinitely. First, the opponent's expression slowly changed. Then, his feet slowly left the ground and his body flew backward in a half bow. Boom! The camera returned to normal. Ghost flew out of the arena with a whoosh. Then, after smashing through more than a dozen trees, he fell like a puddle of mud several hundred meters away. His chest was dented with a fist mark and he fainted on the spot. He couldn't afford to offend Yi Xingqian. He also couldn't afford to offend Xiao Ziji. He couldn't afford to offend any of the core disciples of the sect of all times. Men, Jun Changshao said, put these two guys in jail. Yes. Li Fei, Long Xiang, and the others carried the half-dead boorish man and ghost, then flew to the sect of all times. Sai Ying, who was hiding in the distance, saw the two of them being captured and thought to herself, this is the result of courting death. When she rushed over, a boorish man and ghost had already issued the challenge, so it was too late to stop them. She could only hide in the dark and watch. Ying wasn't surprised at all by this result. After all, the vice-sect master had repeatedly warned her not to provoke the sect. They must be strong. Whoosh. Ying didn't stay for long and quietly left to deliver the news. But just as she turned around, she saw a cold woman in white standing on a tree in front of her. Since you're here, don't go back, Lu Qianqian said lightly. Although Ying was a little surprised that she was discovered, she calmed down and smiled. Can you stop me? Whoosh. She used an unfathomable movement skill and flew over from the other side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, a strong cold air quickly spread from behind and stuck to his body, forming specks of frost, causing his speed to be greatly reduced in an instant. Ying's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to circulate her spiritual energy to dispel the chill around her, a sword flashed, and then she raised her hands and landed on the ground. Lu Qianqian held her sword to her neck and said, I can. Further away. Seeing that Ying was also captured, Yinju shook his head and said, Girl, although you have the ability to come and go without a trace, you're too close to the sect of all times. It's normal for you to be discovered. Sigh. I'll go back and deliver the news. Boom, there was an explosion, and the ground suddenly sank into a deep pit. Yinju rolled his eyes and fainted in the center area. He Wudi slowly descended from the sky and said with his mouth twitching, This guy is so weak? Wild wave is a kind of attitude. Wild wave is not restrained. Creak! When Zhao Daoda sang emotionally, the prison door suddenly opened, so he quickly shut his mouth and said, We have new cellmates? Plop, plop, plop. A boorish man, ghost, and Yinjiu were thrown over. Tisk, tisk. Zhao Daoda walked over and saw that they had all fainted, so he said sympathetically, You were tortured quite badly. Brother. He waved at Dai Lu, who was facing the wall, and said, Come and welcome our new cellmates. Chapter 945. Of the 4 protectors of the Demon Emperor's Gate, 3 of them were locked up in the men's prison with Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu. The last one was locked up in the women's prison with the 9 Poison Temple's palace master. A boorish man and ghost ended up like this, which could be considered as them reaping what they sowed. But Shadow and Yin Dove were also caught, which was a bit like being unjustly implicated. To be exact, it was all because of their pig teammates, especially Ghost. Why did he say that? Because when he fought with Xiao Ziji, whether it was his movement or palm technique, they all contained an evil aura, which made it easy for Jun Changshao to determine that he might be a demonic cultivator. Thinking about how he had just beaten up the Demon Emperor's Gate's Vice-Gate master not long ago, and now there was a demonic cultivator pretending to challenge him, there must be some relationship between the two. I've sinned. During the battle, Jun Changshao transmitted his voice, Take care of this guy with one punch. Yes. Xiao Ziji received the Patriarch's order, no longer being a punching bag. He used his full speed and strength and directly took care of Ghost. If the 2 were sent by the Demon Emperor's Gate, then there might be other companions hiding in the dark, so Jun Changshao ordered Lu Qianqian and the others to pay more attention. In the end, they really caught 2 more. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Words of wisdom. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changxiao's gaze was cold. You're challenging my bottom line again. If the Demon Emperor's Gate's Vice-Gate Master who was lying on the sickbed knew about this, he would definitely spit out 3 liters of blood. Jun Patriarch, this matter has nothing to do with me, they went there without permission. Patriarch. Li Qingyang walked into the main hall. How should we deal with these 4 people? Jun Changxiao said, I was just worried that I couldn't find the hiding place of the Darkness Sect. Now that they've taken the initiative to deliver their heads to me, I naturally have to. With a cold expression, he said, interrogate them with torture. He seemed to be neutral in the matter between the Demon Emperor's Gate and the righteous sects, but in reality, he was searching for the Darkness Sect's base while the 2 sides were fighting. In the past, Jun Changxiao had ambushed the disciples of the sect many times. Naturally, he would not let the matter rest. However, the Darkness Sect had been hiding for many years. Since they dared to stand in the open with the identity of the Demon Emperor's Gate, they definitely had nothing to fear. Even if they mobilized the power of their sects to wipe them out, they might be replaced by the Demon Monarch faction or Demon Monarch Palace. To deal with this kind of power, as long as he attacked, it had to be fatal. The Drizzle Hall's intelligence network was already in full operation. Jiang Yu was searching for clues all over the world. As long as the Demon Emperor's Gate continued to cause trouble with the righteous sects, they would be exposed sooner or later. This was also why the Vice-Sect Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate, who could have easily killed him at Reflection Mountain, had let him go, because the other party might only be one of the leaders. Killing him would have no effect, and it might even make the other party more vigilant. Jun Changxiao pretended to be a neutral party. You guys kill by yourselves, I'll be in charge of watching the show. In reality, I'll be in charge of the overall situation in the dark. I'll wait until I find the Darkness Sect that had repeatedly targeted me. Then, I'll use Aria's sexy leather whip to whip them. Now, catching 4 demonic cultivators was definitely a good opportunity. Did you take away the things they used to commit suicide? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Qingyang said, Patriarch's foresight is godly. These people hid poison in their mouths, sleeves, and boot. This disciple fed them to the goat. After eating, they immediately died. It's not surprising that a death warrior would do such a thing. Jun Changxiao said. Patriarch. Lu Wancher walked in and wiped his tears. The few goats that disciple raised suddenly all died for no reason. Li Qingyang was silent. He quietly retreated, and then disappeared like the wind. Ah! Lu Wancher chased out of the hall with a kitchen knife and roared loudly, Second senior brother, you dare to poison my goats. In the cell, Zhao Daodu placed one leg on the bed and said, Seeing how the 3 of you were tortured so miserably, you must have offended the sect of all times to death. As the number 1 prisoner, he had experienced a lot of fellow prisoners. As long as he was injured when he entered, he would be able to deduce a few things. However, Zhao Daodu said, Don't worry too much. From my experience, as long as the sect you represent pays enough ransom, you will definitely be politely released. You might even be given a meal. He was talking about the captured semi-sage of the world-defying sacred sect and the Hao Guang sacred sect. I'll tell you, the food of this sect of all times is simply delicious. If you can be redeemed, as long as you can eat a meal, it will definitely not be a loss. Of course, there's another possibility, which is to be recruited and surrendered. From my experience, if you guys aren't the kind of people who are unyielding, it's best for you to quickly surrender, because back then, there was a guy with purple hair who was very hard and was dragged out to be beaten up every day. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and surrendered. Tell me, isn't he just suffering? The most tragic thing is someone like me. No one has any money to redeem me, and I don't want to surrender. I've been locked in a cell for at least 2 or 3 years. No, I'm afraid it's been 4 or 5 years. Zhao Daodu said as he wiped his tears. Little brat. Ghost, who had already woken up but had his chi meridian sealed and was severely injured, laid on the ground and grimaced. If you continue to be noisy, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. After becoming a prisoner, he didn't even have the chance to die, which made him very annoyed. Now that there was a chattering fellow beside him, he was about to collapse. Compared to the three of them, Shadow was much happier. In the cell that was locked up, there was only a stern nine-poison temple palace master. Although the room was filled with spiders and scorpions, as a devil cultivator, he was naturally not afraid. Baldy. Zhao Daoda looked at Dai Lu, who seemed to be facing a wall, and earnestly advised. June Patriarch advised you to enter the sect many times, why are you so stubborn? I am Dai Lu. Even if I die, I won't enter the sect of all times. So, Zhao Daoda raised his thumb and said in admiration, You are the most unyielding man I have ever seen in prison. Creak. At this moment the door of the cell opened. Zhao Daoda quickly jumped down from the bed and hid in the corner. According to his experience, since a new prisoner was locked up, the sect of all times would definitely come to interrogate him. Sure enough, Jun Changshao walked in from outside and waved to the accompanying disciples. Shua. Li Fei and Tian Qi strode forward and hung up the heavily injured Aborish man and the other two with iron chains. The three of you. Jun Changshao sat down and laughed. Be lenient if you confess, be strict if you resist. A Boorish man tried his best to raise his head and said, We don't know anything and we won't say anything. If you want to torture us then give up. Is that so? Jun Changshao really didn't believe it, so he waved his hand and said, Treat the three of you well. Yes. Li Fei and Tian Qi clenched their fists and walked over. Just as they were about to make a move, Yao Menjing appeared at the door of the cell and said, Patriarch, can I interrogate them? She heard from Lu Wansher that the sect had captured 4 demonic cultivator and hurriedly rushed over. Little junior sister, Li Fei said, It's better to leave the interrogation of prisoners to the senior brothers. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, This girl is also a demonic cultivator, it seems like it's not bad to let her interrogate the demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivator? A boorish man and ghost tried their best to turn their necks to look at the door. Until they met Yao Menjing's eyes, their souls seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and their hands and legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This scene was noticed by Jun Changshao. Girl. I'll leave the 3 of them to you. Yes. Yao Menjing walked in and said, 2 senior brothers, please let them go. Hua hua hua. The iron chains were pulled away. Plop, plop. The untied Aborish man and ghost directly knelt on the ground, their weak faces filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were very afraid of this little girl who suddenly appeared in the cell. P.S. Begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation vote. Thank you to the readers who have tipped during this period. Chapter 946. A boorish man and ghost were heavily injured, and their meridians were sealed. It was understandable that they were paralyzed on the ground, but it was inconceivable that they were kneeling on the ground. Zhao Daodu was stunned. The 3 brothers were hung up, and the determination in their eyes made him think that they were pure men like Dai Lu. He didn't think that they would be scared so quickly. Or was the girl who came in very strong? Zhao Daoda sneaked a glance and found that although Yao Menjing was very cute, there was nothing special about her. He couldn't help but think, could it be that these 3 brothers were persuaded by me? Instead of fighting to the end, why don't they just surrender? Because the little girl has the innate demon body and can invisibly intimidate demonic cultivators? Jun Changshao guessed. Yao Menjing walked over and stood in front of the 3 kneeling people with her hands behind her back, like a supreme ruler. She said, Who gave you the courage to come to my sect of all times to cause trouble? Little junior sister is very cool. Li Fei thought. Bo, Gui Mei and the other 2 did not dare to raise their heads as they knelt on the ground, trembling. Yao Menjing didn't release her cultivation, but her body emitted a supreme majesty that only they could feel. The pressure was so great that they didn't even dare to breathe. Speak. Plop, plop. A boorish man and the other two were so shocked that they directly collapsed on the ground. Zhao Daodu's mouth twitched. This girl's voice was clearly very sweet. How did it scare them to this extent? Little girl. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. Ask them who they are first. Okay. Yao Menjing said with a cold face, Who are you? What sect are you from? A boorish man and ghost were fiercely struggling, but the fear that came from the depths of their souls forced them to speak in unison. We are from the Demon Emperor's Gate. Where is the Demon Emperor's Gate? In the dusky Crow Mountain Range. The three wanted to keep their mouths shut, but their minds were always under the supreme pressure, so they could only choose to confess. Dusky Crow Mountain Range? Jun Changshao thought. One of the 3 forbidden areas? There were many forbidden areas in the Starfall continent, and the 3 most terrifying ones, the Dusky Crow Mountain Range was one of them. The Dusky Crow Mountain Range was dark, and there were vicious beasts everywhere. There was even miasma that blocked spiritual sense. Even Wu Wang would be lost if he entered. Exact location, Yao Menjing said. We. The F***CK? Jun Changshao muttered to himself, so awesome? It's not easy for you to have your current cultivation. My patriarch is virtuous. Will you submit to him? Yao Menjing asked. Jun Changshao was stunned. He asked the first question, but he didn't say this. The little girl was very perceptive now. Not bad, not bad. A boorish man and ghost's faces became ferocious. They were struggling in their hearts. Obviously, they were very resistant to submitting to Jun Changshao. Answer me. Yao Menjing's eyes flashed with a strange light. It was as if she had turned into the great hero from 10,000 years ago who dared to fight against heaven and earth and the sun and moon. A boorish man and the other 2 were so scared that they fell to the ground. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. This girl's aura was too terrifying. It made them feel like they were at the top of a mountain. After going through the Demon Valley, Yao Menjing already had the potential of a demon emperor. The 3 pure demon cultivators would definitely be afraid of her. I submit. Hand over your soul origin. When Jun Changshao held the soul origin in his hand, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect the 3 of them to submit so quickly and so thoroughly. Of course, he also realized that Yao Menjing would have such a miraculous effect on demon cultivators. If I had known, I would have taken her to the West Cloud State to find the Demon Emperor's Gate. Then, I would have directly incorporated this force. Jun Changshao thought to himself. Patriarch. Yao Menjing smiled. There is still a woman in prison. I will go and persuade her. Go. Jun Changshao said. He didn't leave the cell. He looked at Dai Lu, who was facing the wall and reflecting, and said, Boy, have you thought it through? Dai Lu didn't say anything. Even if the 3 demon cultivators admitted defeat in front of him and never joined the sect of all times, their hearts were never shaken. All kinds of protagonist lives played out here again and again. Only Brother Greenscarf still unswervingly defended the unyielding spirit. Jun Patriarch. Zhao Daodu cried. I want to join the sect of all times. He had said this many times, but he was ignored every time. This time, Jun Changshao said, You have experience in prison. You can be considered a talent. Stay here and enlighten the prisoners. Inform the cafeteria to send 3 meals a day on time. Don't let him starve. Yes. Bring these 3 to Medical Peak and let Sun Bukong treat them. Yes. Creak. The cell door closed again. Zhao Daodu, who was curled up in the corner, looked dazed. He wasn't distressed by the loss of his 3 cellmates. Instead, after a moment, he began to dance and laugh. Previously, it was 1 meal a day. Now, it was 3 meals a day. Happiness. Stay here and enlighten the prisoners? Recalling what Jun Changshao said before he left, Zhao Daoda gradually calmed down and said, "Is he thinking highly of me? Jun Patriarch." He stood up and said with a firm gaze, "I won't let you down. I will enlighten the prisoners." Baldy. Zhao Daodu appeared in front of Dai Lu and earnestly advised, "Jun Patriarch has been very kind to you. As a person, you must know how to be grateful. Don't force yourself. Quickly surrender to the sect of all times. Life is like a cup of tea. It won't be bitter for a lifetime, but it will be bitter for a while. As long as you have a good attitude and don't give up, no matter how far the road is, the bitter will be over and the sweet will be over." Ding! Chicken soup for the sole instructor Zhao Daodu has come online. Yao Menjing was very good at dealing with demonic cultivators. Not long after she entered the women's prison, she brought Shadow's soul origin to the main hall and said, "Patriarch, that woman has surrendered." Amazing! Jun Changshao gave her a thumbs up. Without Yao Menjing, who had the innate demonic body, it would be difficult to force the 4 demonic cultivators to surrender. "That's right, girl," Jun Changshao said. "The Demon Emperor's Gate's master has the innate demonic body. What do you think?" Yao Menjing said with certainty, "Only this disciple has inherited the innate demonic body. There will not be a second one in the world." Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "In that case, this Demon Emperor's Gate deliberately lied to the outside world about the innate demonic body and then attracted all the demonic cultivators in the world." "Patriarch," Yao Menjing said, "if you are going to the Dusky Crow mountain range, please bring this disciple." She was very curious about who had the guts to pretend to have the innate demonic body that only she had. "Yes." Jun Changshao nodded. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Sect members. 500,005,0000. Ding! Sect mission activated. In the mission pavilion, a new sect mission appeared. It meant that as long as the disciple completed it, the sect could be upgraded. Hall Masterly. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice, "Notify the certification center and have them send someone to certify the sect's grade."